What if you discover that your every sin, no matter how trivial, echoes through eternity, waiting to drag you down into a nightmarish reckoning? Picture this: 10 courts of hell, each more grotesque than the last, a bureaucratic nightmare where karma reigns supreme. Each soul, each infraction, meticulously judged by deities with a taste for theatrics, and a penchant for punishment so dark, it makes your worst nightmares look like bedtime stories. Think your bad decisions go unnoticed? Think again. The gates creak open, revealing a carnival of horrors where your misdeeds become the twisted entertainment of the afterlife. A realm where the line between justice and absurdity blurs into a gory spectacle. Picture a bureaucratic hellscape where paperwork takes the form of flesh, and every sin is a ticket to an eternity of revelatory pain. The first court stands like a courtroom of nightmares, judges with eyes like burning coals, dissecting your soul with the precision of a butcher. One wrong move, one flippant excuse, and the gavel strikes with the finality of doom. Ever wondered about the consequences of your impulse buys or those snarky tweets? Here, digital footprints morph into chains, dragging you into an abyss where every decision is dissected like a lab rat under a microscope. But it doesn't stop there. The second court? Imagine a surreal nightmare carnival where the guilty are transformed into their worst fears, a comedy of misfortune that leaves you gasping for breath. Laughter echoes like a morbid symphony, taunting the damned. Does your heart race? It should. Because every choice feels like it spirals into a vortex of unpredictability, each decision a high-stakes gamble with eternity. And then, the third court arrives, a labyrinth of regret where the walls bleed with the memories of the living. Can you hear them? Whispers of the lost, each echoing a lament for a chance not taken or a love not fulfilled. What if every regret you've buried resurfaces here, like a vengeful spectre? The plague of memory haunts, gnawing at your consciousness, each echo pulling you deeper into a web of despair. You think you understand pain? The fourth court is a carnival of flesh, where agony becomes an art form, and the damned are the unwilling participants. Here, the laughter of the judges turns sinister, crafting monsters from everyday vices. Every sacrifice becomes a grotesque performance. Are you ready to witness your own demise unfold as entertainment? The stakes rise higher with each court. The fifth court? A twisted version of therapy, where your darkest confessions are weaponized. Grinning deities pluck your secrets from the void, flinging them back at you like cruel jokes. Can you hear the echo of your laughter? It turns quickly into screams as your truth becomes your tormentor. This isn't just a book, it's an incantation, a forbidden manuscript that dares you to confront the shadows lurking in your soul. Are you prepared to face the labyrinthine horror of your own existence? Every page turns with the anticipation of a ticking clock, the weight of the cosmos pressing against your chest. One question lingers: when the time comes, will you be ready to crawl back into the light, or will you find comfort in the darkness? The night was thick with silence, an eerie blanket that smothered the city. Lanterns flickered against the oppressive darkness, their warm glow battling the chill that seeped into the bones. I stood among the shadows of the alleyways, heart pounding like a war drum, waiting. Waiting for what? I didn't know, but something slithered through the air, thick with dread. The whispers of the past curled around my mind, faces of the damned long forgotten, their cries echoing in the void of my thoughts. I remember the tales of hell, ancient stories told in hushed tones. The underworld, yin, they called it, a place where souls languished, their sins etched into the very fabric of existence. It was said that every wrong deed followed you like a shadow, waiting to drag you down into that abyss. I clutched my chest, feeling the pulse of fear, the weight of each heartbeat reminding me of the choices I had made, the lives I had touched. Beside me, Li Wei stood rigid, his eyes flickering with a mix of defiance and despair. His brother's fate was sealed in the dark waters of the river, taken by the hands of the river god as vengeance for the life he had foolishly squandered. I can't let him suffer, he murmured, the tremor in his voice slicing through the stillness. I must find a way. Every word he spoke ignited a fire within me, a desperation mingling with his own. I remembered my own sins. How could I offer solace when I was drenched in guilt? The air crackled around us, the weight of our decisions heavy as lead. The undercurrents of our lives twisted together like the tendrils of smoke from a burning incense stick, curling and fading into the night. What if the only way to save him is to confront the Yama? I whispered, knowing the taste of those words left a bitter aftertaste in my mouth. The Lord of Death, the Arbiter of Souls, his very name quaked with power. To trespass his domain was to court madness, to invite chaos into our already fractured lives. But Li Wei's eyes were alight with a fierce determination that matched the storm brewing within my own heart. I will not let him rot in that darkness, he said, as if the very conviction in his words could push back the tide of despair. I would tear down the gates of hell if I had to. The shadows danced, teasingly drawing us closer to the precipice of what lay ahead. I felt the chill of fear creeping closer, tightening around my throat. Ghosts of the damned flitted through my mind, their hollow eyes pleading, their forms wreathed in shadows, waiting for the sun that would never rise. I could sense their cold hands reaching out, the touch of icy fingers drawing the breath from my lungs. Would they welcome us into their wretched fold, or would we be consumed by the very darkness we sought to combat? We crossed the threshold into the realm of ghosts. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of decay and despair. I looked at the statues lining the path, their faces twisted in eternal agony, guardians of the unforgiven. They were once like us, I murmured, the words slipping from my lips, trembling with the weight of their truth. Human, flawed, Li Wei's footsteps echoed, a steady reminder of the resolve that pulled him onward. But we have a chance, he insisted, his voice cracking like a whip through the haze of my uncertainties. If we can find the river of forgetfulness, we can erase our sins, free his soul. We can fight back. In the distance, I could feel the pulse of the river, a heartbeat in the darkness that thrummed with ancient power. A forgotten song danced on the edge of my consciousness, beckoning us closer with its siren call. Yet, like the ghostly figures that lingered around us, I was haunted by the fear of what lay ahead. Each step felt like a descent into madness, a dance with the shadows that threatened to engulf us whole. The river itself appeared like an ethereal dreamscape, shimmering under a pale, ghostly light. But as we neared, the reflection in the water turned sinister, showing us our pasts, the sins we thought buried. I saw the face of my mother, tears streaming down her cheeks as she knelt by my grave. I saw the faces of friends I had betrayed, their expressions twisted in sorrow. Each ripple of the water revealed truths I had long buried, the weight of regrets crashing down upon me like a relentless tide. "Don't look!" Li Wei shouted, panicking. But it was too late. I was entranced, caught in the web of my memories. "You have to focus on what we came for." The urgency in his voice broke through the fog, propelling me back to reality. "Right," I whispered, blinking away the tears, the pain. "The river. We need to take the plunge." With a final shared glance, we grasped one another's hands, hearts pounding in unison, a drumbeat of fear and hope. The moment before we leaped felt suspended in time, the cosmos itself pausing to witness our defiance against the fate that awaited us. As we plunged into the water, the frigid embrace swallowed us whole. The current pulled us down, and I gasped for breath, the weight of our choices pressing down like a leaden shroud. Dark figures lurked below, eyes glinting like shards of glass. They reached for us, clawing at our souls, desperate to drag us into the depths of despair. But through the chaos, I felt Li Wei's grip tighten. The fear, the heartbreak, the shame, all of it surged through us as we fought against the current, against the shadows that sought to claim us. And then, a vision appeared, a flicker of light in the abyss. It was a glimmer of hope, a promise of redemption and release. It whispered of freedom, and the weight of sin lifted. I could almost taste it, the intoxicating sweetness mingling with the bitterness of regret. But as we fought to reach that light, the darkness closed in around us, and the echoes of the damned filled my ears. "Face your truth," they hissed, their voices a cacophony that rattled my very being. "Suffer the sins you've sown." In that moment, the river's depths became a crucible of torment and revelation, and I knew this was only the beginning. The confrontation awaited us, and the shadows would not let go easily. We had dared to tread where few would follow, yet we were still bound by the gravity of our choices, still entwined in the web of our pasts. And as the darkness threatened to pull us under, I held on to Li Wei's hand with all my strength, our hearts beating like war drums against the silence of the abyss. The concept of hell was not just a place, it was a state of being, an echo of our worst fears, and we were about to confront our own demons, each heartbeat a testament to our resolve. The air crackles like a live wire, thick with dread, as I stand in a realm where shadows breathe and nightmares bleed through the cracks of reality. A chilling wind wraps around my shoulders, whispering secrets from a place where hope dares not tread. This is it, the 10 courts of hell. The very mention sends shivers crawling up my spine, a cruel reminder of what lies beyond the pale facade of earthly existence. In this place, sinners are not merely punished, they are dissected piece by piece, their souls laid bare under the unforgiving gaze of judgment. I see them, terrified, trembling, eyes wide with disbelief. Souls, lost and fractured, wander through endless corridors of despair, every step echoing with the weight of their past. The air is thick with the scent of scorched flesh and bitter regret, a barbed reminder that this is no mere fantasy. This is penance, this is the reckoning. I turn to Lynn, a figure cloaked in a shroud of pain, her heart hollowed out by grief. Once a mother, she now wanders these courts, searching for her lost child among a tide of other souls. I remember the laughter, she whispers, voice cracking like fragile glass. I remember the warmth of her hand in mine. The words hang heavy in the air, each one a dagger to her heart, twisting deeper as she recalls the moment she lost everything. It's a reminder, a relentless echo. The weight of her loss is palpable, a suffocating blanket wrapping around us both, stifling hope until it gasps for breath. And there's Chen, whose laughter has long since faded into a hollow chuckle that bounces off the crumbling walls like a ghost. Once a man of ambition, he stands here, shackled by his own desires. I wanted it all, he admits, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his lips, but it falters under the weight of despair. A palace of riches, power, everything I deserved. But now, his voice drifts away as he surveys the grotesque tableau of souls being dragged through the courts, their cries mingling with the wails of the damned. Now I'm nothing but a cautionary tale. The very ground shakes with the murmurs of the past, their stories swirl like smoke, each one a flicker of light snuffed out too soon. I can almost see the remnants of their lives, flitting in and out of focus, a mother cradling her child, a soldier returning home, a lover's last kiss. Shadows dance in the corners, taunting, reminding us that none of this is far from our grasp. Each court is a twisted reflection of the sins committed, a gallery of human folly. The first court, a place of lies, shimmers with a deceptive allure, a siren's call that draws the unwary in with promises of wealth and success. I remember my own deceptions, Chen murmurs, his voice laced with regret. Each lie was a step towards the throne, each betrayal a few coins richer. But the glimmer fades, he sees the truth now, the crown of thorns he fashioned with his own hands. Lynn trembles beside him, caught in a storm of memories, the heavy weight of her sins pressing down like lead. I lied too, she confesses, tears glistening like pearls in her eyes. I told myself I could protect her from the world. I thought love was enough. A shudder runs through her, the pain of that realization carving lines of agony on her face. Love, the softest weapon, becomes the sharpest dagger in a mother's hand. The second court, a cacophony of screams, the air thick with anguish, each cry a testament to betrayal. I stand rooted, ensnared in the chaos. I see souls chained to their betrayals, their faces contorted in agony. I remember the day I turned my back on my closest friend, Chen says, his voice a mere whisper against the storm of horror. It was only a moment, but now I can't escape it. Lin watches with wide eyes, reflecting the horror of Chen's confession. We all think we can escape, she says, her voice rising above the din, but in the end, there's no hiding from ourselves. Her words resonate, hanging in the air like a mantra as we tread deeper into the abyss. The third court is a morass of greed, where gluttons writhe in a sea of excess, their hands perpetually grasping for something just beyond reach. I can almost taste the bitterness of their unfulfilled desires, a sharp tang that stings the back of my throat. I remember the way I chased after wealth, Lynn says, her eyes reflecting a distant memory. I thought it would fill the void, but I was wrong. In that moment, I see the chain of their experiences, how each sin intertwines, how loss gives birth to betrayal, and betrayal festers into greed. The air grows thick, suffocating. The fourth court, a realm of lust, is a grotesque carnival of longing and despair, the laughter a haunting echo of lost desires. Souls entwined, yet eternally apart, their passions morphing into chains that bind them in perpetual torment. I remember the touch of a lover's hand, Chen murmurs, his gaze distant. But now, all I feel is emptiness. What good is desire when it leads to ruin? Lin's heart aches for him, the realization dawning that desire, unchecked, becomes a beast that devours its master. We were blinded by our wants, she whispers, a bittersweet acceptance flickering like a candle's flame. Each court reveals twisted reflections of ourselves, and with every revelation, the weight of our sins grows heavier. The rhythm of our breath syncs with the pulse of despair, a haunting reminder that in this place, there is no escape from the echoes of the past. As we descend deeper, the courts weave tales of vengeance, pride, and despair, each one a mirror held up to our flaws. I feel the weight of my own sins pressing down, the air thickening with regret and longing. The walls whisper secrets, reminding me that there are no innocent souls here, only those who have danced too close to the flame. The tension mounts, pulling taut like a bowstring, ready to snap. Lin clutches her chest, a raw sob escaping her lips. What if we can't forgive ourselves? Then we'll be trapped here, Chen replies, his voice a gravelly chasm of despair. Forever chasing shadows, haunted by what we could have been. And just like that, the darkness deepens, swallowing us whole, leaving only the flickering light of hope that struggles against the tide. In this eternal reckoning, we are nothing but reflections of our choices, flickering flames in a vast, consuming void. We are bound together, a tapestry woven from the threads of our shared humanity, each heart beating in time with the unending sorrow of the 10 courts of hell. The air grows thick with anticipation, the confrontation is near. The darkness pulses, and with every heartbeat, I can feel the encroaching storm. We stand on the precipice of judgment, trembling against the weight of our past, caught in a cycle that refuses to release us, a haunting dance we cannot escape. And as the shadows close in, I realize that this is only the beginning, a harbinger of the torment yet to come. The air was thick, electric with the whispers of the damned, echoing through the cavernous darkness. A single pulse of red light sliced through the shadows, illuminating the jagged rocks that seemed to pulse with an ancient, unyielding hunger. I stood there, heart racing, as a scream tore through the silence, a raw, visceral sound that clawed its way into my chest. It was impossible to ignore, impossible to escape. I remember the moment I found myself here, trapped in a world where the air tasted of ash and despair. Yama, the king of hell, wasn't merely a ruler, he was a presence, a suffocating weight that settled on my lungs. His throne, a grotesque amalgamation of bone and shadow, loomed in the distance, a stark reminder of my own mortality, of choices made and paths not taken. And then there was Kaya, her eyes fierce yet haunted. She stood beside me, a warrior draped in darkness, her spirit flickering like a candle in a storm. "We must go," she urged, her voice steady but tinged with panic. I could taste her fear, a bitter tang on my tongue. I could see the ghosts of her past swirling around her, loved ones lost, dreams shattered. She was relentless, a force of nature battling against the tide of despair. But even her strength was faltering, and I felt the weight of her pain settle into my bones. "I can't," I whispered, and the admission tasted of ash. "What if we're already too late?" Kaya's gaze held mine, fierce as a wildfire. "Every second we hesitate, they suffer. We can't let Yama claim them, claim us." Her words were a lightning strike, illuminating the darkness of my doubts. I could feel her resolve wrapping around me, urging me forward, but a part of me clung to the shadows, paralyzed by the ghosts of my own failures. Another scream erupted, a raw, primal sound that cut through the air like a knife. It was then that I remembered the woman whose face had once lit up my world, the laughter that echoed like music through empty rooms. I remembered when darkness was a blanket, and the night was filled with sweet dreams, not nightmares. But dreams had a way of turning sour, of rotting in the light of harsh reality. The ground trembled beneath us, a warning sign, a heartbeat of something monstrous awakening. Yama's laughter echoed in the distance, a sound that felt like ice sliding down my spine. It tangled with the fading whispers of lost souls, mixing despair with mockery. The king of hell wasn't just a demon, he was a puppet master, spinning the threads of agony and joy alike with a cruel, playful touch. "Stay with me," Kaya said, grabbing my wrist, her grip fierce enough to remind me I was still alive. Her eyes blazed with determination. "We can break the cycle. We can save them." I nodded, though doubt crawled around my heart like a viper, ready to strike. The shadows shifted and slithered around us, closing in, whispering secrets of our failures, of moments we could never return to. Each step we took was a battle against the weight of the past, the heavy chain of regret that sought to bind us to Yama's throne. And then, in the eerie stillness, it shifted, an overwhelming sense of dread as the shadows coalesced, forming a figure, grotesque and magnificent. Yama stood before us, cloaked in darkness that seemed to pulsate with a life of its own. His eyes glowed like dying stars, each flicker a reminder of lost souls, each blink a countdown to oblivion. "Welcome," he boomed, his voice a symphony of chaos and laughter that danced through the air. "You've come so far, but tell me, what do you hope to find? Redemption? Forgiveness?" His smile was a crescent moon, beautiful yet terrifying, filled with secrets that could consume us whole. Kaya stepped forward, defiance radiating from her. "We're here to reclaim what you've stolen. You don't own our pain." Yama chuckled, a sound that sent tremors down my spine. "Pain? Oh, my dear, pain is but a fleeting moment, a mere warm-up for the true spectacle of suffering. But I admire your bravery." He leaned closer, the shadows swirling like a tempest around him. "Tell me, what do you wish to sacrifice? Souls, memories, hearts, all are currency here." I could feel the air grow heavy with a palpable tension, every heartbeat echoing the unsaid words hanging between us. "What if," I began, my voice quaking, trembling like a leaf caught in a storm, "what if we offered you our regrets? Our failures? Would you let them go?" Yama's laughter was thunderous, filling the cavern, crashing over us like a tidal wave. "Regrets? How quaint. You think you can barter with your past? Those shadows cling to you like a second skin. They whisper your fears, your worthlessness. Only I can free you, but at what cost?" My heart raced, the weight of his words pressing down, and I could see Kaya's eyes flicker with uncertainty. Her resolve wavered, and panic clawed at my throat. "We're not here to bargain," she snapped, her voice fierce. "We're here to fight. We're here to take back what you've stolen." Yama's gaze sharpened, a blade cutting through the fabric of our bravado. "Then fight you shall. But know this, every battle comes with a price." As he spoke, the world around us surged like a storm, swirling and chaotic, shadows thrumming with energy. I felt my memories slipping, disintegrating like smoke, fragments of laughter, flickers of warmth, slipping through my fingers like grains of sand, lost to the void. A chilling realization washed over me, this was not merely a fight for others but for ourselves. Every scar, every wound, written into our souls, begged to be unleashed, begged to be felt. "I remember," I whispered, the words spilling out before I could stop them. "I remember the faces of those I failed. I remember their screams." The shadows danced and twisted, mocking me, but I stood firm. Each heartbeat echoed louder, thumping in my chest like a war drum, and I felt Kaya's presence beside me. Together, we were a single ember against the dark, the flicker of defiance sparking fire within the shadows. "Let's end this," Kaya said, her voice fierce. And in the moment where hope clashed violently with despair, we prepared for the confrontation that would either shatter us or forge us anew. The air crackled with tension, the darkness around us alive, and as we faced Yama, I felt the weight of time stretching, the cosmos holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable crash. The air thickens as the sun sinks beneath the horizon, casting long shadows across the ancient city. A lone figure stands at the edge of a narrow alley, heart racing, breath shallow. Li Wei swallows hard, the taste of fear bitter on his tongue. He remembers the tales whispered around flickering lanterns, the old men huddled in the corners of tea houses, eyes wide with the weight of their stories. Stories of the underworld. But tonight isn't about stories, it's about survival. He glances over his shoulder, feeling the pulse of the city behind him, alive and oblivious. If only they knew what awaited beneath the surface, in the place where the living fear to tread. The darkness stirs, and he feels it, a presence, a yearning tugging at his soul, dragging him into the shadows. Help! A voice pierces the stillness, raw and anguished. Ming, his sister, her cries slicing through the night like a knife. Desperation claws at his insides. He bolts forward, feet pounding against cobblestones, racing toward the source of the terror. He can't lose her. Not now, when the weight of the world rests on his shoulders. The alley swallows him whole, the walls closing in, shadows morphing into figures, the whispers of the damned echoing in his ears. He sees her, tangled in a net of darkness, her eyes wide with terror. Li Wei! They're coming! Her voice trembles, drenched in panic. He reaches for her, fingers just inches away, but the shadows yank her back, pulling her deeper into the abyss. He can almost hear them, the spirits, the unseen, the souls trapped between worlds. The underworld beckons, a gaping maw filled with sorrow and regret. Ming! Fight! Fight it! His voice breaks as he struggles against the unseen force. His breath comes in ragged gasps, each heartbeat a drum of impending doom. He remembers the stories, how the underworld is not just a place of punishment, but a reflection of the lives we lead. Every mistake, every sin, etched into the fabric of the cosmos, bound to rise like vapor in the night. A figure materializes from the fog. Yao, their childhood friend, a boy with secrets carved into his skin, now a man haunted by shadows. Li Wei, he calls, his voice a chilling whisper. You should turn back. This isn't for you. There's a coldness in his eyes, a sadness that runs deeper than the rivers of the underworld. But how can he turn back? Ming's cries pierce his heart, each sound a dagger twisting in his chest. Help me! The word hangs in the air, heavy with despair. Time feels suspended, stretching into infinity, as Li Wei wrestles with the truth of his own fears. He remembers the stories of the underworld, the 10 courts of Yama, where souls are judged, weighed against the scales of their deeds. The cries of the lost echo in his ears, their lament a haunting melody. How many have walked this path? How many have been swallowed by the darkness? Li Wei! Please? Ming's voice, a fragile thread pulling him back. But he knows, the underworld isn't just a fate for those who die, it's a living thing, a force that pulls at the very essence of humanity. It reflects the horrors we inflict on ourselves and each other, the nightmares that seep into our waking lives, festering like an untreated wound. Suddenly, a flash of anger ignites within him. What do you know of this place, Yao? He hisses, his voice a low growl. You've never faced it. You've never had to fight for someone you love. The truth stings, and he knows it cuts deep. Yao's own sister is trapped, lost to the underworld, a shadow he can't reach. I'm not afraid of the underworld. Yao snaps back, eyes narrowing. I'm afraid of what it will take to save her. A moment of silence falls between them, heavy with unspoken fears. The weight of their shared past lies like a shroud, blending with the night. Li Wei turns back to Ming, whose spirit flickers like a candle in a storm. You won't take her, he shouts into the void, defiance coursing through his veins. Each word tastes like ash, but he won't relent, can't relent. You hear me? You won't take her. And then it happens, a cacophony of voices, the spirits of the underworld rising around them like a tidal wave. They whisper secrets, promises of vengeance and redemption. The air crackles with energy, the shadows flickering, morphing into shapes that claw at the edges of his sanity. Do you want to see her again? One voice croons, sweet and venomous. What will you sacrifice? The question hangs in the air, suffocating. A memory whispers through him, a moment long forgotten, his mother's soft voice, singing lullabies as the moonlight bathed their home in silver. But she was gone, lost to the very forces he now faces. The truth stabs at him, what would he sacrifice? Who would he become to save her? Li Wei! Ming's scream breaks through the haze, a siren call pulling him back. Don't listen. Fight! He shakes his head, banishing the voices, drawing on the strength of his memories. The love he holds for her burns bright, illuminating the darkness. "I will not let you take her." The words surge through him, a tidal wave of raw emotion that shatters the chains of despair. Suddenly, the shadows recoil, as if stung. For a moment, time suspends, and he feels a connection, a bond that transcends the veil between life and death. He reaches out, fingers trembling, and grabs hold of Ming's hand. Together, he breathes, the weight of their intertwined destinies pulling them closer. The underworld shudders, a reminder of its fragile existence, teetering on the edge of inevitability. And in that moment, under the watchful gaze of the cosmos, Li Wei understands the truth: the underworld is not just a destination, it's a reflection of the heart's darkest corners, a mirror that shows who we really are. "Let's go home," he whispers, determination igniting their path as they step into the unknown, ready to confront the shadows that linger, unafraid of the darkness that waits. The city behind them breathes, and the night stretches on, a canvas waiting to be painted with their choices, their fears, and their love. They awaken a force that refuses to be silenced, a heartbeat echoing through the fabric of fate, as the underworld trembles beneath them, a storm ready to unleash its fury upon the world. The air was thick with the stench of burnt sage, a scent that clung to the walls of the dimly lit room, where shadows whispered secrets just out of reach. Lydia's breath caught in her throat as she stared at the flickering candle, its flame quivering like a nervous heartbeat. Her grandmother's voice echoed in her mind, a persistent reminder that the veil was thin tonight. When the world grows quiet, the souls begin to stir. Lydia's heart raced, each that a drumbeat of dread. She felt the weight of the silence press against her chest, squeezing tighter with every passing moment. Just beyond the door, the night held its breath, waiting, watching, as if it knew that something monumental was about to unfold. And then there was him, David, her estranged brother, standing in the corner, arms crossed tightly, a fortress of bitterness built around him. The flicker of the candle illuminated his face, revealing the lines carved by regret and anger. "You shouldn't have called me," he said, his voice low and jagged, each word a shard of glass. "You know how crazy this is." Lydia's fists clenched, nails biting into her palms. "Crazy? Or is it just too painful for you to face?" The words hung in the air, a dare, a challenge. She had spent too many nights staring into the abyss of their family's history, the ghost of their father's abandonment looming over them like a specter. I remember the night he left," she murmured, the memory flooding her senses. The sound of the door slamming, the hollow echo of footsteps fading into the cold night. She could almost hear her young self, crying into her pillow, desperate for answers that would never come. "Do you think he's watching us? Is that why he never came back?" David's face twisted in a mixture of sorrow and anger. "Don't do this, Lydia. Don't drag him back into our lives." But the truth was, their father had never really left. He had woven himself into the fabric of their nightmares, a phantom that haunted every family gathering, every moment of joy twisted by the absence of his presence. Outside, the wind howled like a banshee, rattling the windows, and Lydia felt the air shift, the atmosphere becoming electric with anticipation. "He's here," she whispered, as dread seeped into her bones. "I can feel it." "Stop it!" David shouted, the anger spilling over like a boiling pot. "You're just scaring yourself. You think you can summon him like some spell? You can't. He's gone." But the truth was, she had spent years yearning for answers, for closure. The rituals, the candles, this was her way of reaching out, of grasping at the threads of a dream that was fraying with every passing year. Suddenly, the candle flickered violently, throwing grotesque shadows across the walls, and a chill swept through the room. Lydia gasped, her heart racing. "David, do you feel that?" And just like that, time bent, twisted, spiraled into itself. They stood on the precipice of something vast and unknowable, their souls teetering on the edge of eternity. The world around them dimmed, the shadows lengthening, creeping closer, whispering promises and threats like a haunting melody. "Lydia," David's voice trembled, uncertainty leaking through. "What have you done?" "What I had to do," she replied, desperation lacing her voice. "You don't understand. I need to know. I need to know if he's finally at peace. The air was thick with tension, pulsating like a living entity, and then, like a thunderclap, pain shot through her, an ache that felt as old as time itself. Memories flooded back, unbidden, slicing through the present. She saw her father's laughter, heard the warmth of his voice, remembered the way he used to hold her, arms enveloping her in a cocoon of safety. And then, the swift, cruel reality of abandonment crashed over her like a wave, dragging her under. The shadows began to shift, coalescing into shapes that felt familiar yet foreign. Lydia's breath hitched as a figure emerged, flickering like a broken light. "Father!" She reached out, her hand trembling, hope battling with fear. And there he was, translucent yet vivid, his face a mirror of her own anguish. "Lydia," his voice was a whisper, a breeze rustling through autumn leaves, haunting and fragile. "You shouldn't have called me." "What do you want?" she cried, desperation clawing at her throat. "Why did you leave?" David stepped closer, confusion mingling with fear. "Get away from him," he shouted, but the words fell flat against the specter's presence. "I wanted to protect you," the figure said, eyes glistening with unshed tears. "But I only caused more pain. I'm so sorry." Lydia's heart shattered, a cacophony of emotions crashing against her like waves upon the shore. "No. You left us. You left me." The words tumbled out raw and unfiltered, each syllable a dagger. I remember the nights we spent waiting for you to come home," she whispered, her voice breaking. "All the birthdays, all the Christmases. You were supposed to be there." The figure faltered, a tremor in the air as though it could feel her pain. "I thought I was saving you both from the darkness within me." But the darkness was here now, swirling around them, an entity alive with despair. Lydia felt it seep into her veins, a shadow that whispered lies and fears. "You were wrong," she breathed, "you made it worse." The candle sputtered, and just like that, the specter began to fade, losing form like smoke on the wind. "I never meant to hurt you, my love," he said, voice fading into the encroaching silence. "Forgive me." "No. Don't leave again." Lydia screamed, reaching out with everything she had, her heart a wild drumbeat of desperation. And then he was gone, the room echoing with the absence of his presence, leaving behind a lingering emptiness that threatened to swallow her whole. David stood frozen, disbelief etched across his face, and for a single heartbeat, they were bound by their shared loss. The two of them, fractured souls grappling with the weight of a past that held them in its icy grip. In that moment, Lydia realized the truth: the journey of the soul after death was not about the release, but about the chains left behind, chains of regret, of pain, of love unfulfilled. As the darkness inched closer, the shadows danced on the walls, beckoning, whispering promises of release and renewal. They were caught in a cycle, a loop of grief and suffering, where forgiveness felt like a distant star, flickering tantalizingly out of reach. "Lydia," David's voice wavered, the finality of their father's departure echoing in the stillness. In that haunting silence, the two of them stood, teetering on the edge of understanding, a haunting realization that the journey wasn't about closure, but about learning to live with the echoes of those who came before, and those who would follow. As the shadows crept closer, the candle's flame burned lower, leaving behind the taste of ash and the promise of something yet to come. Time dripped like wax, and they stood together, fractured but still breathing, waiting for the next chapter, for the next flicker of light in the darkness, the next call of the souls that lingered just beyond their reach. The air crackled with tension, a palpable electricity humming through the dimly lit hall of the first court. Shadows danced across the stone walls, flickering in rhythm with the rapid beats of my heart. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, as the weight of 1,000 souls pressed down upon me. In the depths of my being, I could feel the presence of those long gone, their whispered regret swirling around me like ghosts in a forgotten dance. It was a moment suspended in time, where eternity collided with the now, and I wondered if I too would become just another echo. The room, filled with the scent of old wood and something bittersweet, perhaps the residue of past dreams, was alive with unspoken stories. I could see him at the center, the figure of a man bathed in shadow and light, his face a mask of anguish and resolve. This was Malavestros, the once proud leader of the Underworld, now a paragon of despair. His eyes, dark as the abyss, bore the weight of 1,000 failures, and as he raised his hand, the silence thickened. It was the calm before a storm, the moment just before a heart shatters. "I remember the day it all began," he whispered, voice barely more than a sigh, as if uttering the words would conjure the reality he desperately sought to escape. "I remember the laughter that echoed through the halls, the naive hope of a brighter future. But hope, I learned, was a fickle mistress. Here, in this place where life and death were mere whispers apart, hope was a luxury none could afford." I shifted my gaze to Evangeline, her silhouette sharp against the flickering torches. She was a haunting beauty, fierce and fragile, a warrior forged in the fires of betrayal. Her heart was a battlefield, torn between loyalty to Malavestros and the secret she harbored deep within her soul. I watched her hands tremble slightly, the steel of her blade glinting ominously in the low light. It was her weapon and her curse, reminding her every moment of the blood that stained her past. "Stand with me," Malavestros urged, desperation clawing at his voice. "We must confront them before all is lost." But I could see the doubt in Evangeline's eyes, the flicker of fear that told a different story. The ghosts of her past whispered to her, tempting her with dark promises. She was caught in a tempest, and every choice felt like a knife's edge. "I can't," she finally replied, her voice breaking, and in that moment, I felt the weight of her decision like a knife twisting in my own chest. What if I'm the one they come for? What if I'm the one who loses everything? It was a question that shattered the silence, echoing through the court like an ominous bell tolling in the distance. As the spectre of despair loomed, I caught sight of the grand clock hanging above the throne, its hands moving languidly, tauntingly. The seconds dripped like molasses, each tick a reminder of how close we were to the abyss. I could feel time slipping away, and with it, my hope dwindled like the last ember of a dying fire. I wanted to scream, to shake them both from their stupor, to remind them that the fight wasn't over yet, that darkness only flourishes in the absence of light. But words failed me. Instead, I felt the rush of regret, the aching realization that the choices we make in moments of crisis define who we are. The past loomed large, a spectral weight that hung over us like a noose. Malavestros, Evangeline, and I, we were all prisoners of our own making, shackled to our fears, our guilt, our love. I remember, I started, but the words caught in my throat as the door to the first court creaked open. A chill swept through the room, the atmosphere shifting from stagnant dread to electric anticipation. An uninvited presence, dark and terrible, slithered inside, cloaked in shadows that seemed to breathe. It was the herald of despair, the harbinger of our reckoning. "Your time is up," it hissed, voice like splintering glass. "You think you can defy fate? You think you can escape your destinies?" The air thickened, and I felt it then, a storm of emotions crashing against the walls of my heart. Anger surged, fueled by the injustice of it all. How dare it come here, taunting us with our fears? But beneath my rage lay a potent fear, raw and undeniable. "Fight, Evangeline! Fight!" I wanted to scream. "Don't let the shadows win." But the words hung heavy, suffocated by the weight of despair that filled the court. Malavestros stepped forward, his body shaking but resolute. "I will not yield. We will not surrender to your darkness." His voice cut through the silence with a fury that ignited something deep within me. For a fleeting moment, I felt the fire of hope flare, a spark of defiance against the encroaching night. But that flicker was short-lived. The shadows stirred, closing in like the tide, relentless and consuming. I could see in Evangeline's eyes the glimmer of understanding mingled with fear, a recognition that we were not merely fighting for ourselves, but for something far greater, something that transcended the very fabric of existence. "Together," she whispered, and in that word, I felt the weight of our shared anguish, our fears, our hopes. Together, we could stand against the encroaching darkness, but first, we had to confront our own. The clock ticked on, each passing second a reminder of our fragile mortality. I could hear the echoes of laughter, the distant sound of a world we had once known. There was no going back, but perhaps, just perhaps, there was still a way forward. The court of the dead awaited, the shadows writhed and twisted, and our fates hung in the balance. With every heartbeat, the intensity swelled, the air thick with unspoken truths and the promise of confrontation. We stood on the precipice of something monumental, a collision of worlds, a promise whispered in the dark. And as the shadows loomed closer, I realized that this was the moment that would define us, not just as individuals, but as souls intertwined in a battle against despair. In the midst of chaos, with hearts racing and minds whirling, we readied ourselves for the reckoning. The first court pulsed with the echoes of our choices, shadows dancing at the edge of our resolve. The time for hesitation was over. Together, we would face the darkness, or we would be consumed by it. The air hung thick with a rancid silence, like the aftermath of a thunderstorm, where electricity still crackled in the marrow of the night. I stood at the threshold of the second court, more commonly known as the court of tongue-lashing, where words became weapons, and the soul bled with every syllable cut free. Shadows danced along the walls, whispering secrets of those who tread this path before, each echo a ghostly reminder of the power of the spoken word. The dim light illuminated two figures, their faces carved from anguish and pride. One was Ilara, her heart a tempest of rage and vulnerability, her eyes blazing with unshed tears that threatened to spill over like rain on a cracked earth. She felt betrayed, her insides roiling like a cauldron boiling over, memories of friendship now twisted into daggers. Her voice, usually melodic and soft, now rippled with an edge, a hint of steel beneath the sweetness. "How could you, Finn? How could you stand there, smiling, while I crumbled?" And there was Finn, a man whose laughter once filled our shared moments with joy, now standing in the crossfire of Ilara's wrath. His face was a portrait of regret, the shadows pooling under his cheekbones. He was a coward, trapped in the web of his own making, his heart a cage filled with fluttering, frightened birds. "I didn't mean to hurt you," he whispered, but even his voice trembled, thin like glass, ready to shatter at any moment. Outside, the distant clang of the executioner's axe echoed, a grim symphony for the damned. The stench of burnt flesh, remnants of a day's gruesome work, wafted through the air. In the court of tongue-lashing, we were all executioners of a different kind, wielding words like swords, unafraid to slice through the delicate fabric of human connection. The stakes were high, and the chamber felt alive, pulsating with a dark energy, vibrating with unresolved conflicts and haunting memories. I remember, Ilara's voice cracked, when you said we would face the world together. I remember the promises, the dreams, the laughter, and now, her breath hitched, a chasm of vulnerability opening beneath her. Now, you've turned our friendship into a battlefield. Finn's heart raced, each pulse a heavy drumbeat of guilt. "I thought I was saving you," he said, desperation twisting his words, but he knew it was a lie as soon as it left his lips. He hadn't saved anyone, he had abandoned them, left them to navigate a treacherous sea alone. "I never wanted this. I never wanted you to hurt. Stop." Ilara's voice sliced through the air, sharp enough to draw blood. "Don't you dare put this on me. You made your choice. You chose to flicker out my light." The wall shivered, mirroring the tumult within her. In that moment, she wasn't just a woman scorned, she was a force of nature, a tempest ready to unleash devastation upon the unwary. Finn flinched, the weight of her words crashing against him like waves against a jagged shore. The haunting echoes of the past flickered in his mind, laughter shared, dreams forged, now twisted into a grotesque caricature of what they once were. He was a fool, a coward caught in his own web of justifications, but the truth clawed at his insides. He couldn't look at her, not now, not when the ghosts of their friendship hovered like specters, demanding answers. "I remember the first time we met," he finally murmured, almost to himself, lost in the haze of nostalgia. "You were so full of life, like a wildflower pushing through concrete. You brightened the darkest days." He looked up, catching a glimpse of the girl he once knew beneath the layers of hurt. "I just wanted to protect you." Her laughter rang hollow, echoing through the chamber like a bell tolling for the lost. "Protect me? Or protect yourself? You shunned me when I needed you most." The words dripped with venom, coating the air in shimmering darkness, a toxic fog that wrapped around them, tightening its grip with each breath. Outside, the moon hung low, casting a pale glow, a witness to their unraveling. Time slipped through their fingers like grains of sand, and with every second, the tension between them thickened to a point where it felt like they would burst apart, nothing but shards of what once was. "I am so tired," Finn finally confessed, the weight of his shame pulling him down into an abyss of self-loathing. "Tired of pretending everything's fine, when it's not. Tired of wearing this mask, the jovial fool, while my heart rots inside." He took a step forward, despair leaking from his eyes. "Can't you see? I'm broken too." Ilara's heart wavered, a fragile bird caught in a storm. She wanted to scream, to tear him apart with words that could cut deeper than any blade, but beneath the layers of rage, there was something else, a flicker of understanding, a thread of compassion that refused to die. "You think I don't know what it's like to be shattered? To stand on the precipice of despair while the world carries on like nothing matters? I felt the darkness wrap around me, but you," her voice trembled, "you left me to face it alone." Finn flinched at the truth, guilt gnawing at the corners of his heart. The specter of their friendship loomed large, a haunting reminder of the promises broken. "Ilara, I would take it all back if I could. Every moment I chose silence over truth, every lie I told to avoid your hurt, I would take it back." But words were nothing in the court of tongue-lashing. The air crackled with the weight of their unspoken truths, and a silence fell, heavier than lead. Outside, the executioner's axe fell again, a grim reminder of the cost of betrayal. Within these walls, they were both executioners and victims, bound by the very language that could either save them or condemn them. "Then speak," Ilara urged, her breath shallow. "Lay it all bare. If we are to face this darkness together, it starts with the truth." And so, under the watchful eyes of ghosts long gone, Finn began to untangle the threads of his heart, the words spilling forth like a river breaking free from its dam. The tension was electric, a raw crescendo of pain and revelation, and together they stood on the precipice of confrontation, ready to plunge into the depths of their own making. The court of tongue-lashing was not just a place, it was a reckoning, and as the echoes of their confession swirled around them, the darkness began to shimmer with the promise of something yet to be born, a chance to rebuild from the ashes, to weave a new story born from the fiery embrace of honesty. But in that moment, the truth remained unclaimed, hovering on the cusp of revelation, waiting for the next heartbeat, the next breath, to finally break free. The air in the third court is thick, pregnant with unsaid words and heavy with the ghosts of past betrayals. I stand there, heart racing like a caged animal, watching as shadows flicker in the dim light, casting elongated shapes against the cold stone walls. A mother's anguished scream pierces through the silence, a sound that reverberates within me, echoing memories of my own lost kin. I remember the warmth of my mother's embrace, the way her laughter filled our tiny home like sunlight spilling through cracked windows. But that was a lifetime ago. In front of me, two figures stand, their faces twisted with desperation and unresolved guilt. Yuna, a woman of fierce determination, clutches a fragile piece of parchment, a letter, perhaps, bearing the weight of 1,000 regrets. She trembles, not from the chill that seeps into her bones but from the fear of facing her past. Her eyes are a tempest of fury and sorrow, swirling like dark storm clouds threatening to break. "I can't do this," she cries, voice quaking, as if the act of saying it makes the truth all the more unbearable. Across from her is Gyro, his shoulders slumped beneath the weight of unspoken truths, his brow furrowed like a tightly wound spring ready to snap. I can see in his eyes the flicker of memories, fractured moments of a childhood spent in the long shadows of honor and duty. "You must, Yuna. The court demands it." His voice is barely a whisper, heavy with the resignation of one who knows the cost of silence all too well. I remember the stories told in hushed tones by the elders, tales of the third court, where filial piety reigns supreme, a sacred bond that binds us to the very marrow of our being. They spoke of it as a virtue, a guiding light in the darkness. But standing here, in the heart of the court, I feel its cold grip tightening around my throat, suffocating the very essence of love and loyalty. The air crackles with tension as Yuna's hands shake, the parchment fluttering like a wounded bird. I can't betray him. "He's my father," she whispers, as if the name alone could shield her from the consequences. But I know, oh how I know, that shadows hide darker truths. Gyro takes a step closer, his voice low and urgent. "But he betrayed you first. Do you not see? There is no honor in silence when it costs you your soul. His words hang between them like a noose, tightening, threatening to choke the very life out of their bond. I see the flicker of doubt in Yuna's eyes, a quicksilver flash that betrays her conflicting heart. It pulls at me, a visceral ache that resonates with my own struggles. I remember standing at the crossroads of love and obligation, the choice burning like a branding iron on my skin. Do I follow my heart, or do I stay loyal to the chains that bind me? The court looms around us, an ancient testament to the weight of familial duty. Shadows dance eerily as the lanterns flicker, illuminating the faces of those who have come before, ghosts of ancestors, their expressions caught between satisfaction and despair. They stare at us, judging, demanding. Their whispers weave a tapestry of guilt that wraps tighter and tighter, until I can hardly breathe. Do you think he will protect you? Gyro's voice cuts through the noise, a knife slicing through the fabric of denial. He is a man who has traded his children for power, Yuna. He would see you as a pawn in his game, not as a daughter. The truth of his words hangs heavy in the air, a bitter taste of betrayal that seeps into my soul. I want to scream at the injustice of it all, at the twisted beauty of family loyalty weaponized against the innocent. Yuna's face twists, caught in a storm of emotions, love, anger, fear. She clutches the letter to her chest, as if it can somehow protect her from the reality that looms so close. I just want to be loved, Gyro. Is that so wrong? Her voice is a thin thread, fraying at the edges. I remember when love was simple, a child's laughter echoing through sunlit halls, where trust was a warm blanket against the chill of the world. But love, I've learned, can be a double-edged sword, cutting deeper than any knife. Gyro's determination ignites like a spark in dry tinder. It's not wrong, but it's not enough. It's not enough to throw yourself at the mercy of a man who sees you as nothing but a trophy. The fire in his voice rises, a desperate plea that reverberates through the stone walls, igniting the very air we breathe with urgency. As the shadows close in, I feel the walls of the court pressing down on us, the weight of expectation crashing like a tidal wave. I can taste the salt of tears unshed, the bitterness of betrayal that lingers like a spectre. Every heartbeat echoes in my chest, a reminder of what is at stake. Will Yuna choose loyalty, or will she choose herself? The moment is electric, a standoff caught in the space between silence and chaos, a breath held too long on the edge of a precipice. I hold my breath, waiting, aching for a decision that will shatter the fragile equilibrium we cling to. The court watches, a collective heartbeat, a breath suspended in time. With one trembling hand, Yuna unfolds the letter, her fingers brushing over the delicate script, the words trembling as if they carry the weight of the world. This is my choice, my truth, she breathes, and the words resonate like a distant bell tolling in the night. The shadows tremble, the air thick with anticipation as I realize, the confrontation is only just beginning, and the echoes of this moment will linger long after the final judgment is cast. I can only watch, caught in the tempest of their emotions, as the tides of fate begin to shift, knowing that the court will not forget, and neither will we. The air was thick with tension, a suffocating miasma that clung to the skin like a shroud. Shadows danced like specters across stone walls, flickering in the dim light of torches that sputtered like dying dreams. I stood at the precipice of dread, my heart thundering in my chest, each beat a reminder of the moment that lay ahead. The fourth court awaited, its name a whisper of darkness that reverberated through the souls of those who dared to tread here, a place where hope was smothered under the weight of despair. What if they find out? Ilara's voice trembled, a fragile thread woven through the chaos. Her eyes, wide and frantic, darted from one corner of the chamber to another, as if the very stones might betray her. I could see the fear pooling in her gaze, a storm of emotions that threatened to spill over. She was a warrior, or at least she used to be. Now, she was merely a shadow of her former self, haunted by ghosts of decisions made in desperation. "Quiet!" I hissed, the urgency clawing at my throat. But even I felt the quiver in my own resolve. I was no hero in this tale, just a man entangled in the suffocating narrative that was our lives. My name was Kaelin, and I had come to know the court of crushing not as a mere setting, but as a force, a living entity that devoured the very essence of those who faced its judgment. The echoes of footsteps grew louder, each step a harbinger of doom. They were coming. The guards, masked in black, their faces hidden behind cold metal, moved with the precision of a hunting pack. I could almost taste the iron tang of their resolve, the bitter reminder that in this realm, mercy was but a myth. Ilara, I remember, I swallowed hard, forcing the memories to surface. I remember the night we first spoke of rebellion, the way the stars seemed to pulse with possibility. It felt like we could change the world. Her lips twisted into a bitter smile, a stark contrast to the youthful spark that had once ignited her spirit. And now? Now we stand at the edge of our own tombs. The corridors seemed to close in around us, the stone walls exhaling a chill that seeped into our bones. I felt the weight of time pressing down, each heartbeat a reminder of the inevitability of our fate. The court was swift and unyielding, and the whispers of those who had come before us echoed like a dirge in my mind. We were just two more souls ready to be crushed. As the guards rounded the corner, their presence loomed like a dark cloud, pregnant with the storm of judgment. I grabbed Ilara's wrist, a lifeline thrown into the tempest. We needed a plan, a flicker of hope in this abyss. But hope was a fickle thing, a butterfly caught in a storm. What if— No, she interrupted, her voice sharp as glass. No more plans that lead to death. We've tasted that too often. I remembered the laughter that used to spill from her lips like sunlight, a sound that felt impossibly distant now. Memories of our shared nights, plotting under the stars, had twisted into a tapestry of regrets. How had we let it come to this? The air shifted, a dark promise woven into the fabric of the moment. They were here. The guards entered, their eyes devoid of empathy, and I felt the world tilt. Time was a cruel jester, and its laughter echoed in my ears. We were at the fourth court, where the crushing weight of truth would either redeem us or bury us alive. Kaelin, Ilara, a voice rang out, smooth and cold, like ice cutting through flesh. It was the judge, a figure draped in the shadows of authority, their face obscured beneath a hood that seemed to swallow the light. You stand accused of treason against the realm. The sentence is, wait. I cried, the desperation spilling from my lips like blood from a wound. We can prove our loyalty. We can— But the judge's hand rose, silencing me with a mere gesture. Your words are ashes. Here, only the weight of your actions holds value. Ilara's grip on my hand tightened, her nails biting into my skin. I could feel her heartbeat, frantic and wild, mirroring the chaos in my own chest. We have fought for our freedom, she pleaded, her voice trembling. We are not your enemies. But the shadows around us shifted, a reminder of the countless souls they had consumed. I could feel the crushing despair of the previous victims, their whispers entwined with our own, a chorus of regret that filled the air. This was the court of crushing, where hope was suffocated, and dreams turned to dust. Enough! The judge's voice pierced through the tension, a blade cutting through our desperation. You will face the consequences of your choices. The court does not abide weakness. In that moment, I felt the world tilt once again, the ground beneath us a precarious edge. The weight of our past loomed like a spectre, taunting us with what could have been. I saw the flicker of fear in Ilara's eyes, the way her resolve faltered under the weight of inevitable doom. I remember, I whispered, barely audible over the pounding of my heart. I remember the stars, the way they shimmered with promise. I remember the laughter, the joy that once filled the void. But laughter was a distant memory now, and joy had withered under the suffocating grip of despair. The court was a beast, ready to devour us whole. And as the judge raised the gavel, a sound that resonated like a death knell, the shadows around us swelled, dark and consuming. My breath caught in my throat, a cry lodged in my chest. Every heartbeat echoed in the silence, a grim reminder that we were standing on the precipice of our own undoing, the crushing weight of our choices ready to swallow us whole. Time froze, each second stretching into infinity, as I realized, this was not just a trial. This was our reckoning. A moment that would shatter the very fabric of our souls. I looked at Ilara, her eyes wide with fear and defiance. In that fleeting moment, amidst the impending doom, I saw the flicker of a flame, a spark of rebellion that refused to be extinguished. and though we stood at the edge of darkness, a part of me dared to hope that we would rise from the ashes, or die trying. The court would crush many, but it would not claim our spirit without a fight. And as the shadows closed in, I clenched my fists, ready to face whatever lay ahead. The weight of the court pressed upon us, relentless and suffocating, but in the depths of despair, I could feel hope stirring, a haunting melody that refused to fade. The air crackled with despair, a suffocating blanket heavy with smoke and the acrid scent of burnt flesh. In the court of the burning pit, shadows danced like tortured souls, twisting and writhing against the flickering light of the flames. I stood there, heart pounding in my chest, pulse racing, an uninvited guest to a nightmare that felt all too familiar. The cries of the damned echoed, haunting my mind, and I could feel their pain clawing at my insides, ripping the fabric of my sanity. Alaric was there, his face a mask of rage and sorrow, the weight of his past pressing down on him like a millstone. Just moments before, he had pleaded with the council, his voice cracking with emotion as he begged for mercy for his sister, imprisoned here for a crime she did not commit. "She is innocent," he screamed, but the only response was the cruel laughter of the judges, men whose hearts had been blackened by years of power and greed. I remember the moment he turned, eyes wild with despair, and for a fleeting second, I saw the boy he once was, a boy who used to chase fireflies under the summer stars. Now, he was a man standing on the brink of madness, his sister's life dangling in the balance like a thread ready to snap. "If they burn her, I will make them all pay," he swore, a promise that chilled me to the bone. I could see the flicker of hope in his eyes, but it was a flicker smothered by the impending darkness of loss. Then there was Aisling, a spirit woven with the threads of defiance and heartbreak. She occupied the shadows, an ethereal presence cloaked in sorrow. Her son had been taken from her, swept away by the tides of injustice, and the day she was dragged into this hellish court had marked the beginning of her own descent into despair. "I will not let them take him," she whispered, her voice a haunting melody that twisted through the air. Raw determination shimmered beneath her fragile exterior, yet I could see the cracks forming, her spirit threatened by the flames that licked at the edges of her resolve. The council sat above, cloaked in darkness, their eyes glinting like shards of glass. They thrived in chaos, feeding on the anguish beneath them. I could almost hear their thoughts, a cacophony of malice and indifference. They were the architects of suffering, the puppeteers pulling strings that bound lives to their whim. I shivered as I felt the heat from the pit warm my skin, a sinister promise of what awaited those deemed guilty. I remember the moment when Alaric rushed forward, a lion ready to pounce, his hands reaching toward the flames, a desperate act of courage wrapped in folly. "You will not burn her," he roared, his voice echoing through the court, resonating with a fervor that made the flames flicker in response. It was a moment suspended in time, a collision of fury and fear that vibrated through the very core of my being. I could feel his desperation, the raw, unfiltered love of a brother willing to sacrifice everything. But the council was unmoved, their indifference a chasm too wide to bridge. "Your sister's fate lies within the flames," one of them sneered, words dripping with contempt as he gestured toward the pit. It felt like a dagger to my heart, a callous reminder of our own mortality, our fragility. In that moment, I could feel the air drain from my lungs, the weight of their judgment pressing down like a leaden cloak. Aisling stepped forward, eyes blazing with a fire that rivaled the pit. "You think you can extinguish our spirits?" she cried, her voice rising above the din of despair. "We are not merely shadows to be consumed, we are the echoes of those who stood before us." She was a force of nature, a tempest as fierce as the flames, and in her defiance, I felt my own courage swell, a flicker of hope igniting in the depths of my soul. But then came the silence, a deafening void that swallowed us whole. Time stretched, warped, and reality hung in the balance as the council deliberated our fates. I could feel the weight of their stares, the cold scrutiny that stripped us bare. Each heartbeat thudded in my ears, a relentless reminder that the clock was ticking down to our doom. I remember the night, a celestial tapestry of shadows and stars, when I had first walked these cursed grounds, filled with ambition, hope, and dreams that now lay smoldering in the ash. The world was vast, yet I was bound to this moment, like a moth drawn to the flames. Each memory, the laughter, the warmth of long-forgotten love, felt like a ghost taunting me, a reminder of what I had lost. As the flames crackled, I could almost hear their whispers, each a promise and a warning. And just as the council prepared to seal our fates, Alaric, with the fire of desperation swirling in his eyes, took my hand tightly. "We will not go quietly into the night," he said, a fierce determination igniting his words. I felt the heat of his spirit, a beacon in the oppressive darkness. Aisling joined us, her resolve intertwining with ours, becoming a tapestry of defiance woven through shared pain. In that moment, we were not just victims, we were warriors, standing at the edge of the abyss, ready to confront the demons that sought to consume us. The fire of rebellion roared within us, an inferno that would not be extinguished. And as the council looked down, we became more than mere shadows, we became the embodiment of every cry for justice, every plea for compassion. The flames danced, hungry and wild, but so were we. In the court of the burning pit, we were about to unleash a storm the likes of which they had never seen. The air vibrated with anticipation, a tension that coiled tightly around us, and I realized, in the echo of our resolve, that the true battle had only just begun. The air crackled with tension, thick and suffocating, like the moment before a storm unleashes its wrath. You could feel it, the electric hum of anticipation prickled at the back of your neck, a warning that something unspeakable was about to unfold. The court of the iron tree loomed ahead, a twisted mass of gnarled branches clawing at the sky, each splintered limb a testament to the horrors that had taken place beneath its shadow. I stood there, my heart thundering in my chest, whispering prayers to gods I had long ceased to believe in. I remember the clash of metal, the sickening sound of steel against steel, resonating through the courtyard. It was the kind of noise that rattled your bones and made the very earth beneath you tremble. A fierce battle raged on, soldiers fighting with a desperation that clawed at my insides. I could see Lysander, his face streaked with dirt and blood, eyes wild with a fire that both terrified and captivated me. He had always been reckless, a firebrand with a heart that refused to be tamed. The way he charged into the fray was as if he wanted to consume everything in his path, as if he sought redemption in every swing of his sword. Then there was Eloan, her spirit like a tempest, fierce and unyielding. I remember how she stood at the edge of the chaos, her gaze fixed on the iron tree, a haunting symbol of despair. She wore her sorrow like a shroud, and I could see the cracks in her resolve. The whispers of the court had cut deep, planting seeds of doubt that twisted in her mind like thorns. I longed to reach out, to pull her from the brink, but the weight of my own doubts anchored me to the ground. I was paralyzed, caught in the web of my own inadequacies. The scene unfolded like a grotesque dance, spiraling into madness. Shadows darted between the combatants, whispers of betrayal brushing against my skin like phantom fingers. I remember the sound of a body hitting the ground, the sickening thud resonating in my chest like a funeral dirge. It was too late for them, but not for us, not yet. The iron tree stood sentinel, as if it fed on the misery around it, roots entwined in the soil of sorrow and despair. I could almost hear it breathing, the slow, rhythmic pulse of a dark heart echoing through the cries of the wounded. Lysander, my reckless flame, turned and locked eyes with me. In that moment, time fractured. I could see his hope, raw and unfiltered, battling the encroaching darkness. I wanted to scream, to tell him to run, that nothing good could come from this madness, but the words tangled in my throat. Instead, I raised my hand, a feeble signal, a futile attempt to anchor him to sanity. "Lysander!" I shouted, voice cracking like brittle glass. "We need to leave." But the pull of the court was magnetic, a siren song laced with temptation and despair. I could see it in him, the way he hesitated, the way the chaos wrapped around him like a lover's embrace. It was intoxicating, drawing him further into the fray, further from the safety of my grasp. Eloan's scream pierced through the cacophony like a blade. "Lysander!" She lunged forward, desperation fueling her every move. I remember the way her eyes glimmered, a thin veneer of hope fracturing under the weight of reality. "Don't! Come back!" But he was already lost, caught in the riptide of blood and steel. Shadows swirled around us, taunting and teasing, wrapping around our ankles like the ghosts of those who had come before. Each fallen soldier, each lost dream, added to the weight of despair that hung heavy in the air. The iron tree loomed larger, its branches creeping closer, hungry for the warmth of our souls. I felt the chill of its shadow run down my spine, a reminder of the choices we had made that led us here. I remember the stories, the ancient tales of those who had dared to challenge the court, their fate sealed by the very roots that entangled the land. And yet, here we were, standing at the precipice, on the brink of becoming another whispered legend. As the last light of day faded, darkness engulfed the battlefield, wrapping us in a shroud of uncertainty. I could hardly breathe. Fear clawed at my insides, a feral creature eager to escape. I could see Eloan wrestling with her own demons, each step toward Lysander a battle against the voices that clawed at the edges of her mind. "I remember you," she whispered, fear threading through her voice. "I remember us, before all this, but time was a cruel master, relentless in its march forward, and the past was a fragile thing." The moment became a tapestry of memories, Lysander laughing beneath the stars, Eloan dancing in the moonlight, all of us together, untouched by the shadows of the iron tree. Those memories were now ghosts, flickering in the darkness, haunting and beautiful. Then came the shriek, a soul wrenched from existence, the sound echoing into the night like a warning bell. I flinched, my heart shattering into a million jagged pieces. Time slowed, each heartbeat stretching into eternity. The iron tree shuddered, the branches whispering secrets of those who had sacrificed everything, and I realized, with a sickening jolt, that we danced on the edge of oblivion. "Lysander!" I screamed, but the world fell silent, the chaos fading into a haunting stillness. The air grew dense with the weight of impending doom, and I felt a deep chasm opening beneath us, threatening to swallow us whole. Eloan's hand found mine, squeezing tightly, a fragile tether in a world spiraling out of control. And as the first stars blinked into existence above, we stood at the precipice of our choices, hearts pounding, ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. The iron tree loomed, a testament to our fears and desires, a reminder that in the dance between light and darkness, we were all but whispers in the wind, echoing through the night. The clang of steel reverberated through the air, slicing through the suffocating silence like a scream. I stood at the edge of the seventh court, heart racing, breath caught somewhere between dread and exhilaration. Shadows danced along the cobblestones, twisting and turning like the lives that flickered beneath the flickering torches. And there, in the center, was Nora, her blade glinting under the pale moonlight, poised to strike. I remember the way she looked that night, eyes wild, reflecting the chaos around her. There was no room for fear in her heart, only rage, thick and intoxicating. I had watched her train for years, every swing of the sword more refined, perfected, yet nothing could prepare me for this moment. Her opponent, a man shrouded in darkness, face hidden beneath a hood, was a specter of death. "Step back!" I shouted, but my voice was swallowed by the clamor. The Court of the Blades was a ruthless arena where only the strongest survived. Blood was the currency, and fear the law. I could feel the weight of it pressing down on me, a specter whispering that hope was a luxury we could not afford. I glanced at Marcus, his fists clenched, body taut with unspent energy. A warrior trapped within the confines of his own morality. "Let her fight," he spat, the words laced with desperation. "Let her die." I shot back, frustration boiling over. "You think this is glory? It's a graveyard, Marcus." But he would not listen. Not now. He had his demons to battle, ghosts of the past clinging to him like shadows. I could see them in his eyes, the guilt, the regret, a lifetime of choices that led him here, standing on the precipice of chaos. Nora lunged, her blade arcing through the air with deadly grace. Time slowed, every heartbeat a drum echoing in my ears. I remembered her laughter, the way it used to fill the room like sunlight breaking through a storm. But the girl who laughed was long gone, replaced by a specter forged in the fires of conflict. Her opponent countered, steel clashing against steel, sparks flying like fireflies in the night. I held my breath, a silent prayer escaping my lips, knowing full well that this was no mere contest, it was survival. Each strike was a plea, each parry a cry for help. "Get out of there!" I yelled again, but the words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of inevitability. Marcus's face was a mask of determination. She won't back down. She can't. And I realized, in that moment, that Nora fought as if the very act of living depended on it. There was a wildness in her, a primal need to prove herself, to cut through the chains that bound her spirit. The court was her prison and her escape, each swing of her blade a rebellion against fate. With every clash, I felt the darkness creeping closer. It whispered promises of loss, its fingers curling around my heart. I remember the stories, the fallen warriors, the blood-soaked arenas, the echoes of forgotten lives. They haunted me, reminding me that in this world, fear was the only certainty. The fight unfolded like a fever dream, bursts of energy punctuated by moments of stillness, the kind that make you question reality. Distant laughter echoed. It could have been from the crowd, or perhaps it was just a figment of my shattered mind, darkly humorous, twisted, absurd. "Do you hear that?" I murmured to Marcus, but he was lost in the throes of the battle, eyes fixed on Nora. The ground trembled beneath us, as if the very stones were mourning the violence that unfolded. I could feel the pulse of the earth, the heartbeat of a city that thrived on chaos. It was a reminder that time waited for no one. Nora struck again, pushing her opponent back, the ferocity in her eyes a fire that threatened to consume her. But then, a misstep, just a moment of hesitation, and I could see it in her stance, the flicker of doubt that caught the wind like a falling feather. "Focus! Nora, focus!" My voice cut through the fog, but it felt distant, as if I were watching someone else's life unfold. Marcus clenched his jaw, determination etched on his face. "She's got this," he whispered, though even he could hear the tremor in his tone. And then it happened, her opponent seized the opportunity, a strike aimed at her heart. Time stretched, every second an eternity, my body frozen in horror. But she was quicker, a reflection of something primal and raw. I saw her dodge, the movement fluid, a dancer evading the darkness that sought to claim her. The crowd erupted, sounds of disbelief mixed with awe, as she retaliated with deadly precision. I felt the air thicken with tension, a storm brewing just beyond the horizon. The world around us seemed to shift, colors dimming, shadows lengthening. I could taste the salt of my own tears, the bitter tang of fear clinging to the back of my throat. "Don't look away!" I screamed, desperation clawing at my insides. The fight raged on, a display of raw emotion, both beautiful and horrifying. I watched, breath hitching, as Nora became more than just a girl wielding a blade. She was a tempest, a storm of defiance against the inevitable. And then, with a final clash, the world shattered around us. The blade found its mark, and I could feel the air shift, the weight of fate pressing down like a leaden shroud. In that instant, everything seemed to slow, a heartbeat caught in the web of time. Nora stood, breathless, victorious yet haunted. The echoes of the crowd faded into silence, shadows creeping in where light had once danced. And there it was, the price of glory, the cost of survival. I could see the darkness lingering in her eyes, the specters of doubt and despair whispering sweet promises of their own. Time, once an enemy, now seemed to twist and curl, wrapping around us like a dark blanket. I remember the taste of blood, the cold kiss of steel, the echo of a life forever altered. And as I looked into Nora's eyes, I knew that this was just the beginning, a thread woven into the tapestry of the Seventh Court, a tale of blades and blood that would never truly end. The bridge swayed, its ancient stones groaning under the weight of desperation and fear. I could feel my heart thrumming in my chest, a wild drumbeat that echoed in the stillness, drowning out the whispers of the night. Each step was treacherous, the air thick with the scent of wet earth and something else, something metallic, like blood or betrayal. Shadows danced at the edges of my vision, twisting and curling as if they had a life of their own, and I shuddered, the chill creeping into my bones, leaving me raw and exposed. Elder stood beside me, her eyes wide, glistening pools of terror. She clutched the fraying edge of her cloak, fingers trembling as she glanced back toward the darkened path we had taken to reach this cursed bridge, a loop of fate that felt impossibly tight. "We shouldn't have come here, Tamsin," she whispered, her voice trembling, breaking like dried leaves crumbling underfoot. "It's too late. They're already watching us." I shook my head, a stubborn flicker of defiance sparking within. "No. This is where the truth lies. We can't turn back now." My throat tightened around the words, each one a dagger slicing through the fog of doubt. But deep down, a gnawing dread clawed at my insides, reminding me that we were stepping into a darkness that didn't care about our hopes or fears. From the shadowy height of the bridge, the river below churned, a black ribbon reflecting the faint light of the moon, a silent witness to our impending doom. The water whispered secrets, taunting us with promises of escape, yet we both knew it was a lie. Then I saw him, Alaric, leaning against the stone railing, silhouetted against the luminescent sky as if he were one with the night itself. Something ached in my chest as I caught sight of him, a mix of longing and betrayal that swirled together like the currents below. His presence was magnetic, pulling me closer, but the truth burned like acid in my throat. He had chosen this path, the court of the bridge was his sanctuary, and we had become unwitting pawns in a game he played with shadows and whispers. "Elder," he called, his voice smooth, a dark melody that dripped with allure. "Tamsin. You've come. I knew you would." Against my will, I stepped forward, my feet moving as if compelled by forces unseen. The bridge creaked, a warning from the world around us that I barely heard over the pounding of my heart. "You knew." I spat, rage boiling over, turning my fear into something sharp and fierce. "You knew what this place was, and yet you brought us here." He held up his hands, a gesture of peace, but all I saw were the shadows that clung to him like a shroud. "It's not what you think. The court holds the answers you seek." "Answers?" Elder croaked, her voice shaking like autumn leaves caught in a gale. "Or more lies? You think we'd trust you after everything?" "Trust is a luxury we can't afford," I hissed, even as the ache for his approval twisted my insides. "You've played with our lives long enough, Alaric." The air thickened, charged with the weight of our shared history, and I felt the slip of time, like grains of sand through my fingers. I remembered when we were children, chasing fireflies beneath the stars, the world untainted and pure. But those days were ghosts now, fading echoes drowned in the chaos of secrets and bloodshed. Alaric stepped closer, his eyes dark pools of desire and desperation. "I know what you both think of me, but you can't turn away from this. Not now. Not when we stand on the edge of something monumental." I wanted to scream, to drive my fists into the stone of the bridge until my anger turned to dust. "Monumental? You mean the destruction of everything we hold dear?" With each word, the air grew heavier, charged with unspoken emotions, a whirlwind of fear and sorrow wrapping around us like a noose. Elder's breath caught in her throat, and in that moment, I saw the flicker of hope extinguished in her eyes. "Let's just go," she pleaded, glancing back, searching for a way out. "Before it's too late." But it felt too late already. I was caught in Alaric's orbit, unable to break free, every heartbeat a reminder of the bond we had, one steeped in pain and longing. "And if you're wrong?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper, raw with the weight of my own conflict. "What if we walk away and never know?" He stepped closer still, the space between us electric, a chasm filled with unfulfilled promises. "And what if we stay? What awaits us here, Tamsin?" I felt the ground shift beneath my feet, the very stones of the bridge vibrating with the tension that hung heavy like a storm. It was a question that clawed at me, unraveling my resolve. "I don't know," I admitted, the truth spilling from my lips like a confession. "But I can't pretend anymore. Not when everything feels wrong." The shadows flickered, and for a fleeting moment, I saw them, the ghosts of choices long past. I remembered the laughter, the warmth of friendship, the flickers of light in our darkest hours. But that light was dimming, snuffed out by the weight of betrayal and the choices that chained us to this fate. "Then maybe it's time," Alaric's voice was soft, a caress that cut deeper than any blade, "to face the truth. Together." The river roared below, a hungry beast ready to swallow our fears whole. I glanced at Elder, her face a canvas of uncertainty and fear, and I knew we stood at a precipice. As I took a step forward, the bridge trembled beneath me, and I felt the universe holding its breath, waiting, watching. The shadows danced like a fever dream, and everything I feared came rushing back, a torrent of memories and emotions that threatened to pull us under. Tension wrapped around us like chains as we stood there, caught between past and future, light and darkness. I could feel the weight of every choice pressing down, the world narrowing to this singular moment, where everything could change, or nothing at all. "Stay or go," I whispered, my heart racing, "the choice is ours." And the night held its breath, waiting for us to leap into the abyss. The air crackled with a tension that felt almost alive, a static charge that hung thick like fog, heavy and suffocating. Shadows danced under the flickering torches, twisting against the cold stone walls of the ninth court. This was where the ghosts came to haunt, where the living were but echoes of what once was. I stood there, heart pounding, breath caught in my throat, the whisper of souls brushing against my skin. The ghosts were restless tonight, and so was I. Lena stood in the center of the court, her eyes wide, reflecting a fear that clawed at my insides. I remembered when we were once full of laughter, so young that the world seemed like a playground, a labyrinth of endless adventure. But that was before she lost her brother, before the whispers of grief turned her into a shadow herself. "They're calling for me," she murmured, her voice barely rising above the chilling echoes. I felt the pull of her words, understood the gravity of her longing. "I can't stay away any longer. Lena, please," I implored, desperation threading through my voice like a lifeline. "Don't go to them. They're not who you think they are." But how could I convince her of something I barely understood myself? I was lost in my own turmoil, trapped between wanting to protect her and the selfish desire to grasp onto what was left of our friendship. From the corner of my eye, I saw Marcus, pacing like a caged beast, his face set in grim lines. Once, he was the life of the party, a beacon of joy. Now he was submerged in darkness, consumed by his own grief. He had lost not just a brother but his sense of purpose. "Lena, you can't trust them," he echoed my fears, his voice rough, like gravel scraping against glass. "They're just shadows, shadows that know who we are," she finished for him, her voice dripping with defiance. "They know all our secrets." The air thickened, as if the walls themselves were leaning in, eager to hear the truth. I thought of my own secrets, buried deep beneath layers of denial, and felt the weight of them pressing down harder than the stone above. "Let them speak to you, Lena." It wasn't just a plea, it was a warning wrapped in hope. What if they only bring you pain? What if they take you too? My heart raced, each beat punctuated with the memory of her laughter, the way it used to fill the empty spaces of my life. Each moment felt suspended, a fragile thread weaving us all together, fraying at the edges. The shadows began to shift, forming figures that shimmered in the dim light, almost corporeal but not quite. They were the echoes of those lost, voices of the past beckoning with promises of truth, truths I feared to know. My skin prickled with their presence, each whisper a caress of cold that froze the blood in my veins. I could see them now, the faces of those we had loved, twisted with longing and sorrow, their eyes pleading. I remembered, oh, how I remembered, what it felt like to lose everything. "Do you see them?" Lena's voice was barely a whisper, a fragile song lost in the winds of the court. "They want me to join them." The conflict roared in her eyes, a storm brewing between the warmth of her memories and the chill of her fear. "Lena, don't you want to live? To feel the sun on your face, to taste freedom?" I took a step closer, my hands reaching out as if I could physically pull her back from the edge. "You're not ready to give up. We're not done fighting yet." But Marcus was unyielding, his voice steely. "They'll consume you, Lena. They take and take until there's nothing left but a hollow shell." And yet, the ghosts continued to weave their whispers, seductive tales of what lay beyond the veil, an eternity without pain, without loss. I could see the flicker of temptation in her eyes, the shadows inching closer with each heartbeat. Suddenly, the air shifted, the temperature dropped, and a silence fell over the court that felt like a weight pressing down on us. I could feel my own heartbeat, rapid and frantic, a mantra of fear. Time stretched and warped, the very fabric of reality fraying at the seams. I was drowning in this moment, the walls closing in, and I could see the glimmer of hope flickering like a candle in the storm. "We need to leave, now." My voice was urgent, pulling at the threads of her resolve. Yet, deep down, I felt the selfishness of my plea. I didn't want her to go, but I feared for myself too. Losing her would be like losing a part of my soul. But she turned to me, a light of determination igniting behind her fear. "I have to know, for him. I can't let him go without saying goodbye." The ghost swirled around her, beckoning, an invisible tide pulling her toward the abyss. I felt the sharp edge of despair claw at me, a deep ache that throbbed with every second that passed. "Lena, what if he doesn't want you to go?" I pressed, but the words felt flimsy against the weight of her grief. "I have to try," she whispered, and in that moment, everything hung in the balance, the weight of the past, the burden of choice, the echoes of lost time. The shadows lunged, wrapping around her like an embrace, and I felt the gravitational pull of loss, the inevitability of what was to come. The ground beneath my feet trembled, a low rumble that echoed through the court, a harbinger of doom. I grasped her wrist, my grip desperate, pleading, "Don't let them take you. Fight!" But her eyes had glazed over, the longing consuming her, and I felt the heartbreaking truth settle in my bones: this battle was hers to fight. In that moment, as the phantoms began to close in, I understood something profound: we were all ghosts in our own right, haunted by our choices, our desires, our fears. The shadows surged forward, the world around us bent like the fragile threads of fate unraveling. I was screaming now, a raw sound ripped from my throat, but it echoed back, a futile protest against the tide of darkness. I remembered her laughter, her warmth, and the way she lit up the room. And as the veil began to close around her, I could only watch, helpless, as she stepped into the unknown. The ninth court held its breath, and so did I. The ghosts had claimed their own. The air crackled with tension, thick as the weight of unspoken fears, when the clock struck midnight. Shadows twisted in the corners of the 10th court, where souls gathered, lost, uncertain, and desperate. I stood at the threshold, my heart pounding like war drums. The distant murmurs of the damned echoed around me, a cacophony of regret and longing. Somewhere, someone was crying, a soft, keening sound that clawed at my insides, making my own pain feel like a festering wound. Before me, a platform rose, cloaked in twilight, where a figure draped in a shroud of shimmering silver confronted the living and the lost. I squinted, searching for a glimpse of humanity in the soul that had just stepped forward. It was a woman, her face obscured by a veil, yet I felt her anguish wrap around me like a cold embrace. I braced myself, knowing that every choice made here would resonate through lifetimes. "Lillian," the figure spoke, voice smooth as silk but laced with the bite of iron. I recognized her, Lillian, my sister, who had vanished into the night 3 years prior, leaving nothing but echoes of laughter and a void that swallowed my days. She had been so full of life, so vibrant, and now, she stood before the court, a specter of the past. My heart ached, a relentless drumbeat of grief and guilt. "Are you ready to face your truth?" the figure asked, and I felt the air shift, an unseen current pulling at our souls. Lillian trembled, eyes locked on the ground, haunted by memories too painful to bear. "I remember," she whispered, the words barely a breath, yet they crashed against me like waves against a shore. "I remember the night they found me." The confession dripped with a sorrow so profound it threatened to drown us both. I wanted to reach out, to comfort her, but my feet felt like stone, rooted to this grim reality. Nearby, a man stepped forward, the weight of the world on his shoulders. His name was Thomas, a stranger to me yet so achingly familiar, his grief mirrored my own. He too had lost someone, I could see it in the way his hands trembled, the way he clenched his jaw, fighting against the tide of despair that threatened to pull him under. "I remember," he murmured, voice thick with emotion. I remember her smile, the way it lit up the room. It was everything. The truth hung heavy in the air, a palpable force that bound us together in our suffering. The figure gestured again, and the shadows shifted, revealing a vast expanse of memory swirling like a storm. Images flickered, a child's laughter, a mother's embrace, a final breath. Each moment pulsed with life, yet each was laced with the sharp sting of loss. I felt myself slipping, drowning in the torrent of emotion, suspended in time between what was and what could never be again. "Lillian," I whispered, voice ragged, "you don't have to go through this alone." But my words fell like stones into the abyss, swallowed whole by the darkness that surrounded us. I struggled to breathe, each inhale a reminder of all that had been stolen, the warmth of her laughter, the easy comfort of her presence. Without warning, the atmosphere thickened, a palpable hunger filling the air. The figure, the arbiter of this court, sensed our turmoil, and a smile played on their lips, a knowing, sinister grin. "Are you prepared to forego your pain?" To let go of your memories. The tone was deceptively gentle, but it dripped with malice, an invitation to despair that made my skin crawl. In that moment, Lillian's eyes met mine, a flash of recognition igniting a fire within me. "No," she gasped, "I can't forget. I won't forget." The words burned with a fierce determination that struck straight to my core. The memories were wounds, yes, but they were also the remnants of love, the shards of our lives that could never be erased. Thomas stepped closer, drawn by her conviction. "We have to hold on. We have to remember." His voice was raw, a battle cry against the encroaching darkness. What is life without our memories? The question echoed through the court, striking a nerve with every soul present. The arbiter's smile faltered, and with it, the shadows began to shift, an ominous sign that our resolve was shaking the very foundation of this place built upon despair. "You dare defy the laws of the 10th Court," they hissed, the tone transforming into something monstrous, something ancient. In that moment, realization hit me like a thunderbolt. This was not merely a court of judgment, it was a battlefield, a place where the past collided with the present, where the echoes of our choices reverberated like dark spirits seeking to reclaim what was lost. "Lillian!" I shouted, my voice cutting through the darkness, "We are the architects of our own memories. We can choose." The words tumbled from my lips, fierce and defiant, as I reached for her hand. The connection sparked, a lifeline tethering us in this swirling storm of uncertainty. The arbiter recoiled, their form flickering, shadows dancing wildly around them. I felt the court tremble beneath us, as if the very fabric of reality was straining against the weight of our defiance. We would not be crushed under the weight of our past, we would rise, unyielding. "Remember, Lillian," I urged, voice trembling, "remember the warmth of the sun on your face, the laughter we shared, the dreams we chased. They are the essence of who we are." With each heartbeat, I felt the pulse of hope surging through the air. Thomas joined our hands, a triad of souls refusing to let go, refusing to sink into the abyss. The arbiter's voice echoed with fury, "You will face the consequences." But in that moment, I felt something shift, a crack in the darkness, a sliver of light breaking through the clouds. "Let them come," I declared, gripping Lillian's hand tighter, the fire of our memories igniting a blaze of resistance. The shadows writhed, recoiling from the warmth of our resolve. Time warped, bending and folding around us like a canvas splattered with paint, each brushstroke a memory, each color a heartbeat. I could feel the presence of the cosmos, the weight of eternity pressing against the edges of our existence. Together, Lillian breathed, voice steady now, "We remember." And in that vow, we stepped forward, transcending the walls of this court, each heartbeat resonating with the power of our defiance. The shadows shrieked, retreating into the depths of despair. We had chosen to reclaim our stories, and in doing so, we became the architects of our destinies, unbreakable, unyielding. This was merely the beginning, a doorway into the vast unknown, where pain and joy entwined, where every heartbeat echoed a promise of rebirth. The 10th Court, once a harbinger of endings, now glimmered with the potential of new beginnings. And together, we would face whatever lay ahead, bound by the threads of our memories, a tapestry woven from love, loss, and the unrelenting pursuit of light. A gavel slams against obsidian, the sound reverberating through the sulphurous air, a stark interruption in the oppressive silence of the court of hell. I feel it in my bones, that bone-chilling thud, as if the very essence of judgment has rattled the marrow of my soul. Shadows writhe and twitch on the walls, whispering secrets of the damned. The judges, cloaked in robes spun from the darkness of despair, sit upon thrones carved from anguished cries, their faces obscured, yet their eyes pierce through the gloom like shards of ice. I remember the first time I laid eyes on them, these arbiters of fate, these architects of suffering. It was a stormy night, the kind where the air hangs heavy with electricity, and the world feels like it's holding its breath. The flickering torches cast long shadows that danced like specters, and I stood there, heart racing, caught between dread and morbid fascination. "Guilty," the voice boomed, deep and guttural, echoing through the cavernous chamber, sending a tremor down my spine. The condemned stood before the judges, a mere mortal, skin clammy with perspiration, eyes wide with terror. I recognized him, once a man of ambition, now reduced to a shivering husk. The weight of his sins hung over him like a shroud, and I could almost hear them, the screams of betrayal, the laughter of greed, the silent pleas of those he trampled on his rise to power. "Please! Mercy," he cried, a desperate gasp that clawed at the air. But mercy was a currency long spent in this wretched place. I saw the flicker of a grin on one of the judges, a shadow of amusement that sent a chill racing down my spine, and I knew then that in this court, there were no saviors, only executioners. But mercy was not the only thing I craved. I was hungry for answers. I glanced at Alizia, a fellow observer, her eyes fierce, burning with the flames of rebellion. She had been wronged, her life shattered by a betrayal that twisted her heart into knots. "What does justice mean here?" she whispered, her voice raw and trembling. "Is it merely revenge dressed in the finery of law?" Her question hung in the air, heavy and suffocating, as the gavel fell again, a thunderous proclamation of fate. "You will serve eternity in the depths." I could see the despair etched into the condemned's face, the realization crashing over him like a tidal wave. His dreams, his ambitions, all reduced to ashes, scattered in the unforgiving winds of hell. I could feel his heartbeat, a frantic drum, resonating with my own, as if we were bound by an invisible thread of shared torment. "I remember the warmth of sunlight," he whispered, voice cracking, a feeble echo of humanity. The sound of laughter, the taste of freedom. Alizia turned to me, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Do you think they remember, the judges?" she asked, her voice trembling with a mix of anger and sorrow. "Do they even care?" The judges remained silent, inscrutable. They were the embodiment of cold, detached authority, wielding power without compassion. Their very presence was a constant reminder that each wound inflicted upon the damned was a testament to their supremacy. Yet, I sensed something deeper behind their masks, frustration brewing like a storm within. One judge, taller than the rest, leaned forward, the tendrils of darkness swirling around him as he scrutinized the trembling figure before him. "You knew the consequences," he rasped, voice like gravel. "You chose selfishness, and now you reap what you have sown." In that moment, the air crackled with tension. The condemned man crumbled, his resolve shattered like glass. I could almost hear the gears of the universe grinding, ticking away the moments of his existence, each second stretching into eternity. "Who holds the judges accountable?" Alizia's voice broke through the suffocating silence, raw and fierce. "Who judges the judges?" The question echoed, clashing against the walls of the court, a tempest of defiance that hung heavy in the air. For a heartbeat, the judges seemed taken aback, shadows flickering around them like candle flames caught in a gale. A glimmer of something, fear, flashed in their eyes. They were not invincible after all. In that moment, a ghostly silence enveloped us. Time stretched, warping into an endless loop of anticipation. A storm brewed between us, and I could feel the weight of history pressing down, the echoes of all those who had come before, their cries merging into a cacophony of despair. The condemned man, sensing the shift, seized the moment. "I was human once. Do you remember what it is to feel?" His voice cracked like a whip, raw emotion spilling over. "To love? To laugh?" I felt that ache deep in my chest, the longing for connection, for understanding. Perhaps, even in this horror, there was a spark of something, hope? Or was it just a cruel joke played by the universe? One judge shifted, the shadows around him pulsating. "Feeling is a luxury you no longer possess," he rasped, the words slicing through the air. "You are defined by your choices, and your choice was despair." But despair wasn't the only choice. My heart raced as I grasped the threads of defiance weaving through the air. Alizia's hand found mine, squeezing tight, a lifeline in this abyss. "We will not be silent," she breathed, a vow forged in fire. And the gavel crashed down once more, but the sound felt different now, reverberating through the core of my being, a heartbeat of rebellion igniting in the darkness. The judges were not unassailable, they were lost, like us, bound by their own chains, shackled to an eternity of judgment. "Justice is a mirror," I whispered into the charged silence, "and it reflects what we dare to see." The judges shifted, the air around them thickening with uncertainty. In that moment, everything hung in the balance. The condemned, Alazia, the judges, each a thread in a tapestry fraught with tension. I could feel the inevitability of confrontation looming, the air thick with anticipation as we stared into the abyss, a world where judgment and mercy danced a deadly waltz. And there we stood, poised on the precipice of realization, waiting for the next heartbeat to carry us into the unknown, where the lines between judge and judged blurred into a haunting echo of our shared humanity. The air hangs thick, an electric charge buzzing beneath the surface, every heartbeat reverberating within the dark alleyway. Shadows stretch and shift, whispering secrets only the damned can hear. A figure crouches, trembling, fingers stained with the remnants of a life once lived, life, laughter, love. I remember the laughter, but it's a ghost now, haunting me, mocking me. The distant echo of a clock strikes the hour, each chime a dagger slicing through the silence, drawing me closer to the inevitable. Elena, a wild storm wrapped in flesh and bone, clutches her breath, fear painting her features with every tick of that cursed clock. She was once the brightest flame in our small world, the one to ignite our dreams. Now, her eyes are dark pools of despair. It's not just punishment she fears, it's the weight of her own choices. I didn't ask for this, she whispers, her voice a fragile wisp of smoke in the oppressive night. But isn't that the nature of punishment? The choices we make, the paths we tread, the demons we invoke. Across the alley, Thomas stands resolute, though the tremors in his hands betray him. The world knows him as a steadfast protector, the one who wears valor like a suit of armor. But here, in the belly of the beast, he wears guilt like a shroud, heavy and suffocating. We can save her, he insists, the conviction in his voice wavering like a flickering candle. He doesn't see the shadows closing in, the inevitability of their fate. We have to try. But try what? Redemption for a soul already lost? The shadows inch closer, their breath a cold caress on our skin. They twist and coil, echoing the punishment that awaits us all, a macabre dance of fate and consequence. What if it's too late? I want to scream, the words clawing at my throat. I remember the moments, the tiny threads that wove our lives together, how we laughed in the meadows, how dreams once soared like kites against a blue canvas. But life isn't meant to be tethered, it's meant to be wild, chaotic. And yet here we are, bound by the chains of our own making. The night envelops us, a suffocating blanket, and with it comes a cacophony of memories, distant, haunting. I remember the day we learned of the punishments, the town square buzzing with rumors. The gallows stood tall, a sinister silhouette against a dying sun, its ropes whispering promises of oblivion. What have we done? I had asked then, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. What justice is this? Elena's fingers tremble as she brushes a tear from her cheek, the very gesture igniting a fire in me. I won't let them take me, she breathes, the defiance in her voice a spark against the encroaching darkness. But her resolve wavers, and I see the ghost of doubt flicker in her eyes. Anxiety swirls around us, a tempest of regret and longing. I can't go back to that place, she continues, her voice cracking. Not after what? Thomas's voice snaps, sharp enough to cut through the tension. You think I can simply forget? You think this isn't tearing me apart? But it's not just Elena's past that threatens to consume us, it's the choices we've all made, the paths we've walked, our intertwined fates as precarious as a tightrope stretched across an abyss. The shadows seem to pulse with a life of their own, drawing closer still, wrapping around us like a noose. The punishments loom large, a spectre of judgment rising from the depths, each one a reflection of our sins, betrayal, cowardice, love lost, dreams shattered. I remember when hope was a flame flickering against the storm, but now it flickers weakly, gasping for air. Suddenly, the alley erupts with shouts, the voices of the enforcers slicing through the shadows, slicing through us. Elena, they call, their voices laced with malice. The sound echoes, bouncing off the walls of our despair. You can't run from your fate. It's a taunt, a cruel reminder that the weight of our choices bears a price. Thomas's eyes widen, desperation giving way to determination. We have to go. Now. But where can we go? The world outside is filled with the ashes of our past, and every street is a reminder of the sins we carry like shackles. I remember the nights of laughter, the warmth of friendship. Each memory is a dagger, each moment a reminder of how far we've fallen. As the footsteps grow closer, urgency pulses in my veins. Elena grips my arm, her strength wavering. "What if we don't make it?" she asks, the vulnerability in her voice lancing through me. "What if this is it?" "No," I say, more for myself than for her. "We will make it. We have to." The weight of our promises pulls at me, a heavy mantle of expectation. The tension snaps, and a decision is made. We turn, racing through the alley, bodies entwined in a dance of desperation. The shadows stretch and claw, but we are fueled by the fire of survival, a flickering light against the encroaching darkness. But even as we flee, I feel the weight of the punishments looming over us, a storm gathering strength, reminding us that the past cannot be our trun. "Don't look back," Thomas urges, his voice a fierce whisper. But how can we not? The ghosts of our choices trail behind us, each step echoing with the weight of our sins, taunting us, pulling us back. In the depth of night, under the watchful gaze of the moon, the past entwines with the present, and I understand that the punishment is not just for the actions we've taken, but for the lives we've yet to live. Every heartbeat quickens, a countdown to a reckoning we cannot escape. And as the shadows close in, I know this isn't the end. It's merely a pause, a breath before the storm, before the true confrontation begins. The cycle continues, the punishments loom, and we are forever caught in their web, tangled, entwined, and unable to break free. The siren screamed through the night, slicing the air with an urgency that twisted the stomach like a knife. I stood frozen, half hidden behind the splintered wood of a fence, my heart thumping against my ribs like a ravenous beast wanting to escape. The shadows danced beneath the flickering streetlights, their flickers illuminating a scene that felt like a cruel joke played by the universe. A man lay sprawled on the asphalt, his body a ragged testament to the cruelty of chance and choice. I didn't know what to do. I remember that moment clearly, the taste of panic like metal on my tongue. Across the street, Sarah was screaming, her voice a tidal wave of terror crashing over everything else. She was a whirlwind of emotions, the kind of beautiful chaos that could make you believe in something greater than existence itself. But tonight, her brilliance felt like a candle flickering in the midst of a storm, impossible to hold on to, and yet impossible to look away from. I locked eyes with her, and in that shared glance, time slowed, the world narrowing to the pulse of our breaths, hers frantic, mine a ghost of its former self. And then there was Marcus, my best friend, but tonight he felt like a stranger. He was the kind of guy who could light up a room with laughter, but I could see the shadows creeping into his eyes now, swallowing the joy whole. "What do we do?" he shouted, the desperation bleeding into his voice. I wanted to scream back, to tell him I didn't have the answer, but the words felt trapped in my throat, a chokehold of fear tightening around me. I remember the way the wind howled, as if the world itself mourned for the man who lay broken in the street. The sirens were getting louder, but what could they save? What could they fix? A single moment, a single misstep, and everything shifts. I felt it in my bones, the weight of unmade decisions. The importance of good deeds echoed through my mind like a mantra, but now it felt like a cruel irony. I took a trembling step forward, propelled by a force I couldn't name. My feet were heavy with doubt, yet I moved as if in a trance, the asphalt cold beneath me familiar, yet terrifying. I could hear Sarah's sobs, sharp and jagged, like shards of glass scraping against my heart. "Help him," she cried, and with those two words, they became a tether pulling me into the storm. The urgency clawed at me, and I couldn't breathe for the fear of what I might find. As I approached, I saw the man's face, a stranger, yet somehow familiar. His eyes flickered open, and in that moment, everything shifted again. He looked at me, a plea carved into his features, and I felt something inside me crack. "Please," he rasped, the single word spilling out like blood from a wound. What had he done to deserve this? The question echoed unanswered in my mind, a haunting refrain. Did it matter? There was a small crowd gathering now, a sea of anxious faces. I could see judgment in their eyes, the way they whispered, their gazes flicking between us like a storm's lightning strike. What had this man done? What were we supposed to do? I remembered all the nights I spent laughing with Marcus and Sarah, the lightness of youth, the invincibility of good intentions. Had I known then that choices could lead us to moments like this, would I have lived my life differently? Time stretched and warped. I could feel my heart racing, each thud a countdown to an uncertain fate. My hands trembled slightly as I knelt beside him, searching for the right words, the right actions. "Stay with me," I whispered, as if those words alone could tether him to this world, this life. Somewhere in the crowd, Sarah's cries morphed into a silent scream, her anguish piercing through the buzzing chaos around us. "Don't leave me," he begged, a plea that cut deeper than any knife. I wanted to shout that I wouldn't, that I couldn't, how could I? But the truth was, I was terrified. Terrified of failing, terrified of loss. The weight of the moment bore down on me, the unspeakable heaviness of human connection. I remembered every time I had hesitated to act, every chance I had let slip through my fingers. It felt like 1,000 ghosts whispering in my ear, reminding me of the good I could have done, should have done. Marcus was beside me now, his hand shaking as he pressed down on the man's wound, and for a fleeting moment, I felt a glimmer of hope. This was how we fight back against the darkness, isn't it? Together. Even amidst the chaos, there was a fierce beauty in our shared determination. But as the sirens grew closer, reality crashed in again, heavy and suffocating like a thick fog. "Why does it matter?" Marcus said suddenly, frustration spilling out of him like a tidal wave. His face twisted with anger, an emotion so raw it sent chills racing down my spine. "What does one good deed even mean when the world is full of this?" He gestured at the man, at the blood pooling beneath him, the harsh reality of life and death playing out in front of our eyes. I didn't have an answer. I wanted to scream that it mattered more than anything. That in moments like this, when despair clung like a shadow, the light of our actions could pierce through. But what could I offer? A flicker of hope seemed so minuscule in the face of such overwhelming darkness. I felt the weight of our choices pressing in on us, like an anchor dragging us down into the depths of despair. Yet as I looked down at the man, his eyes pleading for connection, I felt something shift inside me. It was more than fear now, it was a spark, a flicker of defiance against fate. I remembered the kindness I had received in my own dark moments, the strangers who had reached out, the friends who had stood by me. I knew then that good deeds weren't just about the monumental, they were in the quiet moments, the small acts that ripple outwards, reaching into the unknown. "Stay with me," I repeated, finding strength in the vulnerability of the moment. I grasped his hand, and for a heartbeat, time stood still. The world fell away, leaving only us, two souls entwined in a desperate fight against the void. And in that heartbeat, I knew that we were all connected, woven together in a tapestry of shared humanity. We may falter, we may fail, but it is the striving for goodness, for connection, that truly matters. The sirens wailed, the crowd held its breath, and I understood, this moment was just a chapter, a flicker in the larger story we were all writing together. "Help is coming," I whispered, more to myself than to him, knowing that the fight for good would always be a struggle worth facing. The shadows loomed large, but the light, I could feel it flickering, just beneath the surface, waiting for someone to ignite it. And as I held on tighter, I knew that even in the darkest of nights, hope was a flame that could never be extinguished. The air crackles with a tension so thick it feels like a noose tightening around your throat, and just as suffocating. I stand in the shadowy threshold of the court of judgment, the gavel echoing like a heartbeat in the stillness. The stench of despair lingers, a bitter reminder of souls too terrified to confront their fate. Each flicker of the dim, flickering torches reveals specters of those who came before, faces twisted in eternal lament, pleading for reprieve that never comes. I remember their cries, sharp and piercing like shards of glass, cutting through the very marrow of my being. A figure stands beside me, her eyes ablaze with defiance. Ilara, a prisoner of her own memories, dances between rage and grief, haunted by the loss of a brother whose laughter once filled these cursed halls. She grips her dagger, the blade a talisman against the encroaching darkness, yet its edge is dulled by her uncertainty. I see in her eyes the flickering flame of hope battling against the weight of despair, a constellation lost in a sky crowded with storms. "We can't let them win," she whispers, and I can feel the tremor in her voice reverberate within me. Behind us, shadows swirl, whispering sweet nothings that coil around the mind like serpents. They spin tales of eternal punishment, of sins, and regret, drawing us deeper into their web. There's a man, tall and gaunt, his skin pale like moonlight, Vesper, a historian twisted by knowledge. He knows what lies ahead, the gruesome myths that suffocate the air, the legends told around fading embers in monasteries. The courts of hell, he murmurs, are not just a place, they are a reflection of our darkest fears. Each word drips with the weight of truth, yet I sense the undercurrent of hysteria beneath his calm facade. I remember the stories, the ones that lured me into this trap. Myths of sinners chained in darkness, their screams echoing off the walls like a macabre symphony of regret. Tales of judgment and absolution, of flames that lick at the soul, dancing wildly. They say the worst punishment is not the fire, but the relentless reminder of what once was. I feel the phantom fingers of memory clawing at my heart, dragging me back to the mistakes I thought were buried deep. The past is an unyielding ghost, and it won't let me go. Suddenly, the ground trembles, and the air thickens with fear as a low growl reverberates through the court. I feel it in the pit of my stomach, a primal instinct screaming to run. Do not turn your back, Vesper warns, his voice a rasp, breaking the spell as reality crashes back in. The shadows converge, and from them emerges a figure, a judge cloaked in darkness, his eyes aflame with a malevolent glow. The atmosphere shifts, heavy with dread, and I can feel Ilara's pulse quicken beside me. Welcome, souls, he intones, his voice smooth as silk, yet laced with venom. Your time has come. I glance at Ilara, her grip on the dagger tightening, knuckles white with resolve. This is it, the moment we confront the very embodiment of our fears, the keeper of our secrets. I remember, oh, how I remember the stories of those condemned to eternal torment, the tales crafted on the tongues of God-fearing folk, the ones that linger like a bitter aftertaste. 99 ways to burn, they say. 100 ways to suffer. But what if they're wrong? What if the real horror lies not in the flames, but in the truth we fear to admit? I can feel the weight of possibility pressing down on my chest, as if the air itself were clawing to escape. Ilara steps forward, trembling yet fierce, and I feel her fire ignite my own. You think you can break us, she hurls at the judge, her voice echoing off the stone walls, a battle cry against the encroaching dread. You think you know our sins. In this moment, she becomes a beacon of light, illuminating the shadows that threaten to engulf us. The judge sneers, a twisted smile revealing teeth that glint like daggers. Your sins are your chains, he hisses, and I am the forger. The words hang heavy in the air, a weight that threatens to crush us. I can feel Vesper's gaze drilling into the darkness, searching for a glimmer of hope amid the despair. In the silence that follows, time stretches and warps. My thoughts race, tangled in a web of doubt and fear. What if the myths are true? What if we are bound by an inescapable fate? I take a deep breath, the air thick with the scent of sulfur and ash, and I remember the laughter of a child, my sister's laughter, echoing like a soft lullaby. She was lost to me, swallowed by the shadows that loom over us now. Her memory fuels my resolve, a flicker of warmth in this freezing abyss. Enough! Vesper's voice cuts through the silence, a blade of determination. We are not mere pawns in your twisted game. We are the architects of our fate. His words surge like a tide, a wave of rebellion crashing against the fortress of despair. Ilara and I step forward, hearts pounding, a three-pronged spear aimed at the very core of this darkness. The judge falters for a moment, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. We harness that moment, that infinitesimal crack in his armor, and push forward. Sins are not chains, I spit back, my voice steady, rising from the ashes of my fear. They are lessons. They are scars that shape us. In the heart of this chaos, I feel the threads of our fates intertwine, binding us together in a tapestry woven with pain, regret, and defiance. The shadows around us quiver, uncertainty rippling through them, as we stand united against the embodiment of our fears. The air thickens as the judge's laughter echoes, a sound both chilling and hollow. It reverberates off the walls like a whip, threatening to unravel our resolve. Yet, in that moment, as we face the court of judgment, I realize that we are not alone. The myths that sought to bind us now fuel our fire, illuminating the path ahead. Each heartbeat quickens, the weight of the moment pressing down upon us as we prepare for the confrontation that will define us. The ghosts of our past swirl around us, merging with the shadows, an army of memories rising to our defense. We stand, hearts pounding as one, poised at the edge of oblivion, ready to shatter the chains of myth and weave our own narrative amidst the darkness. And so, the confrontation looms, an electric pulse of tension coursing through the air, as we navigate the fragile boundary between despair and hope, teetering on the precipice of what lies beyond. Time slows, and we step forward together, into the abyss where nothing is certain and everything is possible. Rain slashed against the pavement, each drop felt like a judgment, a reminder that the world was a vast, indifferent stage. I stood there, heart racing, drenched to the bone, feeling the weight of every moment I'd ever lived. The city around me pulsed with life, yet it felt as if time itself had stopped, suspended in the thick air, the kind of silence that screamed louder than any cacophony. I could almost hear the whispers, the soft voices of my own ghosts, clawing at the edges of my sanity. A shadow shifted in the corner of my eye. Sarah was there, her eyes wild, reflecting a manic fear. "They're coming," she gasped, clutching her arms as if trying to hold her very soul inside. I remember the stories they told us. They're real. They're real." The tremor in her voice curled around my spine like a vice. I felt it too, the weight of those stories, the hellish narratives that had seeped into our lives, gnawing at our minds like rats. Beside her, Marcus stood, his jaw clenched tight, an anchor in the storm. But inside, I knew he was unraveling. I could see it in the twitch of his fingers, the way he avoided eye contact, as if even the shadows of his own thoughts terrified him. "We have to get out of here," he muttered, but his voice was hollow, echoing off the drenched pavement like an empty promise. What did it matter where we went? The stories were everywhere, wrapped around our throats, suffocating us. "I can't go back," I whispered, the words slipping through my lips like blood from a wound. "Not to that place, not to that darkness." The memory surged forth, unbidden and fierce, like a tidal wave crashing over fragile sandcastles. I remembered the way the air thickened with despair, the smell of ash that clung to my skin even now, a haunting reminder of the fires I'd watched consume everything I had ever known. "Please, don't say that." Sarah's voice broke, raw and desperate. "You know what they say, right? The worst hell is the one we carry inside us." Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, the weight of her own hell pressing down on her. I could feel the shadows creeping closer, whispering dark secrets into our ears, promising that every nightmare we had ever had was just a prelude to the real horror waiting for us. The city around us roared to life, but all I could hear was the pounding of my heart and the echoes of those hellish tales. I remembered the legends, the ones about souls bound to their sins, condemned to wander the earth as shadows, forever searching for redemption that would never come. I felt the pressure of those stories closing in, a suffocating fog that pressed against my chest. "Do you think that's what we are?" Marcus finally spoke, his voice barely a whisper. "Just echoes? Shadows of who we used to be." There was a vulnerability in his gaze, a fracture that made him all too human. I remember when I thought we had a chance, that we could escape this." "Escape?" I laughed, the sound more of a sob than humor. "There's no escaping hell when it lives in your mind, Marcus." I turned to Sarah, searching for solace in her eyes, but found only reflection, my pain mirrored back at me. We were all caught in a web of our own making, struggling against the threads that bound us, a tapestry woven from our fears and regrets. The rain intensified, pounding against the pavement like a desperate heartbeat. I looked up, searching the sky for something, anything to cling to, but found only the darkness that loomed above, a crushing weight that threatened to swallow us whole. "It's coming," I said, my voice trembling. "We have to face it." A flash of lightning illuminated the street, casting long shadows that twisted and danced in the dark. In that moment, I could see it, the fear etched into our faces, the realization that we were about to confront not just the outside world but the very essence of our torment. The stories that haunted us were not just tales, they were our truths, our failures, our regrets. "I can't," Sarah choked. her breath ragged. I can't face what's waiting for me. I reached for her, my fingers brushing against her skin, warm and real, but I felt the chill of her terror seep into my bones. You have to, I urged, my voice barely a whisper, trembling with the weight of our shared despair. We can't let them win. The ground shook beneath us, a low rumble that felt like the world itself was awakening. In that moment, I knew, this was the climax of our existence, the point of no return. We stood on the precipice of our own hells, facing the abyss that loomed before us. Together, Marcus said, the conviction in his voice barely masking his own fear. We face it together. As we stepped forward, the darkness enveloped us, and I felt the stories close in, wrapping around us like chains. But alongside them was the flicker of hope, a fragile light that dared to exist in the shadows. I remembered that we were not just victims of our narratives. We were the authors, too, and with every shaky breath we took, we could rewrite the ending. But just as I felt that flicker ignite, the world around us shifted. The shadows whispered louder, a chorus of despair that drowned out our resolve. The stories weren't just horror, they were our past, our decisions, our regrets. Are we brave enough? I thought, panic clawing at my throat. Are we strong enough to confront the darkness? The rain continued to fall, relentless, a reminder of our fragility. Beneath it all, the hum of our fears echoed, mingling with the heartbeat of our hopes. In that moment, we were suspended between the two, eyes wide open, hearts racing, ready to confront whatever awaited. And as we stepped deeper into that void, the uncertainty loomed, vast and threatening, like an ocean of nightmares. Every heartbeat felt like a countdown, a promise that this was just the beginning, a haunting realization that we were still writing our story, whether we wanted to or not. The air in the small, dimly lit temple was thick with the sweetness of incense, curling like lost souls searching for a path. Outside, the moon hung low, casting a ghostly glow over the cracked cobblestones that whispered tales of the dead. Inside, a flickering candle illuminated the contorted faces carved into the wooden beams, sorrowful, tortured visages begging for release, each one a reflection of the hearts that beat uneasily in the shadows. I remember the moment he walked in. Jin, eyes wide as if he had seen a spectre rise from the depths of his own nightmares, stumbled through the door. His hands were trembling, not from the chill that wrapped around him, but from the weight of his memories. "Help me," he gasped, voice a choked whisper, as if saying it too loudly would shatter the fragile boundary between life and the world beyond. Behind him stood Mai, her presence a flicker of hope amidst the gathering dread. She clutched a small statue of Guanyin, the goddess of mercy, as if it could shield her from the horrors they were both trying to outrun. The statue's serene face mocked the chaos swirling around them. "They're coming for us, Jin," she said, her voice barely rising above the hum of the candles. "They know what we've done." It was the weight of their pasts that drew them together, like moths drawn to a flame that promised warmth but only seared their wings. Jin had always been haunted. He had grown up with tales of the 10 courts of hell, each more grotesque than the last. Tortured souls, he often said, forever paying for their sins. A chilling echo of the Buddhist teachings that permeated their world, teaching that every action carried a consequence. But did he truly understand the depth of this lesson? Mai's heart pounded like a war drum in her chest. Her family's lineage had been steeped in the ancient beliefs that intertwined fate and morality. "I remember my grandmother's stories," she murmured, almost to herself. "The river of tears, the mountains of blades. They said the spirits of the damned could hear the cries of the living." Her fingers tightened around the statue, knuckles white with fear. Outside, the city seemed alive, but it was a facade, a carnival of shadows dancing in the moonlight, clinging to the edges of their vision like lingering regrets. The laughter of children playing in the streets felt far away, almost eerie. Jin squeezed his eyes shut, trying to block out the memory of their last night together. The taste of guilt was bitter, almost metallic, on his tongue. "I didn't mean to," he whispered, voice cracking like ice underfoot. "But we had to survive." Mai's eyes met his, a storm of emotions reflected in their depths. "Survive at what cost?" she snapped, the words sharp as the blades of punishment described in the scriptures. "You made a choice, Jin." And now, that choice is coming back to haunt us. The walls of the temple seem to breathe, expanding and contracting with their anguish. Each crack in the plaster was a reminder of all that was lost and a warning of what was to come. Shadows danced more violently now, flickering with each gust of wind, a haunting ballet that seemed to mock their despair. I remember when I first heard about the Buddhist hells, Jin continued, voice trembling. The Yama, the judges of the dead. They weigh our hearts against a feather, decide our fate. I never thought I'd be here, praying for mercy. His confession hung heavy in the air, a noose tightening around his throat. What if they come for us? What if the judges decide we deserve punishment? Mai closed her eyes, breathing deeply. We must confront what we've done, she whispered. To flee is to acknowledge our guilt. If we face it, if we accept it, we can find peace. She opened her eyes, fierce determination igniting the depths of her soul. What we did was wrong. But we can't let it consume us. Yet, the weight of their choices pressed upon them, squeezing thoughts and resolve into a tight ball of uncertainty. Each heartbeat felt like a countdown, a reminder that time was slipping away, and with it their last chances for redemption. The night grew darker, somehow more oppressive, as if the very cosmos conspired against them. Outside, the whispers grew louder. Voices threaded through the night air, weaving tales of regret and sorrow. Jin felt the chill seep deep into his bones. They're here, he gasped, heart racing as if trying to flee from the very essence of what they had unleashed. Mai stepped closer, her presence warm against the cold that enveloped them. We stand together, remember? No one can judge us but ourselves. But the fear in her voice betrayed her. The shadows of the past loomed larger, casting an ominous pall over their fragile hope. Can we escape the cycle? Jin's question was raw, cutting through the veil of uncertainty. The memories of their actions twisted in his mind like a vengeful spirit refusing to fade. Will they let us go? Only if we confront them, Mai replied, her voice steadier now, emboldened by the truth of their shared pain. We must not run from our past, we must embrace it. That is the only way to break free. And suddenly, the candle flickered violently, shadows stretching and twisting with manic fervor. The air crackled with an energy that sent shivers racing down their spines. A figure stepped into the dim light, an apparition draped in tattered robes, eyes hollow and filled with the weight of countless souls. We are the memories you cannot escape, it whispered, voice a haunting melody, echoing the fears etched deep within them. The price of your existence must be paid. In that moment, reality blurred. The walls of the temple closed in, the very fabric of their beings trembled. The haunting presence lingered, a reminder that this confrontation was inevitable. The candles flickered wildly, shadows clamoring for their attention as if time itself was slipping away. Each heartbeat echoed louder, every breath felt like a final gasp. Together, Mai said, gripping Jin's hand tighter, her voice steady against the encroaching darkness. We face them together. And as they stood, hearts racing and souls entwined in an eternal struggle, they knew the confrontation with their past, the twisted reflection of their choices, was only just beginning. The echoes of their sins reverberated through the temple's walls, rolling like distant thunder, a reminder that the true battle was not against the forces outside, but within their very souls. Thus, the night pressed on, relentless and unyielding, and they stood at the precipice of their own haunting. The clock struck midnight, and the air crackled with a tension so thick it felt like a living thing, wrapping around Yao's throat, squeezing. He stood in the small, dimly lit room, shadows dancing on the walls like memories long forgotten, each flicker a reminder of his own mortality. Outside, the city was quiet, but inside, chaos reigned. His father lay on the floor, his breaths ragged, his face a mask of anguish and fear, the kind of fear that reverberated in the stillness, echoing like a distant drum in the chest of a child waiting for the storm. I don't want to go, his father gasped, eyes wide and pleading, as if the very act of dying was a betrayal. Yao felt the weight of those words, slicing through the air like a knife. Each syllable a dagger that drove deeper into his own heart. He knelt beside him, trembling, caught in an emotional tempest that threatened to swallow him whole. But you have to, don't you see? It's a part of the cycle, Yao whispered, the words catching in his throat, tasting of salt and sorrow. In that moment, time stretched, bending under the emotional strain. He remembered the stories his grandmother told him, the tales of the afterlife that resonated with the essence of Taoism, where the soul embarked on a journey, moving between realms, lost yet found. But as he looked into his father's eyes, Yao questioned everything. Was there truly peace waiting on the other side, or was it merely a mirage, a whisper in the darkness? Somewhere in the shadows, Mai stood, her heart pounding like a war drum. She could feel the pulse of the room, the raw emotion woven into every breath, every heartbeat. She had always been drawn to the teachings of the Tao, finding solace in the idea that life ebbed and flowed like the river, but this was different. This was personal. Yao's pain tugged at the frayed edges of her soul, a reminder of her own fears, a fear of loss, of isolation in a world where nothing is certain. I can't lose him, Yao's voice cracked, and Mai's heart ached. She wanted to reach out, to comfort him, to erase the pain that shadowed his every word, but she felt paralyzed, like she was standing at the edge of a chasm, the abyss staring back at her with malevolent glee. What if she couldn't help him? What if there was no way to pull him back from the edge of despair? Yao glanced at Mai, their eyes locking for a brief, electric moment, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. They were both haunted by the specters of their pasts, each carrying the weight of their beliefs. In Taoism, the afterlife was not an end but a transformation, a return to the cosmos. Yet, how could they embrace such a concept when faced with the raw, visceral pain of losing someone they loved? Do you think there's something waiting for us? He asked, his voice trembling, barely above a whisper. The question hung in the air, heavy and suffocating, as if answering it could change the course of existence itself. Mai felt a shiver race down her spine, a whisper of something ancient and profound. Maybe it's not about what's waiting, but how we carry the love of those we lose. Yao's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and a silence enveloped them, thick like fog, as their thoughts spiraled into the depths of the unknown. In that moment, the shadows morphed, and the specters of his ancestors seemed to fill the room, their eyes watching, waiting. He could almost hear the echoes of their laughter mingling with the grief, a bittersweet symphony that resonated with the heartbeats of the living. The clock ticked again, a relentless reminder of time slipping away, each second a heartbeat closer to an inevitable conclusion. What if it doesn't end? Yao murmured, his voice laced with desperation. What if we're just lost souls, wandering forever? Then we find a way to navigate the darkness, Mai replied, her voice steady, a beacon in the shadowy abyss. We honor their memories, we carry them with us. They become part of the flow, part of the universe. But even as she spoke, a gnawing doubt clawed at her, whispering darkly, what if the afterlife was nothing but an illusion, another trick of the mind to soothe the aching heart? The air crackled again, charged with a supernatural energy as if the universe itself was holding its breath. Yao leaned closer, his father's ragged breaths becoming more shallow. I can't let you go, he whispered, the words a desperate plea that hung in the air, heavy with the weight of unfulfilled promises. In that moment, he realized the truth that lay at the heart of all Taoist teachings, the beauty of life itself lay not in its permanence, but in its fragility. As the shadows drew closer, wrapping Yao in their embrace, he began to understand. Every heartbeat, every breath was a fleeting moment, a precious gift. The pain, the fear, the struggle, they were all part of the dance of existence. In the face of death, perhaps love was the true afterlife, a force that could transcend the boundaries of time and space, binding souls together in an eternal dance. I remember, he murmured, the words spilling from his lips like a prayer, as if repeating them could weave a thread between the worlds, connecting him to his father, to Mai, to everything that had come before. The room shimmered, a tapestry of emotions woven into a living landscape, each thread pulsing with life. And just as the darkness threatened to overtake them, a flicker of light emerged from the shadows, a glimpse of hope, a promise that the stories, the love, would continue to resonate long after the last breath had escaped. It was a fleeting moment, yet it felt eternal, a reminder that even in the face of despair, there was beauty to be found, a light to guide them through the darkest of nights. The clock ticked on, and as the shadows weaved their intricate dance around them, Yao and Mai stood together, hearts entwined, standing on the precipice of what lay ahead. The world outside continued to turn, unaware of the profound transformation unfolding within the confines of that small, dimly lit room. They were caught in the current of something larger, something cosmic, and in that moment, they understood, their stories would never truly end. The night was an abyss, shadows swallowing the flickering lanterns that barely dared to illuminate the narrow streets. Mai felt the pulse of the city, a heartbeat thrumming beneath her skin, a rhythmic reminder that life, fragile, beautiful, could end at any moment. The alley whispered secrets, its cobblestones slick with rain, reflecting the ghost of a moon that dared not shine too bright. She clutched her sister's hand, its warmth a fragile lifeline. They were bound by blood but fraying at the edges, a tapestry unraveling, thread by thread. "I remember the stories," Mai murmured, her voice trembling in the cold air. "Of the spirits that wander, lost and angry. Are they watching us now?" Her eyes darted to the shadows, anticipating a figure, a whisper, a sign. Her heart raced, each beat a staccato reminder of mortality, each breath a measured risk. Lian, her sister, scoffed, though her bravado wavered. "You think Confucius would care? Morality doesn't save us from the dark. It chains us to it." There was a bitterness in her words, sharp as the knife she used to carve their meager dinner, slicing through the air with the tension of unspoken fears. They stood on the precipice of despair, their lives tangled in the thorns of poverty, each decision weighed down by the heavy chains of their lineage. Lian's eyes flickered with an intensity that ignited a fire deep within Mai. Could they escape? Or were they forever bound to the fate their ancestors had etched in stone? In that haunting silence, a figure emerged, a silhouette cloaked in midnight, a spectre of the underworld. It moved with a grace that belied the weight of sorrow it carried, a sorrow that clamored for recognition. The air thickened, and Mai's breath hitched. This was no mere shadow, this was a harbinger, a twisted messenger of the old ways, a reminder that morality was not simply a line drawn in the sand but a gnawing, persistent thing, rooted in the soil of familial expectation. "Are you here to judge us?" Mai's voice broke, the tremor betraying her fear as she stepped closer, drawn by the gravity of the unknown. The figure, a mask of calm, seemed to absorb her words, its silence screaming louder than any accusation. Lian stepped back, her heart pounding, the cold sweat of terror breaking across her brow. "We live by the rules, don't we? We honor our parents, we respect the elders. But what does it matter when the world is this dark?" Her voice cracked, the anger dissipating into despair. She was a tempest, swirling inside a storm of confusion, fury at the system that bound them, but grief for the dreams that were suffocating under the weight of duty. The figure shifted, as if sensing the tumultuous tide of their emotions. "Morality is not a prison," it whispered, the words like leaves rustling in a forgotten forest. "It is a bridge. What awaits you on the other side is shaped by your choices." Mai felt a surge of hope battling against the familiar chill of dread. The teachings of Confucius echoed in her mind, a tapestry woven from the threads of his wisdom. "We are expected to honor our ancestors," she said, her voice rising with fervor, "but are we doomed to repeat their mistakes? Would honoring them mean we must accept our chains, even if they choke the spirit?" "You don't understand," Lian rasped, her voice breaking like glass falling to the ground. "The underworld isn't a place, it's a state of being. We honor the dead while we wither under the weight of their expectations. A cycle that swallows us whole." The figure took a step forward, its eyes glimmering like twin stars caught in a cosmic dance. "Fear is an anchor," it said, "but love is the wind that breaks the chains." Mai felt the words wrap around her heart, squeezing tight. Could love truly be the answer? Love that shattered the walls of obligation? She thought of their mother, frail and burdened by the weight of tradition, the way she smiled even when sorrow pooled in her eyes, an act of defiance against despair. But what if we love too deeply? What if it leads us to ruin? A shiver ran down my spine, the haunting echo of her own fears reverberating through the darkness. The night felt alive, suffused with an energy that crackled like electricity in the air. The conflict within her surged, a tempest of longing and dread. They were sisters, yes, but they were also strangers caught in the tangled web of survival, each trapped in their own version of the underworld. Lian's gaze pierced through the shadows, fierce and unyielding. Then we must choose how to love, she declared, the intensity of her words a gunshot in the stillness. Not with the weight of expectation, but with the freedom of our own desires. We must break free. The figure nodded slowly, as if weighing their resolve, before it began to dissipate, merging with the dark, swirling away like smoke. Yet, I felt it, an ember of hope ignited deep within her, a flicker of possibility that refused to extinguish. Will we? I whispered, the question hanging in the air, heavy with promise and fear.
Will we risk everything to find our own path?
Or will we remain shackled by the shadows of our past? Leanne took a deep breath, the shadows trembling around them, the weight of their legacy pressing down but not breaking them. We will find our way, she said, the steel in her voice a balm to Mai's quaking heart. But we do it together, or not at all. As they stepped deeper into the night, hearts racing, shadows trailing behind like lost souls, the echoes of morality and the whispers of the underworld danced in the air, a haunting lullaby, one that promised not an ending, but a beginning. And as the world around them faded into darkness, the pulse of their determination reverberated in the silence, a heartbeat resonating through the void, igniting the very essence of what it meant to be alive. The air was thick, stifling, a pressure that sat heavy on my chest, reminding me of the uninvited guests that were my ancestors, whispering through the cracks of time. Shadows moved in the flickering candlelight, revealing a room filled with half-formed hopes and lost dreams. I stood there, trembling, as the scent of incense twisted around me, wrapping itself around my throat like a tightening noose. Tonight, of all nights, the veil between this world and the next would thin, and I could almost hear their voices, a cacophony of longing and regret echoing through my very bones. I remember my mother's voice, trembling and raw, as she lit the candles one by one. They are here, Sophia. They never leave. We honor them, we remember. Each flicker of flame was a heartbeat, a reminder of the lives lived, the choices made, and the weight of legacy. My heart raced, fear curling in my stomach like a dark, slithering snake. The family altar stood before me, a shrine of faded photographs and dusty trinkets, a ghostly gallery of smiles frozen in time. But behind those smiles, there lay something darker, a history riddled with shadows that danced in the corners of my mind. Why do we celebrate the dead? I blurted, my voice breaking against the backdrop of silence. My brother, Thomas, glanced up from the photographs he was adjusting, his face shadowed, a storm brewing in his eyes. He was always the quieter one, the one who felt too deeply, who carried the scars of our family's past like badges of honor. Because they haunt us if we don't, he replied, his voice barely a whisper, as if the air itself could betray us. It's out of love, Sophia. It's the only way to keep them alive. The candles flickered violently, sputtering as if reacting to our words, and for a moment, I was lost in the chaos. I remembered my grandmother's stories, her fingers tracing the air as she recounted the lives of those who walked before us, tales of triumphs and tragedies, of love lost and found in the unlikeliest of places. But tonight, those stories felt like chains, binding me to a past I desperately wanted to escape. My heart thundered in my chest, a primal call to rebel against the weight of tradition. Do they even care? I challenged, my voice rising, flames reflecting off my eyes. Do they know we suffer, that we feel trapped under their expectations? The words hung in the air, sharp and potent. My mother shot me a warning glance, but the fire inside me had been ignited. What if we're not honoring them? What if we're just feeding their ghosts? The room fell into a tense silence, the weight of my question pressing against us. Thomas clenched his jaw, his hands trembling slightly as he picked up a small wooden statue, a relic of our ancestry, its paint chipped but its significance monumental. They guide us, Sophia. In our choices, in our mistakes. It's not just about remembering. It's about understanding. But his voice cracked as he spoke, and I saw the flicker of doubt in his eyes. We were both haunted, trapped between the past and the present, a cacophony of emotion swirling around us like a tempest. The shadows grew longer, creeping towards us, as if they were hungry for our fear. I stepped closer to the altar, the memory swirling around me like a mist, my father's laughter, the way it echoed through our home, a warmth that felt like summer and yet was tainted with the bitterness of loss. I could feel the ancestral weight pressing down on my shoulders, an invisible hand urging me to remember, to connect. But what if the connection was a curse? A cycle of pain that would never end? I remember, I whispered, my voice trembling, a fragile admission that shattered the silence. I remember the nights I lay awake, listening to the stories, but all I felt was their absence. Do they watch me? Do they see how lost I am? The crack in my voice revealed the vulnerability I had long hidden. It was as if the room itself held its breath, waiting for Thomas to react. His gaze pierced through the shadows, finding mine. They see all, Sophia. They are woven into the fabric of our existence. If we ignore them, we are lost. But what did that mean, to be lost? I could feel the ground shifting beneath my feet, the weight of expectation threatening to pull me under. What if I chose to break free? What if I abandoned their stories, the very essence of our family? My heart raced at the thought of liberation, yet guilt gnawed at me. How could I sever ties with those who had sacrificed so much? Maybe being lost is the only way to be found, I murmured, half to myself, half to Thomas. Maybe we need to let them go. The words hung in the air, heavy with consequence. There, in that moment of tension, I saw it, the flicker of hope in Thomas's eyes mingled with fear. The ghosts danced closer, their whispers growing louder, demanding to be acknowledged, demanding to be felt. I remembered the stories that filled our nights, the laughter, the tears, the triumphs, but also the pain, the way my mother's voice would catch in her throat when she spoke of those who had suffered, those who had been lost to time. And I felt it, the weight of history crushing down on me like a tidal wave, a desperate plea for recognition. We can't ignore them, I breathed, a shiver of understanding coursing through me. But we can choose how to carry them. Then let's carry them together, Thomas replied, a fierce determination igniting in his voice. The shadows trembled, the candles flickered, and for a moment, we stood united against the ghosts that sought to bind us. The night deepened, and with it, the weight of our ancestors hung heavy in the air, a reminder of the lives that led us here, of the laughter, the heartbreak, the muted cries for recognition. And as we turned back to the altar, the candles flickered once more, casting long shadows across our faces, blending the past with the present, two souls yearning for a connection to those who came before, a connection that defied the darkness and reached for the light. Yet, deep inside, I felt the pull of something greater, a cosmic dance of time and memory that would never truly let us go. The confrontation was only beginning, and in that silence, in the weight of their presence, I understood, ancestor worship was not just a ritual, it was a living, breathing testament to our existence, a heartbeat shared across generations, a story waiting to be told anew. The air hung thick with the stench of smoke and despair, curling like the fingers of damned souls reaching for salvation that would never come. I stood there, a trembling observer at the threshold of darkness, where the courts of hell sprawled out like a grotesque tapestry woven from the very fabric of human suffering. Shadows danced in the flickering light, their edges sharp enough to cut through the delicate fabric of hope. I remember the sound, a low, keening wail that echoed through the cavernous chamber, a symphony of misery played on the strings of lost dreams. It clawed at my insides, twisting my gut into knots. I turned my gaze toward the source, a woman, her face a mask of anguish, knees buckled beneath the weight of sorrow. Her name was Ilara, and in her eyes burned the flames of unfulfilled love, a pyre stoked by the betrayal of time. Beside her stood Dorian, his visage a haunting blend of defiance and despair. Once a man of lofty dreams, now a prisoner of ambition, he bore the chains of his own making. I could see it in the way his hands trembled, not from fear but from the realization of what he had lost. The echoes of laughter, the soft whispers of promises made in the dark, all reduced to ashes swirling in a gust of bitter wind. I remember the moment when time seemed to stretch and contract, like a forgotten clock caught in the throes of eternity. Ilara's breath hitched, and the world around us fell away, leaving only a cavernous silence that bore witness to her turmoil. I trusted you, she spat, each word a dagger, sharper than the night itself. You promised me forever, but you traded it for power. Dorian's jaw clenched, the muscles rippling beneath the skin like coiled snakes ready to strike. It wasn't just power, Ilara. It was a chance to change the world. The desperation in his voice cracked, and for a moment, I saw the man he used to be, the man who once painted the stars in her eyes. The air thickened, charged with the energy of their conflict, and I felt every heartbeat reverberate through the stone walls. Change the world. Ilara's laugh was edged with madness, a brittle sound that echoed like breaking glass. You've only changed your soul, Dorian. Look around you. This is your legacy, a court of despair. I remember how the shadows shifted, as if mocking their pain, painting their faces with the sins of the past. There, on the ancient stone floor, lay the remnants of laughter turned to screams, joy twisted into grief. A child's drawing, crude and innocent, marred by the stains of time. Who had held that crayon? Who had dreamed of a future before it crumbled in the hands of the ambitious and the greedy? Dorian stepped forward, eyes blazing with a tempest of emotion. I did this for us. For our future. But his voice faltered, the weight of his own conviction crashing down upon him like a tidal wave, dragging him into the depths of his own making. But I never meant for it to end like this. And yet here we are, Ilara whispered, the fire in her heart flickering like a candle in a storm. In the courts of hell, where dreams go to die. Her words hung heavy in the air, the truth of them sinking into the cracks of reality. Every soul that had come before them haunted the echoes of the chamber, a chorus of the damned, each lament a reminder of the choices that led them here. I felt the weight of their gazes, the sorrow of lost opportunities pressing down on my chest like a stone. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked in darkness, the air crackling with an ominous presence. It was the Arbiter, a being both terrifying and mesmerizing, with eyes like dying stars. You both stand at the crossroads, the Arbiter intoned, voice reverberating through the very marrow of my bones, between the chains of your past and the void of your futures. I remember how the walls seemed to pulse with the rhythm of their heartbeats, as if the very essence of the court was alive, feeding off their choices, their pain. You can choose, the Arbiter continued, but know this, every choice comes with a price. Ilara looked at Dorian, her heart a fragile thing, teetering on the brink of oblivion. What would you pay? She asked, her voice a mere whisper. The question hung in the air, a noose tightening around their hearts. I would give anything, he replied, words spilling from his lips like a desperate plea. Anything to turn back time, to rewrite our story. The Arbiter's lips curled into a smile that was both inviting and terrifying. Ah, but not all stories deserve a second chance. I felt the chill seep into my bones, the atmosphere crackling with potential, the kind that could ignite a flame or snuff it out entirely. The walls closed in, a living entity of despair, but within Ilara flickered the remnants of hope. Maybe we don't need to rewrite our story, she said slowly, her eyes searching Dorian's. Maybe we need to learn from it. Every scar tells a story. Dorian's gaze softened, the chains of his ambition rattling against the truth of her words. But at what cost, he murmured, finally acknowledging the toll his choices had taken on them both. Ilara stepped closer, bridging the chasm of pain between them. If we are to stand in judgment, let it be together. Let us not be defined by our mistakes but by our courage to face them. The Arbiter watched, the air thick with tension, each moment stretching like a taut string ready to snap. What will you choose? The creature asked, a challenge buried in the depths of its voice. I remember the pulse of the world around us, the heartbeat of the damned, the promise of what lay ahead. The courts of hell stood as a testament to agony and redemption, a theater of raw emotion where love and betrayal danced in an eternal waltz. And in that moment, as Ilara and Dorian stood facing the abyss, the question loomed heavy in the air. Would they rise from the ashes of their former selves, or would they surrender to the darkness? I felt the chill of their uncertainty wrap around me, a blanket woven from the threads of fear and hope. With bated breath, I realized this was only the beginning, the echo of choices yet to be made. The courts of hell awaited, and I could not escape the pull of their story. The air crackled, thick with tension, as the clock struck midnight, its hands trembling as if in fear of what lay ahead. Shadows flickered, twisting against the crumbling stone walls of the catacomb like whispers of lost souls. There, in that suffocating darkness, three figures stood, each drenched in fear and regret, yet clinging to the thin thread of hope. I remember the first time I saw her, a specter of sorrow wrapped tightly in the fabric of her past. Marisol's eyes were wells of despair, each glance a reminder of a life stolen by addiction. She blinked back tears, the remnants of 1,000 heartbreaks glistening under the dim, flickering light. "I can't go back," she murmured, the weight of her voice slicing through the thick atmosphere like a knife. "I won't." To her side, Lucas stood, a man marked by his own demons. His hands trembled as he clenched a shard of glass, the jagged edge a symbol of his struggle. "You can't escape what you've done," he whispered, his voice heavy with the gravity of truth. "This hell? It's our making." He took a step closer to Marisol, the air between them charged with an electric pull, as if their stories were tethered by invisible strings of regret and redemption. And then there was Thomas, the reluctant anchor of this trio. He leaned against the wall, his back pressed against the cold stone, staring at the darkness as if it were a portal to salvation. "Redemption doesn't come easy," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, each word laced with the bitterness of experience. "Sometimes, it comes with a price." He was the one who had tried to save them both, and failed, each attempt a brick laid on the path to his own ruin. "Price?" Marisol's voice rose, raw and desperate, echoing through the cavernous space. "What price can I pay for my life?" She turned, her face a mask of anguish illuminated by the flickering torchlight. Each heartbeat felt like a countdown, a ticking clock that held their souls in its grasp. "I'm tired of fighting. I'm ready to let go." But letting go was a double-edged sword, and Lucas's breath quickened as he moved toward her. "You let go, and you lose everything," he warned, his eyes darting to the shadows that seemed to inch closer, hungry for their despair. "This place feeds on weakness. It feasts on our regrets." Marisol took a step backward, her back against the unforgiving wall, as if hoping it would shield her from the darkness creeping in. What if we faced it?" Her voice trembled, shrouded in a mixture of fear and defiance. "What if we confronted our demons together?" "Together?" Thomas scoffed, the bitterness in his tone tinged with a hint of disbelief. "You think that matters here? This hell doesn't care about connection. It thrives on isolation." His words hung heavy, echoing their reality, a constant reminder that grief and guilt often built walls thicker than stone. But she wouldn't back down. "I remember the first time I felt alive," Marisol insisted, her voice rising, fueled by a flicker of hope. "It was in the laughter of children. I want that back, even if it means facing everything I've lost." Lucas looked at her, searching for the glimmer in her eyes, the promise of redemption. "And what if you lose it again?" he asked, his voice laced with a mix of dread and longing. "What if this feeling, it leads us right back to the beginning?" But Marisol's spirit was fierce, a flame ignited against the encroaching shadows. "Then we fight together," she asserted, her words a battle cry, rallying the fragments of their broken selves. This was more than survival, it was a chance at something greater, a flicker of light in the depths of despair. I remember Thomas's gaze softening, a crack in his armor. "Maybe we don't have to fight alone," he murmured, the vulnerability in his voice almost palpable. "Maybe together, we can reshape this hell into something new." The air thickened as they joined hands, three souls entwined in a fragile moment of unity. Each heartbeat pounded louder, the sound reverberating off the stone walls, drowning out the whispers of the damned that surrounded them. But the shadows were not forgiving. They recoiled at their resolve, a swirling tempest of darkness that threatened to tear apart their fragile bond. "You think it's that simple?" The voice, cold and echoing, erupted from the abyss. "You think holding hands will save you? This is your hell, and you are mine to consume." Marisol gasped, the fear clawing at her throat, but in that moment, she felt the warmth of her companion's hands. "No," she shouted, her voice cutting through the darkness like a beacon. "We refuse to be consumed." The shadows writhed, recoiling as if burned, and for a heartbeat, hope surged within the trio, an unshakable belief that together, they could rewrite their fates. But as fast as the light flickered, it dimmed, the shadows swallowing it whole, pushing them toward the precipice of despair once more. "Remember," Thomas murmured, his voice steadier now, as if he were the anchor they all needed. "We are not just our regrets. We are the dreams we dared to dream." They clung to each other tighter, their breaths mingling in the suffocating dark, as the weight of their pasts loomed larger than ever. The clock continued its relentless ticking, each second a reminder of their fleeting time, a countdown to a confrontation that loomed ahead like an unsung song, both terrifying and beautiful. And in that darkness, amidst the whispers of lost souls and the beckoning shadows, they stood, three flawed souls bound together by the fragile thread of hope, ready to confront their hell. Ready to fight for redemption. But redemption, it seemed, was just the beginning, a flicker in the vast, haunting expanse of their shared torment. What lay beyond awaited them, both terrifying and liberating, where salvation danced tantalizingly close yet remained forever out of reach. As they took a collective breath, the darkness thickened, a palpable presence swirling around them, and the battle for their souls began. Each moment teetered on the edge, weaving their fates together in an intricate tapestry of despair and resilience, leaving the reader breathless, waiting for the next pulse of their story to unravel in this never-ending dance of salvation and damnation. In the suffocating darkness of the old theater, the air crackled with a tension so thick it could suffocate a ghost. A flickering light cast eerie shadows across the walls, each pulse a reminder of a heartbeat racing too fast. I stood frozen, my breath caught in my throat as I watched Lena, the lead actress, her face drenched in sweat, an electric gaze searching the crowd for something, comfort, clarity, or perhaps a way out. Her hands trembled at her sides, fingers curling into fists, the delicate skin of her knuckles paling under the weight of hidden fears. I remember when she was just a girl with dreams stitched into the fabric of her heart, and now those dreams felt like chains pulling her deeper into the abyss. "Why did I let it come to this?" she whispered, a question that broke like glass against the cold, unforgiving floor. The audience, a sea of shadows, shifted in their seats, each jolt of movement a reminder of their own silent judgments. Across the stage, Mark watched, his chest tightening as if the weight of their shared history was a physical force pressing down on him. He couldn't tear his gaze away, not from Lena's crumbling facade, nor from the specter of his own insecurities lurking just behind his eyes. I remember the laughter we shared in the green room, the way we'd huddle together, soaking in the warmth of friendship, oblivious to the fractures forming beneath the surface. Now, it felt like the cracks were gaping chasms, threatening to swallow them whole. Outside, the city pulsed with life, a chaotic symphony of horns blaring and voices shouting, oblivious to the tempest brewing within the theater. The clock on the wall ticked loudly, a metronome marking the seconds as they slipped away from them, each tick a reminder of the choices unmade, the paths left unexplored. Time, I thought, an endless stream dragging us into the past while we yearn for a future that feels more like a ghost. Lena's voice soared, cutting through the stale air like a knife, filled with anguish and passion as she recited lines from a forgotten play. "I am both the serpent and the savior." The words hung suspended, vibrating with the raw emotion that ripped from her core. She was a tempest, and yet, in that moment, she felt so small. The shadows of the audience danced around her, echoing her loneliness, and I could see the flicker of hope die in her eyes. "Why do you keep trying to save me?" Mark shot back, his voice trembling with suppressed rage. "You're drowning, and I'm too weak to save you." The weight of his confession hung heavy, a noose tightening around his throat. He was right. They were both drowning in each other's despair, and the currents had grown too strong. I watched as Lena faltered, the facade she wore cracking under the pressure of their shared pain. But they couldn't stop. They were drawn together, like moths to a flame, dangerous, consuming, yet irresistibly magnetic. My heart sank as I remembered the looks they exchanged in rehearsals, the way their laughter would echo through the corridors like a mournful song. But every laugh was laced with sorrow, every smile a mask hiding the truth. "I remember," I whispered to myself, "the way you tried to hold on, even as the ground shifted beneath you." And then, the lights flickered again, almost imperceptibly, and for a moment, the theater felt alive, breathing, pulsing with something ancient and powerful. The walls seemed to close in, and I could feel the weight of history pressing upon me, echoes of past performances, of artists lost to the shadows of their brilliance. "This theater is a graveyard of dreams," I thought, as Lena's voice rose, reaching for something, grappling with her demons that loomed larger than life. "I thought you were my anchor," she shouted, the rawness of her voice slicing through the tension. "But all you do is tie me down." The words lashed out, sharp and unforgiving, and I felt the collective gasp of the audience, a living entity inhaling sorrow, exhaling hope. Mark's expression twisted with hurt and anger, but beneath it all lay something deeper, fear. Fear of losing her, of losing himself in the darkness that enveloped them both. "I can't be your light if you refuse to see," he cried. It was a desperate plea, a confession wrapped in anguish. "Lena, we are spiraling. Can't you see that we're only dragging each other further into the abyss?" The air thickened with silence, a palpable tension that felt like a held breath, waiting for release. Lena stood there, her chest heaving, the battlefield of their emotions unfolding around her. "What if I don't want to be saved?" she whispered, the vulnerability cutting through the tension like a razor's edge.
"What if I want to drown?"
Time seemed to freeze, the theater a cauldron of emotion, boiling over with unspoken truths and repressed desires. The audience was alive, breathing with them, holding on to every word, every gasp, every moment of despair. The energy surged, electric, palpable, a storm brewing, ready to break. "Then we drown together," Mark said, his voice steadying, transforming into a lifeline. "But I won't let you go without a fight. I will hold on, even if it means I sink, too." His gaze bore into hers, a raw, primal connection that transcended the chaos surrounding them. And just like that, a fragile thread of hope wove itself into the tapestry of their tumultuous relationship. It was a spark, a flicker amid the shadows, a reminder that even in the bleakest moments, connection could ignite a fire, illuminating the darkest corners. As the theater held its breath, I could feel the past swirling around them, the echoes of dreams deferred, of lost loves, of choices unmade, but all of that was secondary to the storm brewing between them. Mark reached out, a gesture so simple yet so profound, and I could see Lena's walls start to crumble, brick by fragile brick. The shadows danced, whispering secrets, as if the very walls understood the weight of their pain. I remember, I thought again, the beauty in the chaos, the fear in the silence, and the fleeting moments when hope dared to defy despair. And as they stood on that precipice, the city beyond them roaring to life, I felt an exhilarating rush, a promise of what could be, if only they dared to leap into the unknown. Because sometimes, in the depths of despair, in the darkness of our own making, we find the light. Even if it flickers, even if it's just a whisper, it is enough to guide us through the night. The air hung thick with anticipation, a silent scream echoing in the void where shadows coiled like serpents. I stood on the precipice of despair, my heart a caged bird, desperate to escape the suffocating gloom of the underworld. Around me, the echoes of soul spiraled, their whispers woven into the very fabric of this haunted place. The stench of decay was almost sweet, a macabre invitation to the depths where deities ruled like tyrants over the forsaken. I could feel their eyes, cold, calculating, and hungry, piercing through the darkness. "Do you hear them?" Kari's asked, her voice trembling yet defiant, a flicker of flame in a tempest. She was a warrior forged in the fires of loss, her heart a battlefield scattered with memories of those she could never save. Each flick of her hair, the way her fingers clenched into fists, spoke of the ghosts that haunted her, each a reminder of what she had sacrificed for a fleeting glimmer of hope. "Yes," I breathed, the word barely escaping my lips. They were all around us, the echoes of the past clawing at the edges of my sanity. The deities, those capricious gods of the underworld, loved to toy with the living. I could feel their laughter, a cruel symphony that played with my every fear. Each note struck a chord deep within, reverberating through my bones like the toll of a bell summoning the damned. A chill crept down my spine as I turned to face our guide, Hades. His presence was as heavy as the shadows themselves. His eyes were like twin abysses, pulling me into their depths. "You think you can challenge fate?" he asked, amusement dancing upon his lips. "Even the bravest hearts are mere playthings here." Kari stepped forward, defiance radiating from her. "I won't let you keep us in chains, Hades. You don't understand what it means to fight for something." His laughter echoed, a chilling wind that made the hairs on my neck stand. "Ah, but fighting often leads to despair, my dear warrior. You seek freedom, yet you cling to your chains like a child cradling a tattered doll. How tragic." I watched the tension ripple between them, a palpable force. Each heartbeat felt like a countdown, a race against time that had no finish line. I remembered when I was like Kari's, fierce, unyielding. But now, all that remained was a fragile whisper of that self, a ghost of ambition swaddled in regret. I had come to learn that hope could be as dangerous as despair, a double-edged sword that cut deeper than any blade. "Let me show you," Hades continued, his voice smooth as silk but laced with venom. "What it truly means to be a god here." He raised a hand, and the shadows obeyed, swirling to reveal a vision of pain, lovers torn apart, children lost, and the laughter of gods ringing hollow. It clawed at my chest, the raw emotion reverberating like a forgotten melody. I was reminded of my own losses, a cascade of faces flashing before me, friends I could have saved, a family shattered by choices I wished I could undo. "You think you have power," I whispered, my voice cracking. "But you're just a caretaker of anguish." "Anguish can be beautiful," he replied, a glimmer of madness dancing in his eyes. "It shapes the souls, molds them into something eternal." Kari scoffed, her spirit unbroken. "Eternal? All I see is a prison built on suffering. It will crumble." "Ah, but there is no need for crumbling when the walls are made of devotion." Hades gestured, and I saw the specters of the fallen, their faces twisted in worshipful agony, forever bound to the whims of their gods. Each one of them chose this path. They lost themselves to the darkness, and in return, received the illusion of eternity. I gasped, my heart racing. They weren't given a choice. "Exactly," he said, a wicked smile stretching across his face. "And that is where the beauty lies, each soul, a testament to the power of surrender." Kari's breath caught in her throat. I saw the flicker of doubt cross her face, and it terrified me. "What if they're right?" she whispered, more to herself than to us. "What if fighting is futile?" "No," I cried out, a desperate plea clawing its way up my throat. "You have to hold on to your pain, Kari's. Fight against it. They thrive on your surrender." Hades chuckled, a low, mocking sound that echoed through the silence. "Listen to the coward, Kari's. You can join them, or you can continue this fruitless struggle. But know this, the underworld is always hungry, it feasts on the living." With a swift motion, he swirled his hand again, revealing another vision, a city, our city, bathed in a crimson glow, the streets slick with blood, the cries of the people reaching out like ghostly fingers. "You think you can save them?" Hades taunted. "What have you done so far?" My heart sank, memories intertwining with the present, a tapestry of regrets. I remembered every time I had turned away, every moment I had chosen safety over sacrifice. The truth stung, igniting a fire deep within me. I could feel the weight of history pressing down, wrapping around my throat like a noose. "Enough!" Kari shouted, her voice like thunder, cutting through the suffocating air. "I refuse to be a pawn in your game, Hades. We'll forge our own path." "It's too late for that," he smirked, stepping closer, shadows swirling at his feet like a living cloak. "Your choices led you here. Embrace it." In that moment, I recognized the flicker of desperation in Kari's eyes, a mirrored reflection of my own torment. We stood at the crossroads of pain and defiance, teetering on the brink of chaos, hearts pounding in unison. The underworld pulsed around us, a living entity thrumming with dark energy. "Together," I said, my voice filled with certainty. "We fight together. We'll carve our own destinies, even in this hell." Hades' laughter pierced the silence, a chilling reminder of the games he played. "Then let the games begin." And as the shadows deepened, I knew we were no longer mere mortals caught in a struggle, we were now warriors, armed with our scars, ready to face the wrath of the gods who watched with insatiable hunger. The air crackled with anticipation, and the darkness felt alive, vibrating with the energy of our defiance. In that moment, time felt suspended, a heartbeat echoing through the abyss. The deities may have held the keys to the underworld, but we would forge our own chains, or break them entirely. The battle had only just begun, and the whispers of the fallen grew louder, urging us onward into the storm. We were alive, and for the first time in what felt like forever, I felt hope ignite, a spark in the consuming darkness. The moon hung like a silver coin, twisted and battered, above the village. Its light sliced through the darkness, illuminating the stone altar where the air crackled with something palpable, something like fear. I stood there, heart racing, drenched in the scent of burnt offerings, a mix of incense and charred flesh, memories of devotion and desperation mingling like smoke. I remember the first time I saw the altar, how it loomed like a shadow over my childhood. The townsfolk gathered, whispers of the gods thickening the air, their faces marked by the flickering flames. Then, the haunting chant began, a low hum vibrating in my chest, a summoning of spirits, of ancestors long gone. We give to you, they sang, their voices raw, as if the very depths of their souls were laid bare. Dara stood beside me, her eyes wide, reflecting the flames. Fear wrapped around her like a shroud. What if they don't accept us, she whispered, her voice trembling, as if the gods were already watching, waiting for a misstep. She had always been the brave one, the one who dragged me from the safety of our homes into the unknown, but tonight, the weight of our shared dread crushed her spirit. I wanted to comfort her, to tell her it would be okay, but I felt the same pit in my stomach, an abyss that swallowed all certainty. And then there was Amir, pacing like a restless ghost, his hands fidgeting with the amulet that hung from his neck, a family heirloom passed down through generations. Each twist and turn of the silver felt like a countdown, an anxious rhythm matching the frantic beating of his heart. He believed this night would change everything. Tonight, we prove our worth, he declared, his voice a sharp edge cutting through the tension. But the truth was, deep down, he was as lost as we were. I could see it in the way his eyes darted, scanning the darkened corners of the clearing, as if the very shadows might come alive and consume him whole. The villagers gathered closer, their faces illuminated by a toxic glow, a ghostly assembly of hope and despair. Each of us bore an offering, sacrifices wrapped in cloth, tokens of love and regret. I clutched my offering tightly, a small trinket passed down from my mother, its edges smooth from years of handling. It felt inadequate against the gravity of the night.
Was it enough to sway the gods? Would they even notice?
The chant rose, an insistent pulse that echoed through the trees, pulling us toward the altar like moths to a flame. I could feel the weight of our ancestors pressing down on us, their silent expectations wrapping around my throat. What if they had been wrong? What if the rituals that governed our lives were merely echoes of fear, chains binding us to a past that no longer existed? The thought sent shivers down my spine. I tried to shake it away, but it clung to me, a specter of doubt. Amir stepped forward, his determination a flickering candle in the storm. "We offer ourselves," he shouted, his voice raw and brave. The villagers turned to him, eyes wide, breaths held. I felt the power of his conviction, but it mingled with an undercurrent of desperation. Would offering ourselves, our lives, our fears, be enough to appease the unseen forces? The thought twisted in my gut. Dara squeezed my hand, the warmth of her palm grounding me. "We have to trust," she urged. But trust felt like a fragile thread, ready to snap at the slightest tug. I wanted to believe it, I wanted to feel the strength in her words, but the moment hung heavy, pregnant with uncertainty. As the chant crescendoed, shadows danced in the flickering light, and the ground trembled beneath us. The air thickened, charged with an electric energy, and I could hear the whispers of the past, the secrets of those who had come before us. Their hopes, fears, and sacrifices swirled around me like a blizzard, each voice a haunting reminder of the cost of faith. And then, the moment arrived, the culmination of our fears and hopes. The elder stepped forward, her face a mask of solemnity. She raised her arms, the fabric of her robes billowing like a storm cloud. "We call upon the spirits of our ancestors," she intoned, her voice weaving through the air like a spell. "We offer our blood, our tears, our hearts. Accept us." The earth quaked, and the offerings trembled in our hands. I could feel the pulse of life beneath my feet, a heartbeat that resonated with my own, a terrifying echo of existence. My heart raced, each beat laced with dread and longing. I wanted to scream, to run, but the weight of expectation held me in place. "Accept us!" It was a cry now, raw and ragged. The villagers joined in, voices rising like a tidal wave, drowning out the darkness, and for a moment, I felt an overwhelming rush of belonging, their fears intertwining with mine, binding us in a shared desperation for meaning. But then, silence, a crushing, suffocating silence that enveloped us. The air grew heavy, laden with unspoken words. I could hear the whispers of the lost, the echoes of those who had come before us, each voice a reminder that we stood on the precipice of something unknowable. Dara's grip tightened, and I turned to her, fear mirrored in her eyes. "What if they are angry?" she breathed. The question hung in the air, a noose tightening around my throat. Anger. The thought sparked something deep within me. What if we were doing this all wrong? What if our offerings, our desperate pleas, were met with silence, or worse, with rage? I glanced at Amir, his face pale, the amulet now cold against his skin. "We can't turn back now," he murmured, but the tremor in his voice betrayed him. The storm was building, a tempest of emotion swirling around us, threatening to explode. And then, a crack, a lightning bolt of realization. The ground beneath us split open, and the air crackled with energy, a primal scream of existence demanding to be heard. I stared at the altar, a dark void reflecting back our collective despair. The flickering flames twisted and morphed, shadows taking shape, becoming something more, something ancient and terrifying. In that moment, I understood the significance of rituals and offerings. They were more than mere gestures, they were echoes of our humanity, a desperate grasp for connection in a world that felt impossibly vast and indifferent. Each sacrifice was a cry into the void, a plea for recognition, for meaning, for salvation. But the void listened with an unfeeling silence, a terrifying reminder of our fragile existence. We stood there, hearts pounding, breath hitching in our throats, caught between what was and what could be. The altar loomed before us, a chasm of fear and hope. It demanded more than we were willing to give, but perhaps it was already too late. The stars above blinked in unison, a cosmic audience witnessing our plight, and I realized, this night would not end, it was merely the beginning of something far more profound and terrifying. The ritual had begun, and with it, the unraveling of our very souls. The air thickened like a heavy fog, suffocating, rich with the scent of burnt offerings, and in that cloying darkness, the whispers of the damned curled around me like chains. I stood on the edge of a chasm, one foot teetering on the brink, the other caught in the murky grip of what lay behind me. The screams of the tormented echoed from the depths, clawing at my sanity, while shadows danced in twisted mockery. Elias, my brother, stood beside me, his face pale as moonlight filtering through a graveyard of memories, the weight of his own demons flaring in his eyes. "I can't," he breathed, a tremor in his voice mingling with the cries of the lost, a sound more haunting than any nightmare. "What if it's not just legends? What if hell is real?" I wanted to laugh, an unholy, bitter sound, but instead, I felt the sinister pull of truth. The tales of rebirth were woven with threads of suffering, of lives lived and lost, each soul a ghost tethered to an existence far more complicated than an eternal cycle. I remembered my own past lives, patchworks of laughter and heartbreak, joy and despair, each a drop in the ocean of time, swirling endlessly. "Elias," I whispered, my voice barely breaking the darkness. "We have to face this. We have to confront the unending cycle." The ground beneath us shuddered, and for a fleeting second, I felt the icy caress of what lay below, a gnawing instinct urging me back to the comforts of ignorance. But ignorance was a prison, and I could hear the chains rattling, the echoes of those who had chosen to bury their heads in the sand while the flames licked at their heels. His eyes widened as if awakening from a centuries-long slumber, a flicker of recognition sparking within him. "You think we can change it? Break the cycle?" "Maybe. But first, we must understand it," I said, yet I felt the words slip through my fingers like grains of sand. The truth was a sharp blade, and I knew it would cut deep, leaving us bare, exposed. A flicker of movement caught my eye. There, at the edge of the chasm, stood a figure draped in a tattered cloak, a silhouette against the swirling abyss. My heart raced. Was it a spectre or simply a trick of the failing light? "Do you seek to comprehend the darkness?" the figure intoned, voice like gravel sliding down a sloped tombstone. An unsettling calm radiated from them. "Or do you wish to drown in it?" I could feel Elias tremble at my side, the pulse of fear coursing through us both, but anger ignited a fire in my belly. "We want the truth." I spat, the demand fierce and raw, an ancient call for understanding echoing through the ages. The figure's laughter was chilling, a sound that reverberated in my bones. Truth? Ah, child, truth is but a mirror reflecting your deepest fears, your darkest desires. To seek truth is to embrace hell itself. Elias's gaze fell to the ground, the weight of despair sinking in.
What if this is all we have?
What if we're just destined to come back, again and again, without ever escaping? The notion hung like a noose, tightening around my throat, and I felt the dread seep into my veins. Rebirth is not the prison you envision, the figure replied, stepping closer, shadows swirling around their feet like smoke. It is a gift, a chance to awaken from the slumber of your previous existence. But every cycle comes with a price. Every rebirth is born from the ashes of pain. How can you call that a gift? Elias's voice was sharp, trembling on the edge of desperation. If every life leads us back to this moment, then what's the point? Why endure the torment? Because, the figure said, their voice low and resonant, it is through suffering that you learn. Through pain that you grow. Each iteration is a step towards the light, but first, you must face the darkness. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck rise, a shiver skittering down my spine.
What if we don't want to learn? What if we just want peace?
The figure leaned closer, their face obscured in shadow, but I could feel their gaze penetrating, searching. Peace is an illusion, temporary and fragile. You must confront your own hell before seeking salvation. I wanted to recoil, to shield myself from the unsettling truth brimming beneath the surface, but I was caught, ensnared in their grip. Elias's eyes brimmed with tears, the raw pain and confusion a tempest swirling in the depths. How can we face our hell if we don't even understand it? His voice cracked, a fissure in his carefully constructed facade. The journey inward is the most treacherous of all, the figure replied. To face your own darkness is to walk among the ghosts of your past, those moments that haunt you, the choices that bind you. Rebirth is not about escaping hell, it is about embracing it. A memory rushed forward, unbidden, a fleeting glimpse of laughter shared with a childhood friend, a moment of pure joy, before betrayal shattered it. The weight of that moment lingered like a specter, a reminder that everything was connected, each heartbeat a thread in the web of existence. Elias stood rooted beside me, the fear in his eyes mingling with the flicker of hope, an ember struggling against the suffocating darkness. What if we fail? What if we can't confront it? Failure is a step, not an end, the figure murmured, their tone soothing yet haunting. To fear is to be human. To embrace fear is to live. I stepped closer to the edge, the abyss yawning wide, its depths promising both terror and revelation. In that moment, I understood, this was not just a confrontation with hell, it was an invitation. An invitation to face the cycle of rebirth head-on, to wade through the darkness and emerge scarred but wiser. Are you ready to leap? The figure asked, their voice like silk wrapped around steel. And as I stood there, my heart racing, an electric charge pulsing through my veins, I realized it was not just a question, it was a challenge. Together, I whispered, glancing at Elias, the bond between us forged in the fires of our shared suffering and unquenchable hope. Together, he echoed, and in that moment, we knew our rebirth awaited just beyond the edge, a terrifying plunge into the unknown, yet filled with the promise of freedom. Night drapes itself over the city like a shroud, an enveloping cloak that stirs the air with a haunting whisper. The streets are empty, yet not empty, a paradox that sends chills down your spine. Shadows dance and flicker as lanterns sway, casting eerie shapes that seem to pulse with life. I can hear them, the whispers of the departed, their voices rising like smoke from incense sticks, curling around me, begging for recognition. It's Ghost Festival night, a time when the veil between worlds thins, where laughter mingles with sorrow, where joy and despair waltz together in a macabre tango. I remember the first time I felt the weight of it all, the cold grip of fear, the heartache of loss. My sister, Limai, had died just a month before the festival, her absence a gaping wound in our family. I was only 16, grappling with the raw edges of grief while the world around me pulsed with life. She's still here, my grandmother said, her voice a fragile thread spun from hope. We must honor her. But how could I honor someone who had slipped through my fingers like sand? The festival began with the crackle of firecrackers, a furious eruption that shattered the stillness and sent shivers through the night. The loud bangs were not just noise, they were shields against the spirits, a promise to keep them at bay. Yet I found myself drawn to the walls of flickering light, to the small altars adorned with paper offerings and incense smoke spiraling into the starless sky. The ghostly figures of past lives hovered there, waiting. They waited for us, hungry for remembrance, desperate for connection. And then there was Jun, my best friend, a boy whose laughter could slice through the thickest fog. But tonight, his eyes were clouded with something darker. He had lost his father 2 years ago, a sudden departure that had left a scar he still couldn't bear to talk about. Every year, he placed an extra bowl of rice on their family altar, a silent offering, a plea for forgiveness for things left unsaid. I could see the shadows of his pain etched into his features, the way his hands trembled as he lit a candle. "What if he's angry?" he whispered, his voice barely rising above the crackles. "What if he's forgotten me?" "Don't say that," I snapped, anger flaring, a defiant ember amidst a night filled with ghosts. "He's here, June. He's watching." But the words tasted bitter, a lie wrapped in a thin veil of comfort. As we moved through the streets, the festival pulsed around us, a chaotic symphony of laughter, fire, and lament. People dressed in bright colors, faces painted with joy, but beneath it all simmered a fear so palpable, it scraped against my skin like 1,000 tiny blades. My heart raced, drawn toward the cacophony, yet tethered by the haunting absence of Li Mai, whose laughter once echoed through these alleys. I could almost hear it, the way it rang like silver bells in my ears. I remember the market stalls, overflowing with offerings, paper money and food shaped from delicate paper, all crafted for the souls who wander among us. "They can't eat," Jun said, his brow furrowed, "but they can see." The thought sent shivers down my spine, the implication heavy and suffocating. What if they were watching? What if Li Mai's spirit lingered just beyond the flickering light? The night deepened, the air thick with humidity and the scent of incense. We gathered by the riverbank, where families released lanterns, tiny vessels of light drifting on the water, each one carrying the hopes of the living and the memories of the dead. I held my lantern tightly, the flame flickering like my own resolve. "This is for you, Amai," I whispered, the words clawing at my throat. "I remember you. I remember our laughter, our secrets." Jun's gaze was distant, lost in the flicker of his own lantern. "What if they don't want to come back?" he murmured, the fear spilling out of him like ink in water, swirling and darkening the air. "What if they're happy where they are?" His words cut through the night, sharp and raw, leaving a silence that hung heavy between us. In that moment, I felt the pull of the cosmos, a million stars twinkling above, juxtaposed against the aching void of our hearts. The sky seemed infinite, vast and ungraspable, while our pain felt so intimate, so personal. Each star was a soul, a flicker of life that once burned brightly, now extinguished but never forgotten. As we released our lanterns into the night, the water shimmered with their glow, a trail of light stretching toward the unknown. "Maybe they just want us to remember," I said. "Maybe that's enough." But the festival raged on, a chaotic swirl of emotions, celebration and mourning, life and death entwined like lovers on the edge of a precipice. The laughter of children echoed, yet it sounded hollow, a mocking reminder of what we had lost. People danced, their movements fluid, yet I felt the tension in every gesture, the unspoken fear lurking beneath their joy. Suddenly, a scream shattered the night, a piercing cry that cut through the reverie, a stark reminder of the fragility of life. In an instant, everything shifted. The laughter ceased, replaced by a heavy silence, the air thick with dread. All eyes turned toward the source, a figure crumpled on the ground, a family member clutching their chest, eyes wide with terror. My heart raced. Is this how it ends? I thought. A festival of remembrance turned into a night of horror. But even in that moment, I was rooted to the spot, feeling the weight of grief and loss bind us all together. As the lanterns dimmed and the shadows elongated, I felt a surge of defiance rise within me. "You're not forgotten," I whispered to the air, my voice trembling but resolute. "None of us are." The festival continued, a wild, chaotic dance of life and death, a reminder of our shared struggles and our unyielding hope. And I, standing there, felt the fabric of the universe wrap around me, a connection that transcended time, a pulse that beat in rhythm with my own heart. I don't know how the night ended, but I know the ghosts lingered on, small flickers in the corners of my mind, memories that would never fade. And as I stepped into the darkness, I held on to that truth. We remember. We always remember. The air is thick, electric, crackling with unspoken dread. A shadow looms over the crumbling gates of the 10 courts of hell, the ancient iron twisted and rusted, as if it had absorbed every scream, every whisper of despair uttered by the damned souls. I stand here, heart pounding, my throat dry, the taste of iron lingering on my lips like a premonition. Behind me, the wails of the lost echo like a symphony of sorrow, a haunting reminder of choices made, choices that led them to this infernal threshold. I remember the first time I felt that tug of darkness. It was a fleeting moment, a glance exchanged with a stranger at the market, the way their eyes flickered with a hint of regret. I didn't know then that regret could be the seed of hell itself. Asterisk asterisk regret asterisk asterisk, it claws at the soul, a relentless beast. Here, it festers and screams, turning hearts to stone. The gates creak open, revealing a cavernous abyss where time is a joke and space is lost. I shiver, and in that moment, I feel the weight of 2 souls beside me. First, there's Lynn, her expression one of defiance wrapped in despair. She spent her life chasing shadows, chasing freedom in the alleys of the city, until the shadows caught her. There's no freedom here, she whispers, but the bitterness in her voice stains the very air. The flames flicker, illuminating her haunted eyes, each flicker a memory of her past choices, a collage of heartbreak and loss. The echoes of her laughter now seem like a cruel joke, a reminder of joy that slipped through her fingers like grains of sand. I watch as she grips the fabric of her dress, the only thing left of the life she once knew. It's tattered, like her hopes. And then there's Rian, his spirit heavy with the weight of loyalty. A soldier, always fighting for a cause, now trapped in a battle he can't understand. I thought I was protecting them, he murmurs, voice cracking, as if the burden of his memories is too much to bear. His hands, once strong, now shake with the ghosts of his fallen comrades, their faces haunting him like specters in the night. He remembers the night he failed to save them, the screams of his brothers in arms swallowed by the darkness. The irony of fighting for justice only to find himself here gnaws at him, a festering wound that refuses to heal. Together, we step into the first court, our breaths shallow. The walls pulse with an insidious heartbeat, a reminder that we are still alive, for now. Each court is a reflection of our souls, a twisted mirror where sins writhe like serpents. The air thickens with an acrid stench, a blend of despair and lost dreams. I can feel the anguish of those who have come before us, their cries echoing through the chambers, reverberating in my bones. In the second court, the soundscape shifts. Laughter, hollow and mocking, bounces off the stone walls. I want to cover my ears, but it seeps into my veins, turning my blood to ice. Lynn's fingers twitch, and I see the flicker of a smile on her lips. They think it's a game, she scoffs, but her bravado trembles. I know that beneath the surface, we all share the same fear, that we are but pawns in a macabre play, our fates controlled by unseen hands. Rian's eyes widen as the shadows dance around us, shapeshifting into grotesque forms. We were the heroes of our stories, he says, voice barely above a whisper. But here we are just tales of caution. I feel the weight of his words, each syllable carving deeper into my heart. The laughter grows louder, a cacophony of madness, and I can't help but think of the world we left behind, where laughter was once genuine, untainted by the grip of hell. The third court is a labyrinth of regrets. I watch as a figure stumbles, their hands clutching at their throat, the invisible chains binding them tighter with each futile gasp. I remember every choice I made that brought me here. I remember every wrong turn, every moment I turned my back on love. Do you see? Lynn's voice is fierce, but her eyes glisten with tears. This is our doing. Her words wrap around me like a noose. And then Rian speaks with such conviction, it pierces through the fog. We can't let them win, he declares, fists clenched at his sides as if he can fight the very essence of hell itself. In his eyes, I see a flicker of hope fighting against despair, a flame refusing to die. It ignites something inside me, a spark that pushes through the crumbling walls of my own regret. But the laughter echoes again, a reminder that hope may be a cruel mirage. The fourth court beckons, a realm drenched in sorrow. I can't breathe, the air heavy with the memories of those who loved too deeply, who lost too much. I see faces in the shadows, each one a story, each one a burden. I feel Lin's hand on my shoulder, grounding me, but the weight of Rian's sorrow pulls us all down. We can't change what we've done, he whispers, but we can change how it ends. The walls tremble with his words, but the shadows only grow darker. I remember a time when I believed in second chances, when I thought love could conquer all. But here, surrounded by the echoes of the damned, I realize that love can also be a weapon, a curse that binds us to our choices. I see Lin's pain mirrored in every face, hear Rian's regret in every breath. The truth is a bitter pill, one that sits heavy in my stomach. Who will we become in this hell? The question hangs, heavy and unresolved. The laughter grows fainter as we move deeper, the shadows weaving around us, whispering secrets of the past and future. I feel the pull of something vast and ungraspable, like time itself is watching us, waiting for our next move. We walk forward, not knowing what lies ahead, but knowing that the weight of our past will follow us, a ghostly companion. The courts shift, the fate of our souls teetering on the precipice of choice. I cling to the flicker of hope, the unyielding strength of my companions, as we plunge deeper into the shadows. The 10 courts of hell cradle our sins, but they also challenge us to redefine what it means to live beyond them. I take a breath, a shuddering gasp, and the shadows tremble around us, a promise of what's to come. The night was heavy, thick as the fog that rolled in from the sea, swallowing the village whole and leaving behind only shadows. I stood at the crossroads, the lantern flickering like a dying star, and there she was, an apparition clad in flowing white, her eyes two dark voids that threatened to consume my very soul. I wanted to run, to scream, but terror held me in place, wrapped in its icy grip. "You think you know fear," she whispered, her voice a haunting melody that lingered in the air like smoke. "You've tasted nothing yet." Myra, my childhood friend, was the one who had ventured here with me, but now she was nowhere to be found. Her absence carved a hollow pit in my chest, echoing the memories of laughter shared under the sun. Where was she? The darkness around us wasn't just the absence of light, it was alive, pulsing with unseen threats, and I could feel its breath on my neck. "Myra!" I called, but only silence answered, an oppressive silence, thick and suffocating, draping itself over my shoulders like a cloak of despair. And there he stood, Elias, the ever-brooding scholar whose obsessions often pulled him into the abyss of ancient texts. He clutched a weathered tome, pages yellowed with time, words etched deep like scars, a map to forgotten worlds. "They are not just stories, you know," he said, his voice trembling with a mix of fear and excitement. "Each mythology carries a truth, a reflection of our own existence." His eyes shone with a wild glimmer, but I saw the flicker of doubt beneath. Did he believe the legends could truly shield us from the darkness? Or was he just as lost as I was? "Elias," I said, my voice barely a whisper, "what truth can save us when the monsters are not just in the stories but here, breathing down our necks?" I could feel their presence, like phantoms wrapping around our throats, squeezing tighter with each heartbeat. The night air crackled with tension, as if the cosmos was holding its breath, waiting for something to break. I remembered, oh, how I remembered, how our parents once warned us about the old stories. They spoke of gods and demons, of love and betrayal, and how these tales were spun into the very fabric of our lives. But all those lessons felt like fables now, mere echoes of a time when we believed in heroes. "Look!" Elias shouted, pointing into the fog. I turned, but all I saw were shadows, writhing and twisting, as if they were alive. "They're here, the restless spirits of those forgotten, the echoes of their pain," he continued, a fervor igniting in his chest. "The gods of old still walk among us, and their stories intertwine with ours." But did he honestly think that the gods cared for us? Did they not already forsake us to our folly? "Myra!" The word tore from my lips, raw and desperate, a plea that hung in the air like a silent prayer. The chilling wind howled in response, and for a heartbeat, I thought I caught a glimpse of her, a flash of white against the obsidian night. But it was gone, swallowed once more by the insatiable darkness. My heart raced, each beat a drum heralding impending doom.
Why do you chase shadows?
Elias asked, his voice a low growl as if the fear had turned him bitter.
Why not embrace the myths?
They carry lessons, warnings about hubris and sacrifice. He clutched the tome tighter, his knuckles white, yet his own heart raced with the dread of what lay ahead. But the truth burrowed under my skin, embracing the myths would not bring Myra back. It wouldn't undo the reality that we were standing on the precipice of something far more terrible than mere legends. Loneliness clawed at me, a reminder of how fleeting our bonds are. Do you remember the tale of Persephone? He asked, eyes wild, voice trembling. How she was taken, and the world fell into despair. The illusion was both poetic and frightening, the very idea of loss tearing through the fabric of my being. A mother's grief, a lover's quest.
What do you think it means to dwell in the shadows? What do you think it means to be a ghost haunting your own life?
Panic surged within me, I couldn't stand still. I had to do something, to fight against the suffocating sense of dread that gripped my heart. But what could I do? The shadows were not just creeping, they were clawing, desperate to reclaim lost souls. I could see them now, faint outlines formed from the fabric of nightmares, each whispering stories long forgotten. Help me understand, I begged, desperation creeping into my voice. Help me find her. The words hung heavy between us, a fragile tether binding our fears. The stories, are they not just reflections of our own? Elias scowled, the weight of his knowledge pressing down on him like a stone. They are mirrors, yes, but mirrors that can shatter, he replied, his voice trembling but unwavering. In the end, we are all just fragments of a much larger tale. The word "the tale" echoed in my mind, reverberating like a heartbeat. Was this our story? A tragedy in which we were mere players, caught in the web of fate. The thought spiraled inward, curling around my heart until it felt as if it might burst with the weight of uncertainty. And then, just as the shadows began to close in, a flicker of light broke through, a flare of hope that dared to ignite the dark. I could sense it, a shift, an awakening that coursed through the very air we breathed. Myra! I cried again, a ragged shout against the encroaching void. Come back to us! But the night remained unmoved, the fog thickening, an impenetrable shroud, as if the universe itself refused to share its secrets. We were locked in a dance of dread, a symphony of fear and longing, waiting for the moment when the final note would fall silent. Time stretched, collapsed, and spun again, the cosmos mocking us, whispering truths we dared not face, and I felt the first tremors of despair give way to a fierce determination. We would break these chains. We would confront the gods, the demons, and the shadows that claimed our lives. Each heartbeat echoed louder, each breath filled with the urgency of what lay ahead, the confrontation inching closer, urging us to act, to fight, before the darkness consumed us whole, leaving nothing but echoes of our screams in the night. The night was thick with a silence that felt alive, wrapping around Wang Li like a heavy cloak, stifling yet warm. He stood at the edge of a forgotten city, a place where shadows seemed to dance under the flickering glow of the lanterns, their light battling against the encroaching darkness. He could hear the whispers of the past, the echoes of souls lost to the void, their cries soft yet piercing, a chilling reminder of what lay beyond. The air was saturated with the scent of burnt incense and something more, a lingering bitterness of despair that clung to the cobblestones like a stubborn stain. I remember the smell of blood, Wang Li muttered under his breath, sweat beading on his forehead. I remember how it mingled with the smoke, a cocktail of life and death. It haunted him, the way history tangled itself around him like a noose, tighter with every heartbeat. His heart raced, a frantic drummer in his chest, as he thought of the gates of hell that opened with each crime, each betrayal that punctured the fabric of humanity like a needle through fragile silk. He turned to Mai, her face a mask of resolve, yet her eyes betrayed her, a storm of fear and defiance. She was the embodiment of a tempest, fierce yet fragile, as she clutched the scroll of forbidden texts to her chest, the weight of history bearing down on her slender shoulders. The old tales whisper of a hell, you know, she said, her voice trembling but clear as glass. A place where the lost wander, eternally seeking justice that never comes. Wang Li felt his chest tighten. He had heard the stories too of the 10 courts of hell, ruled by Yama, the king of the underworld. Each court a reflection of the sins committed, a grotesque theater of justice that was as terrifying as it was absurd. In those moments, he could almost hear the laughter of the damned, a cacophony of madness that echoed through centuries, reminding him that history was not merely past, it was a living entity, breathing and screaming in the dark. Are we not all damned? He whispered, the question hanging heavy in the air. As he spoke, the memories rushed back, visions of the executions, the public spectacles where mercy was a rare commodity, a fleeting whisper lost in the crowd. It's a parade of blood, he said, frustration spilling over. What does it matter if we learn the lessons of the past when we are condemned to repeat them? She edged closer, standing within the shadow of a crumbling wall, her presence a glimmer of hope. But we can change it, she insisted, her voice rising with a fervor that ignited a flicker of hope in Wang Li. We can rewrite this hell, this cycle of torment, if we only dare to challenge what has been set in stone. The tension hung thick, simmering just below the surface. Wang Li turned his gaze back to the streets, a labyrinth of memories and nightmares interwoven. The ghostly figures of the past flitted at the edges of his vision, the emperors, the scholars, the poets who had dared to speak of love and loss, only to be swallowed by the abyss. You think change is possible? He asked, his voice dropping to a whisper, reverberating with disbelief. After centuries of torment? After the weight of so many souls has pressed down on this land? Mai's eyes shone with fierce determination, reflecting the flickering lantern light as if she bore the stars on her shoulders. Yes. The essence of humanity has always been to rise, to adapt, she replied, the fire in her voice igniting a nascent hope in Wang Li. Even in the depths of hell, we can find our way back. If we remember. And suddenly, a shiver ran down Wang Li's spine as he recalled the legends, not just of punishment, but of redemption, of wandering souls who, against all odds, found a path back to the light. But what becomes of those who cannot find their way? He asked, his heart clenching at the thought of the countless souls trapped in a cycle of suffering. The image burned in his mind like a branding iron. I remember, he continued, voice thick with emotion. The stories of children stolen by the darkness, the mothers weeping for lost innocence. How many are left behind in this relentless pursuit of justice that never arrives? He could not shake the feeling that history was a cruel joke, played on those who dared to hope. Yet my spirit was unyielding, her conviction a beacon in the engulfing night. Then we fight for them, she declared, stepping forward, her presence a challenge to the ghosts that haunted them. We fight not just for the living, but for every soul that has been silenced. We rewrite the narrative of hell itself. The ground trembled beneath them, and an unseen weight pressed down hard, the cries of the damned echoing ever louder. The lanterns flickered as if in recognition of the battle brewing between hope and despair, between light and shadow. Wang Li felt the air thickening, a storm brewing within his heart as if he stood at the precipice of eternity. But beyond them, the clock tower, with its worn hands frozen at midnight, loomed ominously, a reminder that time was a relentless spectre, watching, waiting for their next move. It whispered of inevitability, the certainty of pain and suffering that echoed through the ages. Did they dare to challenge the very fabric of fate? As they stood there, heartbeats drumming like war drums in the night, Wang Li felt an awakening. Perhaps there was no clear path, no destined end, but a ceaseless cycle, an evolution of hell that demanded confrontation and courage. They were mere actors on a stage, but perhaps, just perhaps, they could change the script. I remember, Wang Li began, the words slipping from his lips like a forgotten prayer. I remember the stories, the ghosts, the endless night. And I remember the dawn. And in that moment, for once, the darkness did not seem so suffocating. The shadows held their breath, waiting to see if Wang Li and Mai would become the light. Would they illuminate the path for the lost souls? Would they dare to change the unfolding saga of torment into something radiant, something reborn? In the shadow of the clock tower, under the weight of 1,000 years, the fight against hell began anew. The world held its breath. The air was thick with smoke, curling like the fingers of a phantom reaching for the living. A cacophony of wails punctuated the silence, echoing off the stone walls of the Court of the Damned. There, in that wretched place, the souls of the forsaken writhed in agony, their futures bound to the cruel whims of the Lords of Despair. I stood on the precipice, heart hammering like a war drum, as if it sensed the torment that awaited me. The flickering torches cast grotesque shadows, dancing along the floor like the very demons that haunted the minds of those who sought refuge in darkness. I remember the first time I saw Lena, her fiery spirit flickering like a candle in the tempest of despair. She had laughed, a sound that seemingly cracked the fetid gloom, but her eyes told a different story, one of sorrow, loss, and a flicker of rebellion. She was here, at the court, having bargained with the shadows to save her brother, a choice that thrummed with consequence. I thought of her as I stepped closer to the gaping maw of judgment, my own sins clawing at my heels, but it was her resolve that anchored me. Then there was Marcus, a man stripped of hope, his spirit eroded like a stone worn by the relentless tide. His past haunted him like a spectre, each regret a chain binding him to a fate he never asked for, promises made, broken, and forgotten in the fires of ambition. In this place, the weight of his decisions pressed down like a shroud, suffocating, yet somehow familiar, a cold embrace reminding me of our shared humanity. The judge loomed high above, a figure draped in shadows, a face hidden beneath layers of darkness, a god of wrath in a realm where mercy was but a whisper. "You seek redemption." The voice was an earthquake, shattering any lingering hope within the hearts of the damned. I felt my breath hitch, caught in the clutches of dread. The air pulsed with tension, thick enough to cut with a knife. "Do you understand the cost?" he continued, and with each word, the walls seemed to close in, the shadows growing hungrier. Lena's eyes blazed, igniting something primal and fierce within me. She wouldn't let fear paralyze her, she instead channeled it, a raging tempest ready to storm the gates of hell itself. I remember the moment I saw her make her choice, a flash of fierce determination illuminating her face. "I'll take his place," she declared, her voice slicing through the despair like a blade. Time froze, and for a heartbeat, I thought the universe turned with her words. My mind screamed against it, but the truth was undeniable. Sacrifice was never pretty, and love often demanded blood in exchange. The judge tilted his head, intrigued. "A brave, foolish choice," he mused, the words dripping with venom. Lena stood tall, defiance radiating from her. I wanted to reach out, to pull her back into the warmth of the light, but that light was fading. Marcus shook with fear, his grip on reality slipping like sand through his fingers. "Don't do this," he roared, desperation spilling from his lips. It was a raw, primal sound that reverberated through the stone hall, echoing in my chest like a heartbeat. I understood then, this wasn't just about them, it was about us all, the choices that defined our existence, the weight of our decisions, the way the world seemed to conspire against those who dared to love too fiercely. The judge's eyes glinted with a malevolent hunger, the darkness swirling around him like a cloak woven from the very fabric of despair. "To take another's place, to bear their sins, is to own them," he warned, his voice a chilling wind that sent shivers down my spine. "Are you prepared to carry that burden?" The court was a stage, and we were all players in a twisted drama of fate, the stakes rising with every heartbeat. I felt the creeping dread seep into my bones, siphoning away hope. Yet Lena, fierce and unyielding, stepped forward. "Yes," she whispered, a single word that echoed like a battle cry in the abyss. And that's when the shadows shifted, an ominous rustle in the silence, a whisper of something long forgotten. I recognized the faces of the damned, trapped in their own cycles of regret, and for a moment, I glimpsed their stories, fractured dreams and heartbreaks, like shards of glass scattered across a cold floor. Each soul held a tale, each one a warning, a reminder of what awaited us all if we let darkness reign unchecked. The judge gestured, and the air crackled with power, a dark energy swirling around Lena like a shroud. I watched, helpless, as the enormity of her choice bore down upon her, the weight of her brother's sins beginning to settle into her soul. I yearned to scream, to pull her back from the brink, but the words caught in my throat, heavy and unyielding. In that moment, time warped, stretching and distorting as memories flooded my mind, moments of laughter, fleeting glances, whispered promises under a starlit sky. I remember the warmth of connection, the joy of love untainted by darkness. It was an egg that mirrored Lena's fierce resolve, a reminder of why she fought so hard, why she was willing to take a step into the abyss. And yet, what awaited her there? What price would she pay for a chance at saving a life? The shadows of the court whispered their secrets, their laughter dark and cruel. I felt the chill settle deep in my bones, a premonition of despair, the air thick with the scent of ashes and fear. "Will you pay the toll?" the judge asked, and I could see the flicker of uncertainty in Lena's eyes, the moment of hesitation that could shatter her resolve. But like the flame that refuses to be snuffed out, she stood firm, her spirit blazing defiantly against the encroaching darkness. "I will," she declared, and in that moment, a fragile hope flickered to life. But the court was unrelenting, and as her words hung in the air, a silence fell, a dreadful calm before the storm. Shadows writhed, eager to consume, eager to make her part of their twisted tapestry. I gripped the edge of my own despair, the weight of consequences pressing down, knowing that some bonds were forged in the fires of sacrifice and love. Marcus's face hardened with a new resolve. Together, he breathed, stepping beside her, his voice a lifeline in an ocean of chaos. And in that instant, I understood, the truth of love was not in the absence of fear, but in the courage to face it, to stand against the tide, no matter how daunting. The climax loomed ahead, a tidal wave of emotion and consequence crashing against the shores of our fates. I could feel the shadows closing in, their laughter mingling with the heartbeats of three souls caught in a web of choices, love, and the eternal struggle against the darkness that threatened to engulf us. In that haunting, fragile moment, as the court held its breath, I realized we were all bound together by our choices, our desires, our fears. I remember the weight of the world pressing down on us, a reminder that in the courts of hell, the lines between sacrifice and oblivion blurred. The stage was set, the players were ready, and in this dark theater of despair, the next act was about to unfold, leaving the audience breathless, yearning, and terrified of what lay ahead. The clock struck midnight, its echo piercing the silence like a knife. The air was thick, taut with the weight of unsaid words and ancient grudges. Shadows flickered on the damp walls of the alley, clinging to the darkness, just as regret clung to my soul. I could feel the pulse of fate, each beat a reminder that time was slipping away, a frayed rope unraveling in the hands of a desperate man. "Devon!" The voice crackled through the murky gloom, raw with panic. It was Clara, her breath ragged, her eyes wide like a doe caught in headlights. She stood there, a spectre in the night, illuminated by the ghostly glow of a street lamp. I wanted to reach out to her, to pull her from the shadows, but the weight of my past anchored me. Karma had a way of binding us, weaving a tapestry of choices that we couldn't escape, even in the darkest corners of our minds. "Where is he?" I croaked, my throat dry as dust. My heart thundered in my chest, each beat a reminder of the cost of choices long made. I remembered the whispers of the elders, their warnings about fate, a cruel weaver, twisting threads into patterns we might not understand until the last loom had spun. Clara's hands trembled as she pointed deeper into the alley. "He's down there," she said, her voice barely a whisper, as if saying it too loud would summon the darkness. "I can't stay here," I barked, urgency clawing at my insides. But I could see it in her eyes, the flicker of a shared memory, the ghosts of our pasts colliding in the haze of desperation. Clara was no stranger to suffering, she wore it like a second skin. How could I leave her behind when we were both shackled by the same sins? I felt the cold sweat on my back as I stepped forward, the shadows swallowing me whole. Each step crunched on broken glass, a reminder of shattered dreams and promises unkept. There was a warmth in the air, but it was suffocating, like the breath of a dying beast. I could almost hear the sinister laughter of fate mocking me, reminding me how easily we could slip into hell, how our choices were the very chains that bound us. Then I saw him, Mark, his body slumped against the brick wall, blood oozing from a gash on his forehead, a cruel reminder of the night's betrayal. I staggered back, the reality crashing down like a tidal wave, dragging me under. The anger surged within me, a fire igniting in the pit of my stomach. "What have you done?" I shouted, the echo of my voice swallowed by the darkness, but it was too late. The truth was right there, my own hands were tainted with the stain of consequence. "Devon," Mark croaked, his voice a raspy whisper, laced with pain. I didn't mean. I thought, but his words were cut short, dying in the air like a candle flickering in a storm. Fate had dealt us our cards, and karma was the dealer that never forgot. Thought what? I demanded, stepping closer, my heart racing. He looked at me with those haunting eyes, pools of regret that reflected my own turmoil. Thought you could escape it? Thought you could play with fire and not get burned? I crouched beside him, the reality of what we'd done crashing over me like thunder. The shadows danced around us, wrapping us in a dark embrace, every heartbeat echoing the unrelenting pull of our pasts. I could feel Clara's presence behind me, a distant reminder of everything we had lost. She was fragile, but fierce, a firefly trying to shine through the bleakness. The flicker of her smile haunted me, a ghost I couldn't escape. Mark's breath came in ragged gasps, and I remembered the nights we spent laughing, the reckless abandon we wore like armor against the world. But laughter had turned to screams, and innocence to blood. "We're not innocent, any of us," I murmured, the weight of the truth crashing down. Fate is a cruel mistress, and karma its relentless servant. Suddenly, Clara stepped forward, her voice trembling but fierce. "You're not alone, Devon. We'll get through this." But her words felt like a fragile promise, like glass resting on the edge of a precipice. I turned to her, desperation clawing at my insides. "There's no getting through this. It's too late." Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, and in that moment, I realized how fragile we all were, how easily the fabric of our lives could unravel under the relentless march of time. "We can't just let him die," she insisted, the weight of her conviction crashing against my doubt. But what if it was already too late? What if the fates had already spun their web, leaving us trapped in a grim tapestry of our own making? Mark's eyes rolled back, and I felt the world tilt on its axis. The shadows closed in, suffocating us in their embrace. "We have to make a choice," I said, the words spilling out in a rush. "To own up to what we've done or let it consume us." The air thickened with the weight of our decision, and time stretched like a rubber band pulled to its limit. Fate was watching, a silent observer, waiting for us to falter. In the depths of hell, where shadows danced and karma bared its teeth, we stood at the precipice of a choice that would define us. Every heartbeat echoed the inevitability of consequence, every breath heavy with the weight of what was to come. Clara reached for my hand, and for a moment, I hoped that together we could defy the inevitable, that we could rewrite the narrative fate had scribed in the stars. But the darkness was loud, and it roared a tale we could not escape. A heavy fog clung to the ground like a shroud, swallowing the streetlights in a muted glow. Shadows danced and flickered, casting silhouettes that morphed into familiar figures, faces twisted in eternal anguish, whispering secrets from beyond. I stood there, breath hitching in my throat, heart pounding like a war drum, as a chilling realization washed over me: I wasn't alone. Not anymore. Liang's eyes, dark and haunted, flickered with a desperate fire. "You can't turn back, Mai. Not now." His voice was a cracked whisper, urgency thrumming through each syllable, as if the very fabric of our reality was fraying at the edges. I could see it in his face, the conflict that gnawed at him like a ravenous beast. He was my brother, yet he felt as distant as the stars, torn between the weight of our heritage and the pull of his own desires. I remember the stories. The once told in hushed tones by flickering candlelight, where Yama, the ancient lord of the Underworld, ruled with an iron fist. He governed the 10 courts of hell, each more terrifying than the last, where souls were judged not by their actions alone, but by their fears, their regrets. I shivered, remembering the tales of the souls devoured by their own darkness, trapped in a cycle of torment. And yet, there was beauty in the horror, a twisted elegance that captivated my young heart. But now, as I stood in the middle of this eerie silence, the legends transformed, taking shape in the shadows that loomed around us. I felt the weight of them pressing down, suffocating. I glanced at Liang, his face pale, fingers trembling. We had come seeking answers, but all I could feel was the crushing dread of what lay ahead. This wasn't just a story anymore, it was our fate hanging in the balance. We were seeking the last remnants of our family's legacy, a forbidden scroll that promised insight into the mythical realms beyond our understanding. But what cost would we pay for this knowledge? I swallowed hard, the panic tightening my chest, ripping through me like a storm. "We're in too deep, Liang," I said, voice cracking under the strain.
"What if we don't like what we find? What if we do?"
His gaze bore into mine, fierce and unyielding. "What if we discover the truth behind our ancestors' choices? The weight of our past could shatter the chains binding us." Chains. The word echoed in my mind, resonating with the legends of the spirits trapped in the nether. The thought of being bound to the suffering of generations past sent a shiver down my spine. I could almost hear the whispers, the cries for redemption echoing in the stillness. "But at what cost?" I implored, my heart racing, the shadows closing in. "What if we become part of that suffering?" He turned away, frustration radiating from his body like heat off a fire. I could see him wrestling with the burdens of responsibility, the weight of our lineage pressing down like an anvil. "You're scared, Mai. I get that. But fear is the heart of this mythos. It's what binds us to it." I wanted to scream, to punch the air and shake the walls until they crumbled to dust. I remember how we used to laugh about the absurdity of those tales, the little quirks of ancient beliefs that seemed ridiculous through the lens of modernity. They bathed once a year, Liang. Romance was earthy at best, I would tease. But now, the laughter felt like a distant echo, drowned out by the rising tide of dread. Each heartbeat drummed a cacophony of memories, our parents' faces, their smiles overshadowed by the weight of expectations, the unspoken fears that loomed like specters. I remembered how they would tell us to honor our roots, to uphold the legacy of our ancestors, but never once did they hint at the darkness that lurked beneath it all. "Mai." Liang's voice broke through my spiral of thoughts. "Look." He pointed, and I followed his gaze to a flicker of movement. A shadow darted away, just out of reach, a glimpse of something ancient, something powerful. My breath caught, the icy fingers of fear creeping up my spine. "What if it's a spirit?" I whispered, the words escaping like a prayer, a desperate plea against the unknown. "Then we confront it. We face it head-on." The tension coiled tighter, and I felt the weight of his determination seep into my bones. My heart thudded in rhythm with our footsteps as we chased the echoing whispers, deeper into the haze. Memories collided, of laughter shared, of secrets sworn, of nightmares that never seemed to end. As we turned a corner, I froze, a scream lodged in my throat. Before us, the remnants of a shrine flickered with ghostly light, shadows swirling around it like a tempest. Old incense burned, curling smoke whispering secrets of the past. I could almost hear the echoes of the damned, their cries rising like phantoms from the depths of hell itself. A potent cocktail of fear and reverence washed over me. "Do you feel it?" I said, voice trembling. "The weight of their suffering, the memories of the damned." Liang nodded, eyes glistening. "It's alive. It's all alive." Time twisted around us, warping the very fabric of reality. I felt the ground shift beneath my feet, as if the cosmos conspired to reveal the truth. In this moment, the lines blurred, between the living and the spirits, between fear and understanding. The world around us pulsed with a heartbeat of its own, a reminder that we were part of something larger, something unwieldy and magnificent. "Are you ready?" Liang asked, his voice barely audible over the rising wind of fate. My heart raced, a wild stallion galloping through the dark. "No," I breathed, "but I have to be." And as we stepped closer to the shrine that held the weight of our ancestors, the very air crackled with unspoken promises and hidden terrors. The shadows danced, and I knew we were on the brink of a revelation that would either shatter us or set us free. I remembered the tales, the whispers of our family's legacy weaving through the fabric of our existence. They were more than just stories, they were warnings, echoes of a past we couldn't escape. The impact of those tales rippled through time and space, shaping our understanding of hell in ways that transcended borders, cultures, and beliefs. In that moment, standing on the precipice of the unknown, I felt the weight of it all, a burden and a blessing. I was ready to face whatever lay ahead, for in the heart of that impending darkness, we might just find the light we had been searching for all along. The shrill wail of a distant siren cut through the heavy silence, reverberating off the concrete walls of the old alley. I stood there, heart pounding, breath hitching, aware that just moments ago, I had stumbled into the pulse of something larger than myself. Shadows danced in the flickering light of a single, cracked bulb hanging overhead, creating specters that whispered of forgotten sins. Each flicker sent a chill down my spine. Where was my place in this turmoil? I felt it, the weight of collective fear, a shared agony teetering on the edge of silence. Liang stood beside me, his face pale, eyes wide like windows into a haunted soul. "You have to believe it, Mai. Hell is real," he said, his voice trembling, each word a fragile thread in the fabric of his conviction. His hands clenched into fists, nails biting into palms, drawing blood. "I've seen it, in the dreams," he added, each syllable a confession, a plea. I remember when Liang first spoke of his dreams. They began as mere nightmares, then morphed into vivid portrayals of his fears, flames licking at his heels, shadowy figures reaching out, their faces twisted in anguish. He would wake, drenched in sweat, mumbling feverish tales of a dark underworld where the lost souls of our ancestors gnawed at the chains of their regrets. "What if hell is not a place?" he mused one night, his voice low, almost conspiratorial. "What if it's within us? This city, it's alive with ghosts." As he spoke, I could almost hear the echoes of his ancestors, their voices intermingling with the rustle of autumn leaves. The air thickened with unspoken horrors, the weight of history hung like a shroud. My own heart twisted at the thought, was I condemned to walk through life shackled by the burdens of the past? What if hell was just a reflection of our choices, a relentless cycle of suffering and regret? The more I pondered, the more I could feel the tendrils of despair curling around my heart, suffocating any flicker of hope. Then there was Jin, my sister, the skeptic, the unwavering light amidst Liang's darkness. "Liang, you let fear twist your mind," she would argue, her voice sharp as shards of glass. "We are products of our choices, not prisoners of mythical torments." But beneath her bravado, I saw the flicker of doubt. They shared a connection, though they would never admit it, two sides of the same coin, one lost, the other desperately seeking reason in a chaotic world. I stood between them like a bridge, swaying under the weight of their conflicting beliefs. "Jin, what if hell is more than a metaphor?" Liang pressed, and I could see the desperation in his eyes. "What if it's a warning, a reminder of what awaits if we ignore our past?" He drew a shaky breath, glancing toward the alley where the shadows lingered like whispered secrets. "The world isn't as simple as you want it to be." Nights turned into weeks, and weeks into a swirl of sleeplessness, punctuated by the haunting images of hell that Liang painted. I found myself drawn to dusk, to the time when the city transformed, a cacophony of voices rising from every corner, filled with laughter, anger, and regret. Each face I passed felt etched with stories, marred by choices that echoed through generations. I remember standing on a rooftop, the city sprawled beneath me like a breathing entity, alive and pulsing, a mosaic of despair and desire. "Do you feel it?" I asked Jin one evening, my voice barely above a whisper. "The weight of our ancestors? Their regrets?" She turned to me, skepticism etched on her features, but I could see the flicker of recognition behind her eyes. We were all surrounded, tethered to something greater, each choice, a thread in the tapestry of our existence, binding us to the past. But then came the storm. The night the heavens opened, unleashing torrents that pounded against the city like the drums of war. The streets became rivers, swirling with debris, and as I stood there, soaked to the bone, I felt the world shift. Liang's prophecy echoed in my mind. What if the flood was a cleansing? What if it washed away the sins of the city, leaving only bare bones exposed, the truth laid bare? "Liang!" I screamed into the tempest, desperate to find him in the chaos. The city howled around us, a cacophony of despair. In the distance, I saw him, a silhouette draped in shadows, arms outstretched toward the darkened sky, as if pleading for salvation. I ran, adrenaline surging, the world blurring into a wash of colors and sounds. "Mai," he cried, his voice a beacon amidst the storm. And in that moment, everything hung in the balance, my heart racing as I reached for him. But the rain bore down harder, drowning out our cries, drowning out our hopes. I could feel the despair rising like a tide. "What if we're already in hell?" Liang shouted, the word slicing through the chaos. What if this moment is the beginning of the end? A part of me wanted to laugh at the absurdity of it all, the idea that a city could hold our souls hostage, that our lives were entangled in myth and memory. But there, in the eye of the storm, surrounded by ghosts of the past and the uncertainty of the future, I felt raw, exposed. The storm raged on, drenching the streets, but it also whispered something deeper, an acceptance of our own sins, our burdens, and our choices. I realized that hell wasn't a distant place we feared, it was the weight we carried, the regrets that haunted our hearts like shadows in the night. As the rain washed away the remnants of the day, I stood with Liang and Jin, encircled by the echoes of our ancestors, the whispers of a city alive with ghosts. And in that haunting moment, amidst the fury of the storm, we were bound together, not just by fear, but by the understanding that hell, in all its forms, was not just something to escape, but something to confront. The siren wailed again, a sound swallowed by the echoes of our choices, and as we stood there, I understood, this was just the beginning. The darkness lurked closer, but so did the light. And in that paradox, I felt alive, caught in the throes of our shared humanity, destined to wrestle with both our fears and our hopes. The city pulsed around us like a living organism, and in that moment, I realized, our stories were far from over. The air crackled with desperation, heavy and thick like the humidity before a storm. I stood on the edge of the crumbling palace, my heart pounding like a war drum in my chest. Below, the crowd surged, a tide of desperate souls, faces contorted with fear and anger. They were not just citizens, they were the remnants of a shattered dream, seeking justice from gods who had turned their backs. The moon hung low in the sky, an indifferent witness, casting shadows that danced like ghosts on the cobblestones, whispering secrets that would never be told. I remember the moment clearly. The night was alive with shouts, a cacophony of anguish and fervor. My sister, Mai, stood beside me, her eyes wide with a mixture of terror and determination. "It's now or never," she said, her voice a steel thread woven through the chaos. I wanted to believe her, but the weight of tradition bore down on me like a stone. The memories of our ancestors' tales echoed through my mind, stories of gods and demons, of justice and retribution that felt as distant as the stars. How had we come to this? We were the heirs of our past, yet the future loomed like a storm cloud, dark and foreboding. I could feel it in my bones, a shiver that ran deep, as if the very essence of our mythology was shifting beneath our feet. The gods were silent, their courts untouched by the suffering of mortals. And yet, we were here, ready to challenge that silence, fueled by the rage of ancestors who fought for every breath. But who were we really? I was nothing more than a boy caught between worlds, the world of tradition and the world of change. I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the shattered glass of a bygone era. My hair fell limply across my forehead, and my eyes, those eyes, were filled with yearning. I felt my heart tremble, caught between love for my sister and the weight of my own insecurities. Could I be the hero they needed? Or was I doomed to become another ghost in this tapestry of despair? "Arjun!" My sharp whisper cut through my thoughts like a dagger. "They're coming!" My heart stopped. The guards marched toward us, their armor glinting ominously in the moonlight, echoing the footsteps of a past where dissent was crushed beneath booted heels. I remembered my childhood, those bright days when we'd play beneath the cherry blossoms, dreams untainted by the harshness of reality. They bathed once a year. So yeah, romance was earthy, I chuckled, trying to lighten the mood, but the laughter felt hollow and distant, a fleeting ghost of who I wanted to be. The crowd swelled, a living, breathing entity fueled by the very essence of our stories, spirits of the past, warriors of the present, and whispers of a future yet to unfold. I could see the faces, illuminated by the flickering lights of torches, twisted in anguish, yearning for the divine to intervene, for the gods once revered to descend and right the wrongs of a world turned upside down. I felt the weight of their hope settle on my shoulders, a heavy mantle that threatened to crush me. And then there was Yi, the old woman whose stories wrapped around our childhoods like a warm blanket. The courts of the gods are not what they seem, she often warned, her voice a croaky melody of wisdom. They weave fate with threads of gold and shadows alike. I could almost hear her now, her laughter mingling with the screams echoing through the night. Would she be proud of us? Or would she mourn the loss of the mythic dreams we were destined to confront? Arjun, we have to go. Mai shouted again, her voice breaking through the haze of memory. I felt the pull of her urgency, the gravity of the moment. But my heart ached with the weight of possibility. What if we failed? What if the gods were indeed deaf to our cries? I glanced back at the moon, which now felt like a cruel sentinel, watching our despair with cold indifference. In that heartbeat, time twisted, stretched, folded back on itself like the ancient scrolls that spoke of dynasties lost and love betrayed. I remembered kneeling at the altar, offering incense to the gods, casting wishes into the ether, hoping they would hear me. But now, here we stood, ready to demand they listen. I felt the rush of adrenaline, a potent mix of fear and hope. I took a step toward the crowd, the ground trembling beneath my feet. We are the stories of our ancestors. I shouted, my voice cracking but rising through the chaos, a beacon in the darkness. We are their dreams, their hopes. If the gods will not rise, then we shall take their place. The roar of the crowd echoed back, a wave of sound that surged through me, igniting a flame I never knew existed. Mai grabbed my wrist, determination etched on her face. Together, she whispered fiercely, and in that moment, we were more than siblings, we were warriors, spirits reborn from the ashes of our mythology. The air shimmered around us, charged with energy, and the moon watched silently, an ominous ally, preparing to bear witness to the awakening of a new mythology. An eerie silence fell, broken only by the sound of our breaths, mingling with the echoes of our past. The world was shifting, the courts of the gods trembling under the weight of our resolve. And as we stood there, on the brink of something vast and terrifying, I felt the tendrils of fate tighten around us, drawing us into the unknown. This moment would not be the end. It would be the beginning, a spiral, a loop, an eternal dance with the shadows that haunt and the light that beckons. The future of our mythology was being written in that very heartbeat, and we would not fade into oblivion. No, we would rise like the dawn breaking through a night of endless despair. And somewhere in that future, the gods would return, or perhaps we would become the gods ourselves. The clock ticks, the sound heavy as lead. In the dim light of the alley, shadows dance on the walls, flickering like the last breaths of a dying flame. Lena stands frozen, her heart a war drum, thundering in her chest as the distant wail of sirens pierces the night. Time stretches, the air thick with the weight of unspoken words, every heartbeat a reminder of choices made, paths taken. She remembers when the world felt safe, before the darkness crept in like an unwelcome guest. Across the street, Ethan watches, a storm brewing behind his eyes, a tempest of guilt and longing. He grips the photograph in his hand, crumpling the edges as he recalls the laughter they once shared. That carefree summer, lying on the grass under a sky so blue it seemed to mock their turmoil. They were young, unbroken, believing love could conquer anything. But now, after everything, after the betrayals, the secrets like poison spreading through their veins, Ethan finds himself standing at the precipice, teetering on the edge of regret. And then there's Marco, lurking in the shadows, a ghost of ambition and despair. He feels the weight of the world on his shoulders, the sins of his past coiling around him like a serpent. Each decision carved into his skin, a reminder of the man he once was, a man who dreamed of greatness, only to find himself drowning in a sea of mediocrity. He watches Lena and Ethan, their pain palpable, and for a fleeting moment, he longs to reach out, to pull them from the brink. But the fear of his own darkness keeps him shackled, a prisoner of his own making. The alley is alive with tension, electricity crackling in the air as if the very cosmos holds its breath. Lena remembers, she remembers the night spent whispering secrets, the way the stars felt like a promise, a connection to something greater. But promises break. They shatter, leaving shards that cut deep. She swallows hard, the taste of betrayal bitter on her tongue, and takes a step forward, defiance sparking in her eyes. Ethan, she calls, her voice a mixture of desperation and hope. We can't keep running from this. From us. Ethan flinches, the weight of her words crashing over him like a tidal wave. Can love survive this? Can it endure the scars, the open wounds that refuse to heal? He thinks of the nights spent alone, grappling with the ghosts of his choices. The memories flood back, her laughter, the way her eyes lit up at the simplest things, now replaced by a void he created. He can't breathe, the air is thick with unsaid apologies and unfulfilled promises. Lena, he starts, but the words dissolve into the chaos. He feels the distance between them, an abyss filled with regret and fear. Stop, she pleads, tears pooling in her eyes. Just stop pretending. I know what we did. I know what you did. We can either face it or let it consume us. Marco shifts in the shadows, a silent observer caught in their storm. He remembers the dreams that once pushed him forward, the desires that fueled his every decision. But what's left when ambition turns to ashes? He knows what it means to lose oneself in the pursuit of something that fades, a mirage just out of reach. The weight of his own decisions presses heavily on his chest, mingling with the pain of watching them spiral. I can't be the villain here, he whispers to no one, the words laced with a desperate plea for understanding. Each breath feels like a betrayal in this moment. Lena's heart races, a rhythm of fear and uncertainty. You think you're the only one with scars, she snaps, emotion spilling over. We all wear our battles. I'm tired of hiding. Tired of pretending everything is okay. Ethan's fists clench in frustration. He feels the anger bubbling up, a surge of raw emotion that threatens to engulf him. You think I wanted this, he shouts, the sound echoing off the alley walls. You think I wanted to hurt you? To watch you suffer? Silence blankets them, thick and suffocating. Time seems to ripple, holding onto this moment like a fragile thread. The city around them continues its relentless pace, oblivious to the storm brewing between these three souls tangled in a web of pain and misunderstanding. Lena's breath catches as she sees the anguish etched on Ethan's face, the mirrored reflection of her own torment. She remembers the day they first met, the way he made her feel, alive, vibrant, like the world was a canvas waiting to be painted with their dreams. But dreams can turn into nightmares, can't they? She feels the weight of expectation pressing down, suffocating. Marco steps forward, breaking the silence. We can't change the past, he says, voice low and steady. But we can choose what happens next. We can choose to face this together. His words hang in the air, a lifeline thrown into turbulent waters. Hope flickers like a candle in the dark, fragile yet defiant. Lena's heart swells, a mix of fear and longing. Can they really confront the shadows that threaten to engulf them? Can they dismantle the walls built from their fears and regrets? The night is alive, the city breathing, and in this moment, it feels as if the universe itself is watching, waiting to see what they will choose. Each character stands on the brink, a precipice of decision, their fates intertwined like the constellations above, each choice a star, shining brightly, illuminating the darkness. Time is fluid, shimmering like heat waves in the distance. Lena's gaze flickers between Ethan and Marco, the tension palpable. What if we break? What if it tears us apart? Ethan takes a step closer, vulnerability etched in his features, then we break together. But at least we'll have tried. It's a simple truth, yet it reverberates through the air like thunder. They could fall, or they could rise. In this moment suspended in time, everything hangs in the balance, the promise of something beautiful or the despair of a love lost. And as they stand in that alley, the echoes of their choices reverberating in the stillness, it's clear that this is only the beginning. The confrontation may be the catalyst, but the journey within them is far more profound. They may stumble, they may fall, but there's a glimmer of hope, flickering, fragile, yet undeniable. In the heart of the city, under the indifferent gaze of the stars, the story of their entangled lives continues to unfold, a tapestry woven from the threads of pain, love, and the indomitable human spirit. The night is dark, but the dawn is just a heartbeat away.